You can love something and let it go. It's hard to see it in the moment, but the best things always hurt the most. Yeah. If I could, I'd never let you go, but my heart's fighting my conscience, and you don't deserve the fallout, being pulled down in my undertow. You can want something so bad that it doesn't want you. Yeah, I wanted it so bad that somewhere I lost you. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Oh, I will see you again. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end. I was 15 and I lost myself, but then I finally found you, and the things I felt that changed my life. Yeah. Now it's hard to go without you, but I know that if I doubt myself, I won't give up this feeling that I needed to change something inside myself. You can want something so bad that it doesn't want you. Yeah, I wanted it so bad that somewhere I lost you. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Oh, I will see you again. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end. I am a poor surgeon with an unsteady hand. thorns you left inside my back. Was it easier for you to cut me out? Bury my body in the ground and just sleep, and just sleep like you did, like you did, like you did, like you wrapped up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing down under the moon, painted trails where we've been. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. We're out after
I'm searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark skies. I gotta look for the bright side. I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
always felt like I'm on the outside, never fit in. Watch the world pass me by, black hole trying to chase a sunrise. Every day I was on my own, can't see my hurt cause I'm a ghost. In the crowd I still felt alone, yeah. But then we found each other and everything turned around. From broken heart to another, you never let me down. You never let me down. Ooh. Even when my world gets all fucked up and comes crashing to the ground, you never let me down. You never let me Even when my world gets all fucked up and comes crashing to the ground, you never let me down. You never let me down. Blue skies never look so gray. The brighter the stars, the more I just fade. Couldn't see how anything changes. Some days I could barely wake up. The voices inside, they told me give up, and I almost did, yeah. But then we found each other and everything turned around. From broken heart to another, you never let me down. You never let me down. Ooh. Even when my world gets all fucked up and comes crashing to the ground, you never let me down. You never let me Even when my world gets all fucked up and comes crashing to the ground, you never let me down. You never let me down.
Slipping through the night, lonely satellite, only satisfied. Slipping through the night. Slipping through the night. Slipping through the night, lonely satellite, only satisfied. Slipping through the night, slipping through the night, lonely satellite, only satisfied. Slipping through the night. Slipping through the night.
off the ground. Let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go.
And welcome to the University All-Stars Badass Clash. I am Rook and I'm joined by Fraser as we have a show match for you today between Socially and Classified.
Hey Rook, it's good to be here. I'm excited for tonight, and for today we've got quite an exciting show match ahead. It's got to be 5 maps of, well, fun entertainment. Looking at these players and these boys, they've got a lot in store for us today. I am hyped. Now, Rook, it's been a while since I've been able to cast with you, so looking over towards this 5 maps, it's a long time to be casting together, but more importantly, it's a long time for us to be talking about these players. We've got 2 incredible teams lined on up. We've got Socially Esports versus Classified X Fierce. Looking at what both these teams have in store for us, I think we're going to have quite a bit of fun together. What do you think?
Yeah, it's good, especially interesting. There's some new rosters, obviously, for the Socially squad, and Classified really have been proving themselves. A couple of players who I recognize as well, who are always an absolute joy to watch. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. 5 whole maps, even if it is that 3-0, we will be continuing on. And, well, I think that's great because it just means we get more of that Rainbow Six Siege action.
Yeah, exactly that. And, well, we've got a lot of an extra surprise here. As we are doing all 5 maps, we've even gone all the way out there to try and take some more exciting maps as well. Not just the competitive maps, but also some of the more unconventional ones. Some of the or casual maps, if you will, here. So, you know, looking over towards us, we've got 21 maps total within the map pool, and of those, we're going to be taking 5 of them. That means 18 off the board, 5 left remaining. I'm excited to see which ones we have available for us. But first, I think let's talk a little bit about the players. If we can quickly talk a little bit about some of their names. I recognize quite a few of them if we're looking over towards the side of socially as example before we go over to them. I just really want to highlight the fact that they are playing with their coach at the minute, which is going to be superb, Messi Lavoni. I'm excited to see what he's capable of doing. Absolutely superb support staff. More importantly here, I'm curious to see what they're going to have in store for us today.
Yeah, I mean, socially have been a strong team in terms of UKIN too, and I mean, obviously not having the same roster, but I think they've picked up a very, very solid squad. I think obviously they're still looking for a couple more of those players to kind of round out the squad. That's why they've got Messi on in here. But Curly and Uzi have always been players that I've kind of managed to catch an eye of and have always looked very solid. So I'm excited to see them here today. They can prove themselves. Obviously, this is for a little bit of fun, so it's not the be-all, end-all, but at least proving that they have what it takes to really compete with a strong team like Classified.
Yeah, I mean, Carly, well-known name here in the UK, has competed in various Tier 4 tournaments and leagues and stuff. I remember casting him way back in, I believe it was February, and I believe it was Esports Scotland. So to see him where he is right now is going to be quite entertaining to see what they are capable of. As I mentioned, Messi, familiar face over there. Looking over towards Secret, I'm curious to see what he will be bringing to the table, and especially with some of the maps that we might be seeing here today. I'm inclined to say we're going to be seeing socially really bringing out that mechanical gameplay to really kind of ensure that dominance here early on. But again, it's a match. We've got 2 teams, and we need to talk about Classified right now. We're going to be bringing some in-depth detail and some intel about these teams and these players. Starting off with Classified. We can quickly bring up some of their names. That would be absolutely superb. I mean, they're a team that needs absolutely no kind of introduction here. We got Strike, Lore, Omoz, and specifically Omoz is a player I want to highlight here. Well known, previously participated within UKIN. But secondly to that, so as the entire team, when you look over towards Olmos, he competed Season 1, Lord competed Season 1 of UKIN. On the other hand, when we're looking over towards Strike, he is, you know, a superb player. Used to play for around 2 or 3 years within Challenger League, I believe it was, for Salamander. On the other hand, we're looking over towards Schwei even. Used to play for Playing Ducks back in the Ascension League. That's the German second division. So I'm curious to see what he'll be bringing to the table here, and whether or not they're going to be playing maybe a little bit more flexibly, a little bit more unconventionally, if you will, here. I think they've got a bright future ahead, but I mean, how are we feeling, Rick?
I mean, again, this is obviously University All-Star Stream, and that wouldn't be, well, the same without a player like Law. That's what's getting me really excited for this squad on the whole, because this guy, he is one hell of a fragger. I've seen him multiple times. He used to play, I'm not sure if he still does, for the Coventry Phoenix Ice team in various university tournaments, and multiple times I've seen this guy pull out ace after ace after ace. The main fragger and main carry of that squad, he just constantly brings the numbers. And I literally remember a coastline map where he got an ace back-to-back and then a 4K in the next round. And it was just him running around, just dealing with their heads. And now he's on a squad that is also got some more experienced guys. I think they'll be able to really help mold him into a very strong player.
I'm just really excited for this. I think we've got 2 incredibly strong teams that have a lot of history and a lot of kind of veteran players here. Hopefully we're going to be seeing them bringing out some interesting ideas for how to play in these maps. I'm curious about what maps we might play. As I mentioned earlier on, 18 maps have gone from the map pool, which means we've got 5 left over. Some of them may be competitive maps, some of them may be casual maps, and even then, one of them isn't even being played at all in either map pool, and that's Bartlett University. As far as I'm aware, the last time it was in the casual map rotation was back in Year 1 Season 4, so there's a potential we might see that being brought out. I've never casted on that map, so I don't know about you, but I'm mostly terrified, but also exhilarated to be watching this potentially here. Is there a map that you might like to watch, do you think?
Honestly, I think we were kind of talking about it prior to this, and it was definitely House for me. So back when I really started casting about 3 years ago, that was in the map pool, and people were playing it a lot. It was something I had a lot of practice on. I was always kind of both observing and casting it, and it'll be a real blast in the past to be able to see that one come up here. It's a little bit interesting, a little bit whack and weird, but I think it would be great to see teams kind of go back to those roots.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities for a map like House. For the longest time, it was one of the many faces of Siege. It was a map that so many people are fond and familiar with. I'm sure all of these players at some point would have done their terrace hunts on that map there. I'm excited about that, and especially with the rework to it. It's had a facelift, if you will. It's had some surgery. You know, it's feeling a lot better about itself. I think it's going to be exciting to see what House could play in here, what these teams could do with it. Because remember, with the amount of opportunities available in Siege in 2021, with the operators that we have now, it's, you know, the world's your oyster, so to speak. I know I'm sounding like one of those kind of, you know, used car salesmen that's like, hey, you know what, this is a great car, but you know what? You know what's even better than that? House Rework 2021 competitive match potential. I believe we are just waiting for the map bans to get done. If we can get them up ASAP, I'm going to be asking very nicely to our technical Gandalf right there for making that one happen. Thank you very much. Again, shout out to our incredible producer, Trix, for making that happen. Ooh. Mamma mia.
Spicy stuff, honestly. Starting off with Skyscraper, had I want to say a rework relatively recently, and it's got some really interesting kind of changes to it that I think actually could make for a very interesting map. If obviously teams were a little bit more experienced on it, I think we'd get to see some great stuff. But the two maps we mentioned are up next, with Bartlett and House getting picked up.
Oh, I am terrified. I do hope we're getting hazard pay for this, because honestly, looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned. Starting off with Skyscraper, as you mentioned, it did get that rework within the last season, so it's going to be exciting to see how that will develop. As we remember, with the old Skyscraper, was a pain in, well, the backside to try and get into the bomb site, into the building, so to speak, because of how many windows were available. They changed that up, they revamped it a little bit, makes it a little bit more flexible, with more opportunities both for the attackers and the defenders. Bartlett University, we don't see this map all too often, so that will definitely be a map to watch. You know, it's not played in the casual map pool or in the competitive map pool, so therefore neither of these teams are going to have any significant experience with this map. As you mentioned with House, well, it's House. Everyone knows House. We all do our T-hunts on it. We all practice on it every now and again. But I'm curious to see what they're going to be trying to do on that. Last two maps will be Plane and Bank. Bank recently, or within the last year, was taken out of the competitive map pool. I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. I do like Oregon, but you know what? Bank is an OG. I love their own play on it, and most importantly, I love their own clearance aspect of it, making sure you have that time appreciation to make sure that your team is working to that tip-top performance. Now, Rook, we've spoken about House. What's your next choice? Which one do you think is going to be your next favorite to play here?
Well, I want to kind of, first of all, pick up on, you said we don't see these maps very often. There's kind of the different meaning between that. When we do it on a normal play day, we're like, oh, people don't pick this map, but we see it once every blue moon. There are maps here that we genuinely don't see ever. Now, going back a couple of years, that wasn't so true. And I have to say, looking at Bank again, it's one of those maps that I absolutely adore, has been around for a long time. And as you said, a lot of different pieces to it that could be particularly interesting. And I think if we're talking about pure actual strategic siege gameplay, I think Bank is going to be one of the best maps for that here. We're talking about spicy gameplay, however. I mean, with only 3 sites on it, with all those long sight lines, Plane could be really interesting.
I cannot wait to see operators like Glass, Kali, you know, coming out to the forefront there. As you mentioned with Plane, ooh, a Rooney coming in there. That could be quite fun. As a reminder, we don't have a Rooney banned out yet, and I believe Zero is also in play, if I can get a little bit of confirmation. Yep, okay. So I'm excited to see how some of these operators are going to be coming on in. With Plane, there's so many opportunities available for it. We never see this map in competitive play. Potentially for a reason, but you know what? We're going to have an incredible time with this. Now, starting off with Skyscraper, let's talk about that. As you mentioned, it has had a bit of a rework. You know, it's had a fresh coat of paint applied to it now. Rick, looking at it, I'm hopeful that we're going to be seeing potentially some new, fresh ideas coming into how they could play with this. Maybe mirror, clash, you know, etc. Let's have a bit of fun. How would you spice up your kind of gameplay? What would you like to see?
Well, I think realistically we're actually going to see that mirror get banned, because if you don't know a map and you have a mirror placement, like mirror placements are pretty easy to sound out on the fly. You put them on the wall, you know how to play mirror, you just play the mirror angle, you do whatever you really need to. So I think that's definitely getting banned. We're talking about spicy stuff. I think the Aruni would be really interesting. Obviously changes how a map is played very much, forces out some of that utility, and kind of, while we were trying to move away from that 30-second meta, forcing players to use out some of that utility is continuing to be a major part of Rainbow Six Siege. So I think having that Aruni there to try and deal with it, and with Skyscraper as it is, I think there's actually going to be less playing off of the windows than there was before, because obviously that was kind of the key part. If you get inside, it's not all too hard to make a lot of those execute. It's really getting inside that can be sometimes the problem. I think it's going to be a lot more interesting to see if there's going to be a lot more roam play to it. And I really hope there is, because I think that's one of the things which Skyscrapers sometimes really struggle with, because you had all those players playing on those angles and playing off the building, and it made the roam plays kind of difficult. So maybe now we'll get to see more of the building. I think there's a lot of really nice set pieces in the building that can really be played around, and we'll get to see the more beautiful parts of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Looking at how roam play could kind of be introduced into this map, I imagine it's going to have a much heavier emphasis now. And corresponding to that, we'd expect that a roam clearance will now be a lot more essential in being able to clear out more of the map control, making sure you have more of that lateral control before you kind of enter on into the bomb site. And, you know, before you try and execute onto that bomb site, you need to try and clear that out. Secondly to that, you did mention the Aruni being brought out. As a secondary to that, I would expect that we're not really going to see as much of a Jaeger-Wamai double combo now. As a lot of people are aware, Wamai was recently changed up a little bit, lost their deployable shield, so they'll now likely be played with impact grenades. What this means is we're likely going to be seeing either a Jaeger or a Wamai being brought out. It's less likely that we'll see both of them being played out. Potentially the Aruni could be played in lieu of that. Now, I do believe we've got all of our players, all of our ducks back in the basket, all of our eggs in the basket there. So we are about to go potentially into the match here, Rick. Would you like to have any final words about today or about anything? Here, maybe, I don't know, to your mother, to Coca-Cola, to McDonald's, to anyone that's watching right now.
Hashtag not sponsored. But yeah, I mean, hopefully they hatch some good plans here. I mostly want to see that, something interesting, some actual strategy. I know we definitely could see some fragging, especially from that classified side, but I really want to see bring out something a little bit spicy. We were kind of talking about those picks, but also the way they approach the maps, because these aren't maps that they're normally going to have to deal with. There's been a couple of games which kind of put an emphasis on the fly decision making and on the fly strat making that kind of have come out recently, and I think that could be of great use here.
I'd be expecting some target bans coming in here. Potentially something like a Blackbeard could be quite fun. Get that off the board. It'll be Jackal to kick things off. No more Trackle jacking, or your Jackal tracking, yes. As, well, Jackal's taken off the board, which means that starting out on attack, Sochi are going to need a different approach for how they're going to try and perform on that roam clearance, trying to push and force some of these players out of their, you know, little angles and their little corners. Second operator ban, potentially a hard breach operator, potentially another utility-based operator going down. I'd expect maybe a Thatcher, a Maverick, less likely on this map. It will be the Twitch to go on down. Twitch going down, two reasons for that. One, maybe you're wanting to get rid of the Twitch drone, and that way you're kind of implying that you're going to play with Mirror. Maybe you're trying to keep your utility alive just a little bit longer. Thatcher's on the board, so could be quite interesting with that kind of caveat. Secondly to that, Twitch does have the F2 and flashbang, so if you're trying to target a player who likes to just run and gun, well, that's a pretty good way of doing it. Frost will be banned out, which means you no longer need to worry about these welcome mats. Classified with the last ban. My question here, will Mira be left in play or will she be banned out? What do you think here?
I mean, well, Classified, they banned away a pretty serious operator earlier on. I think socially, for the most part, while the Twitch can be strong, Twitch and Frost, not the greatest of operators, and they're just trying to, you know, make sure we have a good time. I was going to say that Classified, we're going to ban away probably the Mirror or something else that's a little bit more serious. I think taking this away is actually really good, because sometimes the Mirror can lead to very bogged down play. It should give us a more of an interesting kind of approach to the game.
Yeah, I mean, additional flexibility in the side of the defenders. It means that they're not going to be centering their defenses around these middle windows. Instead, they're going to be a little bit more loose with how they can play. We're seeing Karaoke Tea Room being the first bomb site. not a massive surprise. It's a favored bomb site for a lot of defending teams. It's got a lot of, you know, potential, especially being able to, you know, extend out towards office and over towards drum. You generally see a couple of players over in that vicinity. Looking over towards the side of, well, you know, kind of classified here. I'm liking some of the operators are being brought out. Looking over towards the Thinker being 6-picked into, that looks most definitely like a rush. We've got a Lion, a Nock, a Maru, an Amaru, a Thinker, and an Ash. Okay, a lot of utility available. That's going to allow them additional flexibility with how they want to try and engage onto that bomb site. I would imagine we're probably going to see them rapidly taking zones of control here before trying to extend out to go for that potential plan, or just execute entirely onto the bomb site and kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting way for them to try and go about it. I mean, start off first round, go with the more rushy strategy. Makes complete sense. A bit surprised to see the Nock as well, though, alongside it. Maybe trying to get a flank off, something along those lines, so they can have 4 people run on the front, while the Nock just sneaks on in that back. But I mean, hey, whatever you can make work here. I love to see the Tachanka as well coming out from Law here, bringing that big beefy boy to the fore. And the rest of them, I mean, it looks like they really do have that emphasis on a roam play, so taking with that Jackal made a lot of sense.
Gotta love that big beefy boy right there. A Strike going for an early spawn peek on out. Camera, Evo Cam is going to be finding a little bit of information for how they want to go. As UX will get the first kill on Joshua with that FMG9, the rapid expedient push on and through the eastern side of the map. It's going to completely clear their way across. Josh will get taken down in return. Caveira on a double. So far, no interrogation. It's just going to be classified. Shut things down.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's quick.
Yeah. They just caught them off guard with that shotgun and a couple of those roamers, and well, they thought, oh, we got the first frag, this is also great, and then socially kind of, well, stumbled for a second there, and Classified just completely tore them apart.
Yeah, so round number 1 going overwhelmingly in the favor of the defenders. Looking over towards this Classified, we're able to just hunker down, hold on to the angles, and well, socially, weren't really able to make that full impact onto the map or into the building as you might have expected. They were able to get the first kill, but unfortunately weren't really able to capitalize past that. Schwei dying first to the side of UX, but unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize on that. Looking over towards the next bomb site, Exhibition Office. Next one, we're seeing Tachanka still being applied by Lore. I think it makes a lot of sense. These powerful operators, quite fun. With those Molotovs, the Shemikar, that could be oh so powerful in denying areas being taken by the side of socially. Looking over towards Skeptic, curious to see whether he's got the Scorpion Evo or the FO12. I'd love to see him playing with the FO12, potentially down below. A good way of holding on to this office bomb site is from underneath. You impact that main kind of exhibition wall, and you deny them from being able to apply any pressure in from the outside. You force them inside the building.
Yeah, I'd also be interested to see whether Strike is bringing that, whether they're bringing the DMR or whether they're bringing the P10 Roni. I think that's another kind of weapon choice that we're seeing that could be particularly impactful here. I think potentially here you're not going to see the DMR more sit with that P10 Roni because you do have those little shorter angles. But I completely agree. Bringing the shotgun, fantastic choice here for Skeptic. And when you've got that that deployable shield, there's a lot of ways you can kind of play around it. So it's great to see people bringing some of those angles. And we even saw the shotgun coming out from Caveira on that previous round as well.
So seeing Shrai sticking out some Valkyrie cams, likely going to try and go for an early entry into the round, but Curl is going to shut that down. That's unfortunate, losing the Valk so early on. C4 gone, Valk cams not really going to be any additional effect now, are they?
Yeah. Good start again for Socially, but the last time they had this, they did get shut down pretty promptly, so they've got to be a little bit careful. They're up close and personal already and looking for ways on in. If you can see some of those players getting into position, and well, Messi does find that frag, and you can see Skeptic trying to catch some of them off guard. Jumping out, takes it down, wants to get the spray, does get it down, doesn't manage to finish them off. They do get a shot, and down 2, but it's not enough to be able to find the frag.
Well, what's better than 1 down, 2 downs? But you know what's even better than 2 downs? Getting 2 kills. Unfortunately, not able to occur there. So we're going to see Lore holding on to the angle, pushes on off at the wrong time, and unfortunately doesn't quite land any kills. Hasn't used his Shamika launcher just yet. Still got 10 rounds available. Thatcher takes him down. 5-1 situation ensues here, but this is looking all but out now.
Yeah, it looks like spawn peaks really aren't working out for Classified. And, well, they got a couple of frags in the last round, but this time it does not seem like it worked out finally. Strike with that DMR, able to find that frag onto Josh. But it is 1 versus 4, hand on the retake with a DMR. That's not exactly the recipe for success that you really want to be looking for, but Strike seems to be making it work. The shot finally comes in from Curly, and they shut it down socially. Pick up round 2 and even up the scores.
Socially able to consistently get the entry frag so far. 2 rounds in, 2 entry kills in as well. I'd like to see this kind of habit forming, or potentially on the side of Classified, maybe trying to shut that down a little bit more. We've seen that the spawn peeking hasn't quite worked out in their favor. So hopefully maybe we are going to go back to our faces, I believe. Hopefully they may see that. Welcome back there. We might see that change up a little bit. I feel like Shuai, unfortunately, hasn't been able to have the impact that we generally expect from a player such as Shuai. So maybe try play a little less aggressively here. Maybe try something else. Maybe potentially... Hi there, I did tell you, we are back.
Yeah.
Hi.
I was just checking something and some notes on my phone.
Don't worry about it.
I was paying attention, don't worry.
Don't worry about it. So, yeah, as we're saying here, I think Social are doing a really good job at taking control and really engaging and the style of gameplay that they choose to. We're going back to the game now, I believe. Yep, welcome back to... I'm not quite sure where Skyscraper is. This is the
I assume it's
Japanese
Japan,
map. Yeah, it is Japanese, as Tower is the Korean one. That's the South Korean one. I wonder whereabouts do you think this is in Japan?
I mean, I would assume it's Tokyo, right? That's my first guess, because that takes up such a massive portion of at least the people. And there are so many large buildings. It can only really be Tokyo or one of the other really big cities, like maybe Nagoya or something like that.
It is Nagoya.
Oh, it's Nagoya.
Nagoya.
Wow, that is a complete guess. I'm so impressed. I actually got that on the second.
I am honestly impressed by that. Well done. You've earned brownie points. As speaking of brownie points, Schwai still live, playing on the smoke now. Hopefully this would imply that we're not going to see them try to spawn peek as much. We're just waiting to see if our observer is able to sort out some of the issues that we were having there. They're having a fun time here. Strike's just chilling. He's got the active pings. That's the location of so many of these players. Is Secret. Well, it's not going to be Secret for much longer, playing on the Blitz.
Yeah, good shots coming through as well. Skeptic does manage to find one of those frags, but with so many shields in front of you, what are you really going to be able to do here? It's pretty much shields and a Nomad now left, as they do take down the one with the gun shield. But Skeptic is still putting a lot of pressure on, trying to finish off some of these players, but it's so hard to land those shots when this happens. They are up a player, and well, that's a good start for Classified this time around.
What's scarier than 4 shields? A guy with a gun and a shield, except the gun is on the shield. A Strike takes down Secret there. Oh, it's going to even things up just a little bit more. 3v5 situation. They still have that verticality working well in their favor, and so far, Socially are struggling to really get into the building now. This is a good change of pace for the side of Classified now. Yeah,
this is a very old school strat in the way they're playing from above as well. They're playing on the site, but they're very much holding with some of those angles I've seen many moons ago when I last saw this map play competitively. But do you see Messi finally find another one of those frags and tries to put the fuse on in, but unfortunately that doesn't work out. They shoot it straight off the board. They know it's coming. Classified continue to put that pressure on. 3 players still alive, but taking down these shields when they haven't got so many players, it's difficult to run them around in the second lane.
Yeah, we're slowly seeing Socially being able to bring back that man count. The Makarov shot takes down Schwai. Smoke off the board. He just got smoked there. That was terrible, I'm sorry.
That's alright, it was a really nice headshot coming through there. Almost tries to rush on through, but gets caught off guard, and the advantage that Classified had is falling apart second by second, honestly. It's just Law left here, and he does find the fragment to Curly, but you can see this, the diffuser's going to go down relatively soon if they can get on in there. He's trying to find that flank, does get the shot, takes down Messi. It's now a 1 versus 1, but versus that Monty, we know how difficult things can be. However, Uzi has to put down that diffuser. Will they be able to get it down in time? Will Law push them? Doesn't go for the aggressive play, and that makes things so difficult now.
Yeah, so Diffuser now down. That's going to force Lore back in the offensive here. That's going to allow the Montana a lot of flexibility with how they can choose to play, but not even choosing to extend themselves. They are just going to get demolished right there, and that mountain will got bulldozed. As Lore's now going to be able to get that Diffuser down. That's going to be a round 1 in favour of Classifieds and UX. What the heck is going on over there, dude?
Yeah, you just put up the shield, and that's an easy fight. But loving the spice, love it. We're all here to have a good time, so socially, not just gonna cheese them out of the round. That could have been theirs, but you know, they're the bigger man. They'll take it.
Yeah, round 4 worked out well, and round 3 even, correction. It's ironic. I'm a stats boy, okay? I'm an analyst, and I still get the numbers mixed up. It's mad. You ever realise that?
Sometimes reading is hard.
Sometimes reading is hard. Yeah, you know what? We need... That should be, like... I should get that on a t-shirt. Rick, we should get that on a t-shirt. Words are hard sometimes. That's Caster's slogan right there. Anyway, we're seeing round number 4. Gridlock being brought on out. As we are going to go back to our faces again. Hello there. I get to look at our wonderful Rick's face. Hello there.
Oh.
How's your day been?
It's been good. It's been good. So far, I've been watching 3 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. Other than that, didn't really get up to all too much. And I mean, we've seen some spicy picks. We've seen some spicy comps bringing out 4 shields. Four shields, I guess, with the Blackbeard coming on through. But I mean, pretty much nearly working out. But Law, that was the kind of player I was highlighting. He is one hell of a fragger, and you always got to be scared of what he can pull out of the back.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw there was the ability to go from a 5v3 back to a 1v1 engagement, and being able to pull it back in a situation like that, it shows clear signs of intelligence and clear levels of knowledge, not only from map knowledge, but also of the other players, of what they're planning on doing, where they're likely to be playing, given the angles that have been opened up, and given the way that the round has unfolded with the gadgets and the utility available. Being able to recognize the amount of shields that they have. Okay, let's hold from above. Let's use impact grenades from above, shoot on down, hit them in the shields. It worked out incredibly well for them. I imagine shield play didn't quite work out. We might see that again, but for now, I think it's more than likely that they're going to swap off something else, try and regain that momentum, push themselves back in the lead, and then maybe later on down the line, bring it back out. I think shield play is interesting, but it's also heavily dependent on what the other team are bringing. As we saw, they had a Legion, they had a Rudy. You're generally going to want to avoid bringing, heavy shield operators against opposing teams that are bringing Legion Capcan excessively, because it could be incredibly difficult to deal with. Yes, you could just pull down your shield and shoot it, but that makes you incredibly vulnerable compared to if you've got a regular gun, like an assault rifle. As we are now back into the game, and Rick as well. Hello there.
There's already some damage onto Josh as well, so you know that some cheeky stuff has been happening at the start here. Even if we did miss it, it was kind of bound to happen, so not a huge surprise. Actually a relatively standard comp coming out here from Classified. Look at these guys. I mean, to be fair, the same thing now from Socially as they decided those shields weren't enough. And, well, they'll also throw in a player free as well, as Josh goes down, and that makes covering some of these flanks a little harder. They do still have that Nomad, but not for long, and Skeptic with a 2k off of the run out. However, gets caught off guard and does go down to Uzi here. So good couple of frags, and now it is 2 versus 2. And Socially just about bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, 2v2 situation now is going to be up to Secret and UX to try and pull this one through. Almost holding over by Geisha. Should be able to hear the melee. He's just waiting for the peek across by the IQ, but pulls out C4 at the wrong time. He's baiting it out. C4 goes in out. Connects onto the windowsill, and IQ's going to stay alive here. This is good for the IQ here. So that G8 should be able to make short work of Almost, but no, not quite. I'm going to leave up to the Ash to try and pull this one through against a shotgun. I'm a little bit concerned here.
Yeah, especially when you've got to push in like this. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Laura's waiting right here. Misses the shot! Goes back for a second. Do they come on round? Secret's looking for it. The aggression comes on out. Unfortunately, Omars was on the flank, and Classified do pick up round 4 with a couple of good spray downs there. Really well played by Omars to be able to pick that one up. And Law, you got to hit those, man. Come on.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to land that killing blow with the shotgun. Fortunately, his teammate was in position to go for that refrag, and I think that's a good example of the teamwork and coordination that we generally expect from teams of this caliber. You expect that if you're holding on to an angle, you've got your teammate there, so that way, even if you die, your teammate is able to sweep around, is able to get that refrag to ensure that your team comes out on top in these engagements and these gunfights. Rainbow Six Siege competitive play is built on the concept of refragging, supporting your teammates, making sure you've got your crossfires, your enfilades. I guess not enfilades, you're not outside in a field, but anyway, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves there. You're expecting that you're going to work together. And I think that's a good example of what we've seen thus far from both of these teams. I mean, looking over towards the side of, specifically Lore, he missed a couple of shots, but overall his impact thus far today has been pretty good. This is generally what you expect from a player that previously competed with Demise back in Season 1 of UCAN. Yeah,
and well, looking very strong at it. Very excited as well to see what they're going to be able to bring in the future on this classified squad, and socially as a whole, what they're going to be able to do as well. They're bringing out some pretty interesting stuff. I don't know whether we'll be seeing that knock in the future. That's something which I actually want to see more of. An operator that I think is criminally underused.
Ooh. Who's that?
Knock.
What, am I? Warden? Oh, knock. Knock, knock. Who's there?
Who?
I don't know. Baby Yoda.
Seconds left before insertion.
Come on.
Oh, sorry. Baby Yoda who?
Baby Yoda one for me.
Attackers must.
Oh! Oh, I thought... I thought you...
Why, man?
That was a good...
I'm trying to be
Okay,
nice.
that was a good one. That was a good one. I thought it was...
Too late.
I forgot for a second how knock-knock jokes worked, and I was like, you just said Baby Yoda. I was like, what's the joke there? Did you just say Baby Yoda? And I forgot that I had to say who. That's why I was laughing, because I was laughing at my own idiocy. It was a good joke, don't worry. But
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently looking for a new co-caster. If anyone would like to join me, has to understand knock-knock jokes. Anyway, right, number 5 kicks on, and
I mean, they didn't really kick off much. They didn't leave the spawn for the first 30 seconds, honestly. I think socially kind of wary of those peaks, because they know Classified have been very like to do them, and as it comes to run out, and Skeptic finds a frag already onto Secret, and socially down a player already.
yeah, losing IQ there. That means some of these electronic gadgets will remain alive for a bit longer. It's important to recognize that both Skeptic and Schwai, well, no longer Skeptic, because he's absolutely demolished by UX there. Schwai, his gadget turns on and is visible to the IQ whenever they're turned on. Strike is able to get the kill onto UX, which is going to even things out a little bit more in their favor. Taking the Ash down, 3 breaching charges lost now. As a reminder, their gadget is no longer 2 breaching charges, instead it's 3. I'm curious to see why they've got one person inside the building at a time. Are they going for the one at a time strategy?
I mean,
Like,
if they could find the frags, I think it would be great, but I don't think they're going to be able to. They get out-aimed by some of these players, and I think Josh is going to have a very difficult situation right now. I mean, there's someone to their back. They need to be careful. They almost get taken out, and they have no idea where this player is. And might just walk on back on out into the angle, tries to get the pre-fire, doesn't land anything, and is alive for now.
I mean, you're talking about finding the players. I'm talking about finding the building here. As Curly takes down Lord. Josh is still upstairs having a wild goose chase. As Schwai exchanging a couple blows back and forth there. Strike takes down Josh. But at what cost here?
Attackers have located a bomb.
What cost? 2 players now in the building, but they're struggling to make their move. Strike holding them back at range, and even finds that pistol shot onto Curly. Not enough time to really work with anything either, and, well, Classified will pick up yet another defensive round. Some solid play from them, and, well, some interesting strategies from Socially, net them that one, but a good couple of frags going back and forth, and now, well, last round of the half. Do you think we'll be seeing a return to any shields or anything? I actually think Socially should go for that. It worked out quite well.
I personally would like to see them go for some rushes. I think it'll be interesting to see, and I think it will be evident from their operator picks here as to what they go for. We're seeing mostly 2-speed, 3-speeds, heavy on soft breach. Other than that, not too much can really be said about this. I mean, they've got the hard breach with Habana. They've got Nomad for flanks, which has been a staple. We've seen Messi playing it almost religiously at this point, which makes a lot of sense. You generally expect on a map like this, you're going to have some of these players roaming. For example, Strike, when he doesn't die first in a round. He is capable of roaming quite effectively by himself. I think it's too hard to say right now what they would do, but I'm curious to know what you think they might do. Like, what would you like to see here?
I mean, I'd like to see more spawn peaks and classified. That was kind of spicy, but on the other side from socially, well, they need to be obviously wary of said spawn peaks. I mean, Skyscraper has always been a map where that happened quite a lot, at least I feel. And I think playing around a pretty default strategy would work well. I mean, you've got all the tools to really do so. Thatcher wasn't even banned away, so you have a lot of ways to kind of deal with this. I think the only problem is that you might get delayed quite a lot, and that's why we're actually seeing the Goyo and the Aruli come on out, and also that Ela. Ways to try and delay people, stop them from pushing all too much, and they're going to have to deal with these problems. Where we're going to have Strike, who might not necessarily go for a run out this time, will also look for an opportunity to get on those flanks while that time is being wasted.
Yeah. So just as a reminder, apologies about any of the technical difficulties that we have had today. Apologies about that. We are doing our best to try and fix that ASAP. Well, Cully, staying down his issues one at a time. That's going to be Strike off the board. Player I mentioned earlier on about dying Ollie.
Yep.
Dies Ollie. It's great. You can't see my face, but I'm doing a thumbs up right now. It's great.
It's a good strategy. Let's see if he can continue that for the rest of the team. Yeah. It's good for someone at the very least, and that's more I can ask for. Dub are both nomading and putting down the Claymore there, really expecting that jump out. And I mean, I'm not super surprised that they're expecting it, because it seems to come every single time. Interested to see where they're going to use the Habana pellets on the Excaris this time, as they are continuing to pressure again through Office balcony window. And that has always been a position which has been very strong to try and hold, but you have to be worried that you're going to get pre-fired, exactly like Shry was trying to do that.
We see Josh able to get the kill on to Lord, which takes in the Goyo. Vulcan shields would have already been placed. Skeptic trying to go for a second, and he actually gets the kill this time. From that run out that he attempted to do in the previous round. Cully refrags, Shwy gets another. It's effectively a 3v2 situation here. Josh is pressuring here. So is UX.
Shwy, running around the corner. They're going to push on through once that has popped, but they're waiting, they're biding their time. Shwy goes with the drone, but is very wary that they're going to get sprayed out if they're not careful. Trying to put that pressure on as there he comes! Skeptic finds the frag and continues to keep them at 2-2. This is now a good position for Classified. They even find the frag onto Uzi there. It's just one player left. They're behind. They've got that pistol. But now, Josh finds the frag, and it is up for grabs. 1 versus 1, but moves on into Shwy's line of fire. And is easily taken down. Classified with a strong first half, taking it 5-1.
P10 Roni is a laser beam of death and destruction, taking down the Thatcher like that so efficiently. I love that gun. There's a lot of people that stand by the Commando and also that Mark 14 EBR, but you know what? I say let's go with the thing that is fun. And not only is that going to be the P10 Roni, that's also going to be Rook's Casting, because it is superb and incredible. As round number 7 is about to kick on off, we're seeing change of pace now as Classified now going to be going on the offensive, so to speak here. Socially, they need to start pulling it back on defense.
They really do. I mean, it's safe to say, 5-1, not a good way to be able to start off this map. And I mean, socially, they're going to be going to defense. I do think the defense is a little bit stronger. But also Classified have been winning out a couple of rounds on kind of the knife's edge. It's been very close, despite the 1-5 scoreline, and I think there's definitely still a lot in this one, and it bodes well for the rest of the 5-game series that we have ahead of us today. So I'm glad that we're not going to have things, even though the scores might be one-sided, the rounds themselves won't necessarily be so.
We have Lord playing on Zero, which is an interesting operator. We've recently seen him coming back in, as he recently came out and was quarantined from competitive play, wasn't allowed to be played due to how new he was. It gave Ubisoft a little bit more time in order to kind of make sure his gadget was viable for competitive play and wasn't too buggy. So we're now going to be seeing Lord playing on Zero. Sam cams are going to be placed all around the map. They're incredibly useful. These cameras that can be fired through a wall, through a doorway, through a window, and provide a lot of information as to the location of some players, their gadgets, what they're doing, and can also destroy certain pieces of gadgets and certain pieces of utility. So it can be very powerful with Sam cams in addition to the flank watch. So I'm excited to see how Lord will play with that. On the other hand, when we look over towards the side of socially, we've got a fair amount of utility disruption available from the mute jammers, the yellow grismot, the A-grade DSs, and the alibi prismas. A lot of information can be gained from these alibi prismas, especially if classified are a little bit careless with where they're pre-firing.
Yeah, and we've been seeing teams be very happy to pre-fire all of these different angles because they're both aware these spawn peaks can come from anywhere at any time. Shwai setting up. Surprised to see the fuse continue to be on in here, but going to pop it on early here, trying to force players out of this position. Well, they do lose one early to Josh, who is playing on that vigil, not running that SMG that you normally see, instead bringing out the shotgun and finding a frag for it early.
Yeah, I guess more bang for your buck, quite literally here. Messi Lamoni trying to land the headshot. Lord takes down Secret. Does have the ACS-12, which is going to be quite an exciting gun. If he can land one of those slugs onto the head of a player, will completely devour him. Well, I guess not, just kill him. As Lord going to be using one of his SAM-cams in the middle of the B-bombs, able to provide information, gets rid of that alibi prisma, and then spawn out the location there. No frag grenade available for Zero, so he can't get the kill with that, but UX can take down all mods, though.
Yeah, this is a really big opportunity. They got a lot of information, but they have traded a couple of players for that and make that yet another 2 versus 4. And while Josh is looking for the run out, but actually gets caught on the inside there as he tries to make the play. And will now be outside, prone, and Strike is easily looking to finish that one off. That should be a freebie, and it is indeed. He's gonna kill them with the X-Scarers. That would be quite spicy, but he's struggling to do so.
He's trying his best. He's trying to make it happen one at a time. 1 point he'll get him. Come on, you can do it.
He's just going to die to time. Okay, there we go.
He gave up. That's kind of dirty, but you know what? At the same time, that's a rather inefficient usage of utility there. Let's put it that way. That's the inner analyst in me. Refrag's going to come out on the side of Lore onto UX, leaving it all up to Messi and colleague to stem the tide of Strike and Lore. As Lore inside the drum right now, Strike pushing up the main staircase. Could be collapsed upon inside of Geisha here as we're looking over towards Curly with the SMG-11. I'm thinking that Curly will be the linchpin here in order to try and deny any attempted push coming across here.
Yeah, Strike waiting on those stairs, looking for their chance to move on in here. Lore giving a little bit of backup, but with those shots ringing through, you have to be really worried. 10 seconds left on the clock. Messi is looking to the wrong side. They don't spot him out. The knife comes on through, and Strike takes one down. 5 seconds. The spray comes on in, and they barely get it just in time with a good shot coming out from there from Lore. Classified pick up this round, and they're only 1 away from taking map 1 here. We'll be off of Skyscraper, but as quickly as we started.
Yeah, looking over towards that there. Well, what an incredible shot coming down. Looking over towards this, I think 6-1 scoreline match point. I don't quite think that that is representative or indicative of either of these players and their skills. I think that it's definitely could have been a lot closer. Unfortunately, socially missed a couple of rounds here and there. And now we're seeing, well, Classified trying to go for a bit of a mixed message here. We're seeing the Kali being brought out. We're seeing the Fuse being brought out. We've also got Montaigne and the Blitz Panzerstärke elite uniform. I love that German uniform. It's great. I love it dearly. He's hot. As Montaigne as well. Yeah, it's alright.
I mean, it's always nice to have some of these shields see play, and I love seeing Blitz more than anything. Monty's a little bit too boring for my taste. Blitz gets up in your face, and I completely agree. The Panzerstärke skin is absolutely awesome. There's a bunch of really good skins for the shields, which is disappointing because I really don't like playing them very much, and I love how they look. So it's great to see other people using them. That's why I became a caster, to see other people do cool stuff.
I became a caster to get paid, but you know what? In addition to that, we also get to see other people playing the video game, which is what matters. Having fun in a competitive environment and getting paid.
That's important too.
I'm fully kidding, for the record. I'd like to highlight I am incredibly passionate about this game. I love it dearly.
Yeah, sure, that's what they all say.
Hey, look, alright. Shush.
To be fair, I don't think anyone doubts how passionate you are for this game, to be completely honest. But
Aw, that's the nicest thing you've said to me, dude. You know what? Thank you. I'm excited about the Oryx, actually. Let's talk about that real quick. We're seeing Oryx being brought out in order to create a lot of lines of sight, not only with the bailiff, but also with his body. He's able to just, like, body slam himself. Where he's kind of like the Kool-Aid man, except,
it's oh no instead of oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. As Fuse being pinged out. Yep, let's have a bit of fun. Says no. No bueno.
Even a little bit of
That's
call
a
out in the chat. You love to see it. A little bit of banter between the lads. It's going to probably
A
take
bit
it.
of banter wagon. Like, let's be honest, at the end of the day, this is all for fun. You know, we're seeing these players, they're having a good time in a competitive show match against people that they know, they recognize, they respect. Sometimes get a little bit bantery with. That's the important thing. That's what we love about Siege, is the energy, the passion, so to speak, here that we see from these players. Almost taking down Messi. Early kill going in there, favor with Josh, also low health here.
You see the flank trying to come out from the knock there, but so many smokes
almost.
going down, almost pushed out of the position. Does not know where to look. I think just keeping their back towards everyone, like a
He's got the
tortoise.
shield on his back. He's got the shield on his back, trying to make it happen. Almost gets sing down from Secret there. Tried to do the whole tortoise tactic, which is where you put the shield on your back and you let the people in front of you, technically behind you, shoot the other team.
No, I think it's probably better to, you know, have your shield up normally, but whatever floats your goat, I guess. Curly does take down 2 players very promptly there. The pistol is out for Schwei here. He's trying to finish people up, but does get a shot onto one of those approaching, but unfortunately Secret is too hot on his tail, and it will be just the knock left of Skeptic here. 1 versus 2, a lot of time left on the board, and we've seen some big frags coming out from this classified side, but they have a challenge in front of them to be able to close out this map.
Trying to think of a good knock-knock joke, but honestly, my co-caster wouldn't understand it anyway. So let's just crack on. But the game, as we were saying, Skeptic trying to entry in towards the bathroom. If we have a look down onto that first floor, we see Skeptic pushing across. Does have that knock scanner, the gadget thingamajiggy, active, able to hide them from any electronic gadgets or information intel gadgets.
Attackers have recovered
As
their
players of Geisha might be able to hear the player pushing up the staircase. Does have the murder hole there, and Skeptic able to walk on past there. Finally sees the player, but no, too late. Secret drops him down.
A wide open window means that Skeptic ain't gonna find a thing. You can see they were waiting for it, and yeah, Secret here's the run. As soon as they break out into it, it's easy to take them down. Surprised we didn't actually see more sneaking from the knock once they got into the position. Maybe wait for their ability to recharge. I think that would have been a much better idea to try and do, but hey, sometimes you just got to go for it, and that's exactly what they did. They lost out that round, but they still have a whole bunch more before they're even going to be close to being worried about this game.
Who's your favorite operator?
Ooh, I mean, right now I've really been enjoying a Rooney, but my main has always been kind of mute.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen you playing a lot with the shotgun when we played before.
I can't
still
aim.
with
What do you want from me?
No, it's fine. Like, I don't judge. Don't worry. Much. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, you're a big fan of the M59 shotgun and the SMG-11 combo, aren't you? Like, it's a lot of fun. And it adds a lot of versatility onto the side of, you know, the defenders. When we're looking at Secret playing with the SMG-11, it's able to consistently get a lot of kills here. Secondly to that, we're seeing the M59 able to open up a lot of lines of sight, open up a lot of rotates, and it can be absolutely crucial in completely changing the dynamic and the landscape of the building. It provides a lot more opportunities, not only for the attackers, but the defenders as well, to open up different lines, give them more options in terms of holding on to different angles here.
I mean, that's the thing, is why, for example, Mozzie got it taken away from him just so strong with that shorty. Yeah. A lot of ways to kind of rebuild the map. And again, going back to Rooney, as I kind of mentioned earlier, really interesting to see, obviously, really great at opening up those rotate holes, because she can just go bang and open it up with her fist. So really great to see them kind of playing with a couple of different options, and meaning that you don't have to have shotgun secondaries to be able to remodel the map in that same way, or shotgun primaries. And I really like that they're kind of playing around that with that for the defense.
Bang, and the wall is gone. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that was a good line. I'll laugh this time. It's okay. Haha.
See, you laugh this time. It's great. Yeah, 6-2 match point. Schweiz to get the first kill of the round onto UX, taking down the Mozzie. C4 off the board. Didn't quite work out with the run out there. The Cully's going to be able to refrag there, tasing Schwei, and that's the Thinker gun. Arguably a much more valuable operator taken down. Losing the Adrenal Surges, that's massive.
Yeah, that can be really useful, or sometimes troll your team. They're not used to the recoil control that they have to do. Good shot coming on through there. That means that Skeptic will go down. And Curly has found their way back on into a more safe position. The Logic Bomb doesn't find all too much classified there, and they're not able to make it work enough. Unfortunately, trying to peek on out of that Malusi is a death sentence for Lord there. You can see that Josh is just repositioning, and now it is a 4 versus 2. This should be easy for them to lock on out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time where they just need to hunk up there and hold on to their line to sight and make sure they don't lose any additional players. As Strike could potentially still have a couple of EE1D scans left available here. Omar's with the Gara hook, unfortunately cannot be used in anti-personnel capacity, although that would be bloody terrifying. Almost inside the building already, going to be reliant on that G8A1. Probably there to back of his teammate. Almost, I spoke too soon! Entries into the room and is swiftly shot on down. That was short, brief, but exciting, nonetheless. Strike still downstairs. Still outside, correction, my bad. Not quite able to land the shots onto the smoke there. France coming back and forth for the SMG-11. Half health available. Only gets taken down.
I mean, that was going to go that way, regardless of how this frag was found. Secret managed and hit some good shots, though, as we were kind of talking about that SMG-11 earlier. It really does work. It is that little pocket rocket for the squad. So, socially, picking up around. And, I mean, so far, we've seen some very strong defenses from both these squads. And, actually, I think looking a little bit more comfortable for socially than we saw from Classified.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. When we're looking at how they're playing here, I think it's clear to say that both teams were struggling quite a fair bit on attack. As socially, so far, they're able to just consistently win round after round on defense. But when it swaps it over and the shoes on the other foot here, we're seeing them start to struggle to really make that difference on attack here. Looking over towards Barbecue Kitchen. God, I want barbecue right now. I'm kidding, I don't like barbecue food. But I do like McDonald's. Again, hashtag not sponsored.
You mentioned McDonald's twice in this. I know we were kind of talking about getting like late night McDonald's, and it is good. But I mean, also, you know, people have their New Year's resolutions. People have you know, we're not sponsored. You don't have to keep on mentioning their taglines all the time. But yeah, I mean, it is always nice to get kind of that junk food in really enjoyable, not quite good for you, but always good fun. And I think that's some of the play we're also seeing here. These guys, they're just going for it. And it's not always going to work, but it's always going to have a lot of laughter from the guys and a lot of good times. Yeah, as well.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Oh, sorry. So we are currently seeing now, yeah, as mentioned, 6-5. Or correction, 6-3 match point even. My bad, apologies. Leaking the script here. As Secret looking to see what he can try and do. He's having a bit in the bathroom. Can we not look at him while he's in the bathroom? Let's not observe the poor man while she's in the bathroom.
Something while they're in the bathroom. Not a great look. I'm not gonna lie.
Not my kind of jam, I'll be honest. As Messi with the FO12 again, bringing an appearance here. Strike takes in Josh. Again, the spawn peaks are just not working out. From what I'm aware, I think we've had more deaths to the defenders than kills during these spawn peaks thus far.
Yeah.
Which has not quite worked out.
I'm very surprised as well. I wish we had the stats to look at first deaths, because it's like Josh and I think Strike, who like have so many first deaths on their team. A lot of first kills as well for players like Strike, who are absolutely fragging out, but it's quite amusing to see how many of them are getting caught out, especially as you said on these spawn peaks. Oh, Curly tries to find it, but unfortunately they dip back on in and look for another chance. Strike takes down Curly, and it's down to 2. It might be Classified, closing out this map here and now.
Well, in order for them to do that, in order for them to go on their holiday to Trinidad, well, I guess Trinidad, I'm not even going to make that joke. UX and Secret left available here. Well, all down to one player, UX, taking off the board, leaving it just Secret to try and pull this one back. Tries to push it across into the bomb site. Secret gets first kill onto Lord with the P10 Roni. That's limited ammunition available. He needs to take these 1v1 gunfights here. And stuck in the bathtub, stuck in the bathroom. Well, all I'm saying is you might want to go get a janitor, because this is looking rather dirty in the bathroom.
It is. Need to brush up their act for game 2 as Classified pick up map 1 here. 7-3. Pretty impressive scoreline and some very solid play on the whole from both squads, and I'm excited to see what that next map's going to look like. It won't quite be as organized, I feel, as Skyscraper, because even with the reworks, even with all that, this map has seen a decent amount of play over the years, so these guys will have some experience on it. The next couple of maps that we've got, I believe it's Bartlett, then Plain. They're going to be a little bit interesting, a little bit different from what we normally see.
Yeah, so as a reminder, we do have 5 maps here. We've just played our very first one. That was the 7-3 scoreline. Second map coming on up fairly shortly. Once we've had a little bit of a tech break in order to fix some things. We've got Bartlett University coming up. And boy, I hope they're on lockdown because everyone should be sitting at home due to COVID. Yeah, wear a mask. So we're looking at this. Bartlett University is going to be the second map. Third map coming along will be House, followed up by Plane, and then finally... Bank. The only map that I like in this entire map pool is last. And you know what? I would argue that this is going to be the most competitive map here. When we're looking at it, when we're looking at all of these maps down here, Bank is the only one that has previously been in competitive play. When we're looking at it, House, Plane, it's been a while. We're looking all the way back year 1, season 1, House was a thing. Rick, when we're looking at this, Bartlett, what are your thoughts here? I know you're more excited about House, but let's talk about Bartlett first.
I have very little idea. I have played Bartlett a handful of times, including the event on it, where it was like... I can't remember exactly what was happening in the event, but it was like, I think when it got released in a rework, and they had like a whole story event around it, that was like the last time I played this map. So
was it the one with the gas?
Yeah, it was one. I wanted to say it was gas, but I
5.
wasn't sure how it would work. I couldn't figure it out in my head. But that was the last time we played Bartlett. And there's a lot of cool stuff going on, a lot of peaks, some very open angles, really interestingly. I think that's one of the key things about this map. So definitely look at these guys for a lot of aim, and with a lot of aim on this map. I think that's going to be a big part of it. And oftentimes you see in Rainbow Six Siege, it's not always about that aim. It's about more than anything the strategy and the way you approach it. Because there are some more open angles here, I think shotguns are going to be a lot less prevalent, especially than we saw in Skyscraper. And also, these attackers are going to be able to make really good use of it with some of those longer range weapons.
Yeah, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head here when we're looking at Bartlett University. You know, it was one of the OG maps. It wasn't even, I believe it was, if you completed all of the situations with 3 stars, you would then go on to do a final situation, which was Article 5. It was basically the only situation that was multiplayer. The entire map was filled with toxic gas, the yellow gas that you see in the bombs, if the defenders win. And it was really fun because it was one of those where it was PvE, but you also played it with friends. You had it, I think it was 5 players. You had to defuse bombs. It was a little bit more challenging because the AI were a lot harder. Technically to that, there was gas everywhere, so you couldn't see where you're going. Fortunately for this one, we don't have gas on Bartlett University. Instead, we've just got some players here. And, well, maybe if they've had a Nando's, then maybe it might get a little bit gassy. But for now, we're going to go on the premise that there's not. When we're looking at this, Bartlett hasn't been played for a while, and sure as hell hasn't been played on cast for a long time, so I'm expecting to see some fresh ideas coming ahead here, some operators that weren't available back when this used to be played. Maybe we might be seeing some of them being brought into the mix. As you mentioned, we're not likely to see as many shotguns being brought out because, as well, in addition to that, we have to remember the design philosophies that were, kind of prevalent when Bartlett University was a thing. A lot of the walls, yes, some of them might be destructible, but not nearly to the scale that we're used to in Year 5 and coming into Year 6. What I would expect is we're likely going to be seeing assault rifles, SMGs, DMRs to really be the play here. Yeah, a little bit of verticality, but I think it's going to be a much more lateral style of engagement here. I'm looking over to the defenders, to be honest, to have the advantage. But again, it's all going to be one big mystery how both these teams are going to play. Do you have any thoughts that you might like to see for operator bans, maybe?
I think seeing a mirror would again make a lot of sense because if you are playing some of those longer angles, the mirror can be really devastating. For the attackers, I mean, so the way I approach this map quickly, to kind of explain it, is when I remember looking at it for the very first time and kind of trying to break down maps when I was getting the hang of Rainbow Six Siege, and this is a long time ago, it was kind of like not Border. Yeah, a little bit like Border, but you cut out one of the floors. So there's kind of 2 ways you can get upstairs. And it's around playing around those. Because I believe it's still like that. I don't know if when they changed Bartlett, it was kind of different. It is now kind of different. But you can get a lot of roaming in when you have that verticality. The problem is that obviously now you don't actually have the kind of short corridors and a lot of ways to kind of play around it. You are out in the open, so you can roam on it, but it can be very difficult. So what you want to do is ban away, first of all, that Jackal, because if you get caught on the other side of the map, you are dead. There's never any way you're making it back from there. There's not the underground, for example, on other maps where you've kind of got those three tiers which you can kind of sneak around. So I think banning away the Jackal, banning away a couple of other ways to deal with those roamers. And if you want to look for something a little bit more spicy and very specific that I think we're going to see later when we have plane, ban away that glass as well, because the long angles and the smokes really can make a big difference.
So target ban I'd like to see coming in, and it's exactly as you mentioned here, trying to assist the players on that roam. Ban out Nomad. It's going to affect Mr. Lavoni, the player that we've seen pretty much maining Nomad there. In that previous map of Skyscraper. Incredibly powerful operator, and especially can be used to deny flanks and rotates. When we're looking at maps such as Border, like Canal, Chalet, another good example there, is relatively easy. Hereford, it's a superb example of this. With only 2 staircases or 3 staircases, it can be incredibly difficult to try and roam effectively, and it can be very easy to shut that down. It's one of the main things that a lot of map reworks have focused on, from Hereford over to like Cafe Dostoevsky to Clubhouse. All of these maps, and Canal even to an extent, they've added additional opportunities to allow and facilitate the roam play for the defense. Looking over towards Bartlett, whether or not roam play will be affected or not, I think it does come down to the operator bans. I think you are 100% spot on with the Jackal ban. Taking down Jackal, no more Trackle jacking, it means that you're going to be in a much safer position in the grand scheme of things. But on top of that, I'm curious about Hard Breach. We haven't really seen it being exemplified thus far in the last map, although to be fair, I'd argue that comes down to the playstyle of these teams. Let's be honest, both of them, they're out for blood. They want to get these kills down, and they want to win through gunplay. They're not caring as much about getting the plant down. They're only really planting in specific situations if the player is offsite, and they're trying to have a reason for the player to force back on. Looking over towards this, I hope that we're going to see more of this. I think it's a lot more entertaining when we get to see these players absolutely hammering the heck out of each other, man. I mean, that's why I'm here. It's kind of like watching MMA, but like on a video game, and instead of it being MMA esports, it's Rainbow Six Siege esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also really excited to see whether we have... I really like your point, sorry, quickly, about the...
Don't worry about it.
What? Oh, sorry, I was just following onto another... Okay, anyway, I really like the idea again about that hard breach, because I don't feel like it's super... It's kind of... It wasn't obviously super relevant in the way they were playing around it on Skyscraper, but I think, again, coming towards that, coming towards this new map, there are a lot of walls that can be particularly important. That's why we sometimes see the Thermite come out to bring open some of those walls, for example, the one into Library, where it can be really key, but... Some teams as well kind of approach it on a different manner, at least way back when. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they do that at all or whether they go for that fragment heavy style. Yeah,
I mean, I'm looking over this. I would imagine socially they can just ban whatever they like. I don't feel like Hard Breach is too important here. Although, to be fair, we haven't actually seen operators like Ace being played on this map, Maverick being played on this map, so that could be quite interesting. Blackbeard will be the one to be banned out. An operator I expected to be banned out in the previous map. Jackal potentially could be let through here, depending on what Classified want to do. Again, I'm going to double down on my statement. I want to see Nomad being banned out. It's a good pick. It's a target ban towards Messilvoni, a player that we've seen previously maining the operator. Secondly, it can also shut down a lot of the roam play, and starting out on defense, that might be necessary. Force them to bring a gridlock. I think it's all going to come down to what Classified choose to do, and they are bringing it down to the wire, as the Jackal will be banned out there. That's the second time now. 100% ban rate going down for poor wee Jackal. I like this. I think it's good, but also I think there's opportunities available now for both teams. Specifically, the Nomad being brought out then. Again, I don't think Hard Reach will be a major factor. I think it's going to come down to the gunfights. I'd like to see operators like Yana being brought out. I want to see improvements with the drone work and communications for both sides. For the operator bans, potentially Mira going down.
Yeah.
It's standard, you generally expect. hard to be dealt with in some way, shape, or form. The last operator ban is a more interesting one. It used to be that you'd see Echo being banned out, however, with the changes to his gadget, Echo Yokai is no longer, visible, so he's not really seeing as much of a ban anymore. That leaves other operators like a Valkyrie, Wamai as perfect examples there, but it would be the Caveira to be banned out. Again, I'm not going to try and analyze that because that's going to be incredibly difficult. Let's be honest, that's a Caveira ban on Bartlett University. I never thought I'd be here saying that.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked that we have to say that at all. I was going to say, they're banning away those operators that sometimes can be a bit annoying and aren't really so fun. Taking away the mirror, obviously people are just going to sit behind the wall. Jackal stops people from roaming, not very fun. Blackbeard, sometimes not being able to one-shot someone on the head is kind of unfun. And I've heard people complain about Blackbeard many a time over the years, that's why I've seen the changes. But the Cav getting taken away, come on, guys. Socially, what is this? That's just boring.
You know what? I miss Blackbeard with the 800 HP shield.
I don't.
Not because he's a good operator, but because I miss my KD being so good.
Yeah.
I loved that, dude. It was great. I loved it. I genuinely, I unironically loved the 800 HP Blackbeard because it genuinely forced other players to be smarter than the Blackbeard.
I mean, it's true.
They tried to...
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
What about you?
bombs.
Okay, if you could main any operator, okay, besides Rooney, besides Mute, if you could main any operator for the next couple of years, who would it be? Attack or defense?
I'm going to go with an attack because I said two defenders prior. And actually, right on the screen here, Zofia. So much versatility, fantastic, can play in a bunch of different ways. I don't think you ever get really bored because while she doesn't do anything stand out in particular, she is very jack of all trades and can do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to go.
Insertion.
I look at Zofia as being in the same category as operators like Sledge, Buck, and Mozzie. And that they are legit jack of all trades. I don't know if we're going to go back to our faces here, potentially, just whilst we sort this out.
We're sorry.
Nope.
Sorry, we're good.
No, we're fine. We're good.
It's a shame. Yeah, I'm glad to see this as well. And kind of going back to the picks very quickly, we saw it not get banned out this time, and the Frost already on the board for socially. So that's kind of interesting to see. Normally, you wouldn't expect to see this having much, if any, pick at all. But Curly just picking it up straight as soon as it's not banned, we're all good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. Round one, we already hear the Cali going down, opening up the window, and misses the shot set. But look at the angles that Lord can set on up. Messi Lavoni with the P90 is able to take down the Cali with the CSRX. That's not going to work out in her favor as well. Socially, a major advantage here, taking down the Cali early on. Strike, able to refrag, however. Second one potentially to come up in a second here.
Yeah, good frag coming through from Strike there. Does manage to take down Uzi, and it is now 4 versus 3. Even though they lost that Carly, they are still very much on the board. Oh, Strike really starting to feel themselves now. We do see a couple of players get caught off, but Strike with the quad kill, looking for their ace right now. Does not know where Curly is, but their position given away. They take someone down, and now they know exactly where Curly is. They're going to go for that spike plant, and there it is. Ace for Strike. Classified, very much feeling themselves, even though they lost a player early on to a long-range P90, even though they had that rifle. It's going to be Strike popping off and winning the round regardless.
That's going to feel good for Strike there. Getting an ace, round number 1, that's going to put them up in an elevated position in terms of the momentum that they're going to be feeling from that. Imagine the vibes are going in. Can we get a vibe check over there? Not only in chat, but also in the comms of Classified coming down there. As you mentioned, Zofia being a jack of all trades operator is able to do so much, and Strike bringing that out to peak capacity. Get it? Peak, because, peak esports. Anyone?
Oh, I thought you were making a joke about one of the admins for this event and the league organizer.
Oh, yeah,
Badly
also peak, yeah.
I
Completely forgot about that. I
Shout
went
out
for
to
peak esports.
And also
Shout out to
Peak
Peak.
Esports.
Shout out to McDonald's.
God damn it, man. Shout out to Badass, obviously, for helping us put this on. And I mean, it's been a great show so far, even with some of the issues that we've been having. It's been, well, a very fun couple of rounds. It's been spectacular, to say the very least, with aces and, well, runouts and all the spawn peaks you could possibly ask for, as that seems to be
Yep.
exactly what's on
Bomb
the menu.
located by attackers.
I mean, think about all of the things that we have witnessed today, which we have never thought we'd ever see.
Should have had a bingo
Locate
card.
the bomb.
We've dropped the ball here. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Do we have time to set that up?
Maybe in the break between this game and the next one, we'll use 3 maps for it. Yeah.
We will ask very nicely for Peak to set one of them up. He's a very smart man. I'm sure he can do that. Smarter than I.
Attackers are heading out.
I sit and talk for a living. I'm not a smart.
I mean,
man.
hey, if you can do it for a living, I think that makes you pretty smart.
I think you're pretty smart.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, look at that lovely landscape.
It's actually really nice. You never get to see it because you never play this map, but it's actually very good looking. And well, it's looking okay for either side. I thought it was just going to be an easy frag for Skeptic there, but there is the refrag yet again. Messi with this P90, he's really just finding all of these heads.
Yeah, I mean, Messi Livonia, as a reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, Messi Livonia is the coach of Socially here. Not even a player. I believe there's only one regular player for Socially on this lineup right now. Looking at this, looking at what they're capable of doing here with that P90, it says a lot about the caliber of that player. As Josh down below with that shotgun in hand. Was it a shotgun? Was it the Scorpion Evo?
I didn't notice. I wasn't really paying attention.
I did not notice. I can't remember. Anyway, we're looking at this right now.
It's a Scorpion.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Scorpion Evo. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Takes in Shuai almost as well. This is looking overwhelmingly in the favor of Socially.
Yeah, good runouts coming on out from Socially here. This time, they very much have the advantage, and the onus is on Classified to make those plays. The Strike, well, they fought themselves in the last round. Can they find another opportunity here? They're going to move on in pretty early on here, as no one's really in this position. It's really going to be Law who is likely to have to deal with some of these players, at least early on here. Let's find that frag, and will manage to jump on in, very much checking for those welcome mats. Unfortunately, no such welcome mats for Socially. They didn't bring the Frost this time. Kind of sad about that one. But they are very much putting Law in a difficult position, blowing up all these walls. The shots ring out everywhere. I don't think he has any idea. He's already boxing with shadows right now. He's looking. Oh, will the peak come? But as soon as he goes to the run, still finds the frag. Messi just that little bit low. And now it's 2 versus 2. Socially under a lot of pressure, and they lose. Yet another Curly holding down the fort with this LMG. It's now Josh putting down the shield. Is he just pushing forward to this? This is spicy as all heck.
He's just gonna hold on to that shield, try and bait out the shots, hope he doesn't hit him in the face. That's how the shield works. That's gonna limit the options available for Strike. Currently takes him down. As the Ellers able to just distract on the razzmatazz there of that shield.
That is a spicy peak and a next level strategy if I've ever seen one. Socially pick up the round off of the back of that, and it's a great look for them to be able to pull out a spicy strategy like that. So yeah, great stuff from them, and I appreciate the gumption that they've got to be able to do that one. But yeah, not able to pick up that round this time. We do see that Classified are really getting ready to not get caught out early on, hopefully, in this round, because normally you want to be able to try and strike back a little bit, but these peaks just seem to go for Socially again and again and again.
See, when you say that, I'm just thinking of Star Wars, I'm not gonna lie. You know, the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Strike. They unfortunately don't have an Empire. That's not this team. This is Classified and Socially. I don't know if you're aware.
Yeah, I do. I am, believe it or not, I am aware. Yeah, I am aware. I have recognized that. I do have some recognition of the fact we're not watching Empire. Alright. Co-casters, man.
Well, we've got Secret here, so you might have been confused. Yeah,
a little bit. I've seen currently playing in the Clash. It's gonna be quite fun. It's kind of Empire Clash, you know.
Yeah, just close enough.
Yeah. We're getting there.
But yeah, I mean, the Clash coming out is really interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, we've seen a lot of shields so far, and Curly, in this long-range kind of engagement, actually will have a lot of success, because you've got to take away that. You can't really pressure the shield in the same way. It's one of the few like people who can move out into those open areas and not be in a difficult situation.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, Clash can be incredibly powerful, especially if you look into the other side and they don't have enough utility to try and deal with them. You're looking over towards the Zofia lifelines, you're looking towards flashbangs. Mess Lavoni taking down Almost. That's the only form of hard breach available here, potentially, depending on whether or not the Amaruru, I'm going to call it that from now on, whether or not the Amaruru has a hard breach charge.
And
Also, it's going to get taken down. Go on.
yeah, I mean, these frags coming out left, right, and center for Socially here. Messi has just been finding these spawn peaks every single time, really just getting away with it. And this means that Classified, yet again, find themselves at a disadvantage and going to struggle to really put on the pressure that they need to.
Yeah, I mean, looking over towards what they could potentially do here, Skeptic and Strike both get double kills of their own, equalizing up the scoreboard. Messi playing on the upstairs of the library here. Classroom still in control of the defenders here. Strike, attempt to open that up. There he goes. Secret gets a kill into Schwei now. Giving advantage again to the defenders. Skeptic's able to refrag. Back and forth of all trades. There's Secret still downstairs. Cully upstairs having a nice time. They're just vibing.
The element of surprise really is strong here, and, well, we did see that Skeptic just jumped on in, found that frag. 2 versus 2, as you say, and in these later game scenarios, it could be a real problem to deal with the Clash, but when you're alone on the Clash, then things get really difficult. If they can find this frag, if they move on in at the right time, that could be big, but you can see. Classified, oh, don't manage to lose out on that player. Curly just does not hit the shot, and, well, Socially, they really felt like that could have been their round, and losing those players in the 2v2 has to feel disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, 2v1 situation there for the Clash. Unfortunately, not able to really make a meaningful impact there. Gets taken down, the Gara hook through the window into a G881 burst to the face. Yeah. Imagine the insurance benefits from that. That kind of accident form. Oh yeah, you see, there was this crazy woman, she just yeeted herself through a window, shot me with an LMG, and then jumped back in again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they probably have a tick on the box for a form for that. I think you probably have to take it to an advanced claims kind of position. And honestly, it'd be pretty easy to track down, because who has a big grappling hook and an LMG at the same time? I think there's only a very few people, and also have the skills to do it. Amaru, it's not a perfect crime, unfortunately. You know exactly who did it.
Who is the captain for Moby Dick?
Ahab.
Ahab! It's him, chief. Let's ban him. Alright. Snatch them on. Can you imagine, like, get like a Captain Ahab uniform or skin for Amaru? That'd be great.
That would be sick, actually. That would be a pretty cool one. I mean, it's a bit out there. I don't think everyone would get it, at least initially. Because not everyone's as cultured as us, you know. But I think it would be really cool.
Can we just, like, I don't know if our observer can hear us. Can we just go back a little bit into the middle there? You saw, like, the little, like, the main staircase. There's, like, that empty void. Have you ever noticed that? No. The other stairs, the main stairs. I don't think I don't. No. Yeah, you saw it, right?
Yeah, I think
there's like an empty void on the map in the middle, right there. You see it right there,
yeah,
right behind the stairs.
That's a crawl space if I've ever seen one.
Look at that.
It's just weird.
That's mod. I didn't realize there was a vent there. As Carly's able to get the kill on Skeptic, you learn things every day, right? That's insane.
Yeah, and well, Classified are learning that they probably shouldn't put their heads in between the path of a bullet, as they lose out on 2 players early on here, and yet again, getting caught off guard, and Schwei does manage to take down Secret. If they can find this other frag, that would be big, but unfortunately, Uzi holds strong, and it's 3 versus 2. Socially continually find these frags early and put themselves in such a good spot.
I mean, Demise, well, I guess not even Demise at this point. Classified and, well, being put in the Classifieds at this point is Almost able to get the kill to Cully. It's going to be Almost push across, SMG-12 in hand. Doesn't have the CZ-75, which is interesting. I'm surprised by this. Honestly, I'd prefer that gun. The bullet holes are able to land a couple of shots onto Almost there. It's Mesa Lavoni taking a little bit of damage. Does have the dog, so could give himself a lot of pick-me-up there. Himself a Happy Meal instead of a stim pistol. So Almost gets taken down. Rooney able to get the kill there, leaving it a 2v1 situation. A diffuser in hand.
Yeah, and Uzi has a massive amount of control of this now. You can see Law trying to contest it as quickly as they possibly can. Does find the frag. Hasn't quite taken them down, but is very, very lower chance that they're going to get picked back on up. Even though Messi is obviously on this top, they're a little far away at this point. You can see Messi's just waiting back in spawn, back on the site for these pushes to come on through. Obviously, on this MP5 just wants to hold these angles, and well, Lord knows that pushing through could be really problematic. I don't think Messi has given it away that they're exactly here, but we can already see that Laura is getting ready to push on into the other site, and a very good call from them as well. We might have to contest this in the same way, but unfortunately, they're going to be given away by the Aruni setting up those Surya gates. That means the push is going to come on through. They do manage to deal with it, but now they're on site, and well, Messi's outside. They find the shot and socially pick up round 4. It looks like Bartlett might be their man.
So a little bit concerned there for a second, believing that maybe the Ash might just try and tank the Aruni gate, the Surya gate there, but no, you've got opportunities available using the Ash breaching charges, or even that single drone that you've got left in your pocket. You can throw that in there, throw it into the fires, and well, enter your way into the bomb site there. We did see recognition from the Ash, getting the call out from the drone that was on the ground that there was a player next to it, but unfortunately Messi was able to land the killing blow first. Bringing out the dock, I think so far it's working out very well for Messi, recognizing P90. It's a good gun, he gets kills. Let's just crack on with that a little bit more. Equal scoreboard here, but I think this is definitely favoring socially far more than it is classified.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is defensive side, which I do think will be a little bit stronger here. They're looking to pick up a couple more rounds, and it has been very much classified picking up a couple of rounds off of good fragging more than anything, and I think that was the real big decider there. Obviously, that very first round literally being an ace for strike. I think if we don't see players pop off, classified are going to struggle, at least on this attack here. But there's not many rounds more left of that. Socially, I've got to play around some of those angles that they're actually holding, because I think when they're playing around each other and the positions that they have at least kind of formulated in their brain, they look very strong, they look very good, and it really is a great way for them to be playing. Obviously, sometimes you just got to go run at people and shoot them in the face, but at the same time, you also want to win. I mean, it's not the be-all, end-all if you lose this, but there's a lot of pride in it.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, Vestalvoni's name really makes me want to have pepperoni pizza.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Why?
What? Oh, you know, Vestalvoni pepperoni. Do you know, like, can you not hear it?
Yes, because it has Oni on the end, but...
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, do
doesn't
you not
want
always
pepperoni
want to eat
pizza?
pepperoni pizza?
No, sometimes I just want regular pizza.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a fair statement.
So we're seeing almost far outside, not a massive surprise. He keeps dying, so makes a lot of sense. He's gonna want to try and stay away from the gunfight there. He's just vibing. He's having a nice time. Maybe he's just having a nice time. Maybe he wants to, I don't know. I can kind of imagine when Almost retires from Rainbow Six Esports, maybe he just goes to play like Farming Simulator. As Skeptic able to get the first kill of the round onto UX, taking him down. That's Mozzie off the board. C4 God. Skeptic second onto Josh as well here.
Yeah, that is a frag early on for Classified here, and this is exactly where they want to be. I was saying, oh, this could be Socially's best map. This is looking really good for them. But some of these rounds have been, well, disastrous in some of these. I mean, maybe they haven't practiced this map, but it's kind of crazy. You think they would, right?
Yeah. We are seeing, as a reminder, by the way, we did see Twitch being banned out in the previous map there. I think now we understand why. Skeptic on the Twitch, as mentioned earlier on, flashbangs and F2 in hand, powerful gun. And then the right hands can be absolutely detrimental to your health standards there. Skeptic takes in a third, finally being refragged there, but 1v4 situation ensues. So he's able to get one. And I'm going to be looking for another 3.
Good couple of frags coming through. Classified picked that one up, and well, maybe they'll be able to pick up this map too as well. It'd be a good start for them. They only need one more to win overall, but of course, if you've just joined us, we are playing a full 5 maps regardless, so don't worry, we will get to go to Bank. Your favourite match today, isn't it, Fraser?
Yes, by far.
I don't blame you. Bartlett has been interesting so far.
I am brutally honest, unfortunately for me. I prefer Bank. It's one of the more competitive maps that we're going to see today, and I feel like the reason why that is important is because you're going to be able to recognize what the teams are planning on doing, and potentially they might be bringing out some more pre-established ideas. On the other hand, to that, we do have to admit, playing Bartlett is new, it's fresh, it's something that we haven't seen before, and from what we're seeing right now, it's working both on the attacking side and the defensive side. And I think it's very entertaining to see what these teams are attempting to do. For example, playing on the first floor, kitchen piano, with a pulse. Josh Hug could be playing underneath to try and deny any verticality. In addition, I could be playing inside a freezer, might provide him with a little bit of protection there. I believe we do hear the ACS-12 of UX with that, you know, alibi, sorry, not SMG. ACS-12 is going to be able to open up a lot of line to sight, which will be going to be valuable when you look at the amount of 1.5 times available for them. You've got UX, you've got Messi Lavori, who's already proven himself very capable and very competent. I want to see whether Secret is playing with the SMG or the FMG. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's just weird, isn't it? I've never noticed that till now.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, it's kind of strange to be playing on Bartlett. I did do it way back when, it's kind of the early days of Uni Rainbow Six, I think with USL. Had a lot of the kind of actual seeing a lot of play on this. And again, going back to that pulse we were kind of talking about, he's really strong here. Playing on that lower floor, as you were kind of mentioning earlier, it's actually not too surprising to see it here at all. So big up to Josh for being able to bring that out. But unfortunately, this time, Curly does go down early on this Tachanka. Just about be able to survive. It is actually the frag coming out from a Secret, and the C4 from Josh finishes off Curly. They're just going for these team frags.
If I can't have you, nobody can, he says. Tachanka bonds and fire from, well, Nitro. As Habana's going to be drawn out. As Josh off the board there, he's going to have to rotate away. This is all progress being made so far by Classifieds, to be fair.
Yeah, you're very happy to kind of trade these around. You have a player advantage, and you just drop on in. Law says hello and goodbye to Josh in, well, equal measure here. As now it's 2 players left. They are on site, but it's going to be very difficult for them to hold in the same way as they were before. They don't have any control above, and that could be a real problem for them. You can see that the rest of the team is starting to close on in. Uzi isn't long for this world, as it's now 1 versus 4. And Classified coming off likely better in this first half on their attacking half here on Bartlett.
Yeah, almost now getting the plant down. Secret's going to be pushing across to see if he can try and start retaking some semblance of map control here. Just 3 toxic babe canisters not utilized whatsoever. Almost will be challenging. He's a little bit of hit. Now that's going to be the rest of Classified to try and push across to try and open up lines aside. Try and hold the crossfire to deny him rotating back. Limited option is going to be available for him now. It's 25 seconds to take away. He needs to retake this and needs to retake it right now.
Is Secret going to try and smoke off, but unfortunately, there was Shuai waiting in the wings. Classified picked that one up and go into that second half. 4-2, a pretty strong position to be in, especially when you're moving onto that defense. It could be a very quick map 2, very akin to our fast map 1.
Yeah, as a reminder, again, we've got 5 maps here for play. So even if either team wins out in this map, it's not going to make a difference because we are still going all 5 of them. And I'm excited about that. Usually with a best of 5 format, you potentially might only see 3 maps out of 5. But instead, to date, we are seeing 5 out of 5. That's a lot. 5 is a big number. Especially when you consider that a lot of these teams are only used to playing 1 map or 3 maps at a time in competitive play. So it's good to see them try to branch out a little bit, have a bit more fun, and have a little bit of fun together. And I think that's the important thing as of right now. We're seeing Ace being brought out, which I'm super keen on. Again, Bartlett was made back before any of these operators were really created. When you're looking at operators like a Maru, like a Rooney, Ace, as solid examples, say Zero, Knock. The only operator here, actually, let's talk about this. The only operator that was made, or that was in Siege, when this map was first kind of released, instead of the attackers was Ash.
Yeah, the entire attack. I think the attacker changed. The attacker roster has actually changed up significantly more than sometimes you see from the defender. I think that's because like Mute, Smoke, Jaeger, Bandit are all fantastic operators, for example, and then you do see a kind of moving around. Sometimes obviously you see the Rook and the Capcan that we do have on our screens right now, but I think defense has always had some very strong operators, and the attack has been the one that's really benefited over the years.
Yeah, I think you really see fundamental shifts in how you choose to attack based on what the defenders are bringing. And I think that's always the thing is, a lot of times you're seeing the attackers are trying to catch up here. As we see, well, Uzi gets absolutely demolished from Strike. Carly's able to get refrag onto lore. but a 4v4 ensues, losing the Zero, the Sam so early on. No more Sam cams to be thrown on out. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah, I mean, not having that information always hurts, and I mean, Classified sticking with the idea that no one else should be able to have their information, so being very careful about that one, but they do still have those drones, obviously, to worry about, and a knock sneaking in their backline. Josh just drops on in, and, well, drops out as quickly as they came. Shuai takes them down easily and is still holding his angle, expecting more players to move on in. They're actually heading more towards the more standard positions on this map, but Strike easily finds that frag alongside Omar's. Normally when you see that DMR, it is on that offense, but obviously with Amaru now, sorry, not Amaru, with the new operator now in play, it's going to be an easy way to pick off players at range.
Yeah, so we're going to be up to the Ace to try and force one back. Does have the AK-12, but he doesn't have a lot of hope as he's basically emptying a half a mag into the wall. As Shuai is able to get that last kill there. Doesn't quite work out in his favour. Resolution takes him down. Leaving us round number 8 now. Looking over towards this and deciding, is it going to go yet again in favour of Classifieds, or are Socially going to be able to pull this one back?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for Socially to really pull it back. There are so many rounds down, and I would generally consider that attacking side to be that little bit more problematic on this map. Again, my data is about 3 years out of date, but I think there's definitely some truth to it, and you kind of have to keep that in mind that, well, for the most part, it's going to be strong defenses, especially with Aruni and Capcan, to really lock down some of these angles to push on in. It's going to be almost impossible as well, because the pulse is going to keep track of you, and you're easily going to get kept out of the angles. You're going to have to expend a lot of utility. And I think bringing something like the Ying could be particularly interesting, but you're going to have to make sure that, well, the Candelas actually make it in there.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that this game thus far has been, I guess, kind of... I'm trying to think of a good way to word it. Like, this game has been telegraphed primarily through players like Messilvoni and Strike. Right? And exactly as you mentioned there, it's been dominated by the defenders getting spawn peaked, so much so that the attackers are really struggling here. And I honestly, I'm wondering how Socially might be able to change that up. As you mentioned, the Yang is only going to be powerful and only going to be useful if they're able to stay alive here. And right now we're seeing multiple spawn peaks coming out. One by Shuai and one by Strike so far.
Yeah, they're just going for it, using that DMR to its full effect. Literally just waiting there for the players to push, but they're not actually going to do it. They're going to wait, and while Strike checks out some other angles as well. They're finally going to move away, expecting that push. There it was! Josh is no longer for this world, and oh, the Aruni goes back for a second helping, but unfortunately, they're caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and Uzi will take them down. It's 4 versus 4, in spite of punishing Josh early on here.
You mentioned Cookie Pot, and I'm just sitting here like, yes, please. As one of the attackers push up onto the roof, that's going to be Curly to try and push across. Messilvoni up there as well. This kind of reminds me of Kafin Dostoevsky, where we're seeing the vast majority of the attackers trying to push up onto the roof to have some semblance of protection. But that protection is a lie. That cake is a lie. As almost takes down Messi. That's going to be a massive loss there. Candela's off the board. It's something we mentioned earlier on. Being so powerful if used correctly.
Yeah, and now they have very little to work with. 3 players, not a huge amount of utility as well. You got some of those flashes on the Twitch, but that's going to be about it for really entering into these positions. Trying to get some damage down. Does actually hit Shuai and forces them off, but Curly can't find these frags. It's just not happening. And, well, Secret gets taken down as well by Skeptic, and Classified are looking that they're going to be moving up to match point in very short order right now. Shuai, again, has many shots ringing out towards them, but as you're trying to take down this player, it doesn't really matter. Socially just losing everyone everywhere because Skeptic on this Capcan seems to be hitting all their shots.
Yeah, we see College just vibing for now. No more frag grenades available. He's just having a nice time, trying to see what he is capable of doing here. 1v4 situation. It's going to be rough. Doable. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Not quite doable anymore. It's Curly. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That is kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie, Curly. I mean, maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he felt like they weren't going to win the round anyway, but it happens to the best of us, to be fair. I have done it before.
Yeah, nah. Nah, no excuse in that one. Fell off the roof. That's unfortunate. It's like that. Remember that nursery rhyme about the egg that like falls off the wall? No.
No.
There was a nursery rhyme about
Humpty Dumpty.
Humpty Dumpty.
Sorry.
Yes, fell off a wall.
Yeah.
Except it's not. It's Curly. Curly WYLDE fell off a
roof.
ball. Fell off a roof. Curly WYLDE fell off a roof.
All classifiers horses and all the classifiers men couldn't put Curly together again.
Oh, that's an oof. Curly did an oof.
It was more of a splat, but you know.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Kind of reminds me of scrambled egg. I'm not gonna lie.
I could give some scrambled eggs right now.
Oh, that'd be great.
Any food, to be fair. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get something in the break, but we've still got a couple.
Yeah.
Maybe we have a couple of rounds here. Maybe classified close it out.
You know what?
Are they thinking
Looking
of
at
us?
it right now. Looking at it right now, I think classified, they do have the full potential of pulling this all the way through, taking that match point all the way to a victory. However, socially, they've got to push it to the limit. Try and make this one happen. Take it to the danger edge, the danger zone, if you will.
10 seconds.
Try and make this one happen as, well, they've got a couple of operators to try and
5 seconds
apply some additional pressure from the Ying to the Capitao. No more knock, no more sneaky peeky. Let's just go for pure firepower. Get it? Because it's
got the
currently on Capitao
asphyxiation
with the
bolt,
asphyxiating
yeah.
bolts. Yes, superb.
We got that
10
one.
points to Gryffindor.
Well,
That's
what
a
house were you?
university
Were
once,
you a Gryffindor?
Oh,
With the
Schwei!
pistol! Schwei makes it happen! Definitely Gryffindor with a brave play like that. I mean, all foolhardy, maybe it was Hufflepuff, but it gets the good frag, and well, now Classified are already up a player on their match point round, and well, socially, already hurting.
I have to admit, I never actually watched Harry Potter.
Oh!
I watched Lord of the Rings, though. As Curly, Danger Schwei, is a nice little refrag there, taking down the player that killed the buck. As Paul's able to get the refrag again, second kill going down. As it's 3v3 scoreline, all even Steven right now.
Looking for something here, Law. Might meet some of the other players that are sitting around here, but a lot of them are upstairs in secret. Throwing out that drone to try and bait a player out, but doesn't manage to get the pulse. The pulse has moved away, and now we could test somewhere else. Messi still looking for that information. Minute 45 on the clock, and you can see socially just trying to find anything they can here. Buy some space for their team. They get a frag back onto Omos, but they seed a player for it. Secrets off the board. Not a lot of health left on Messi either, as he's trying to move in as quickly as they can, but they aren't long for this world, are they? But they're still up now. They take down Skeptic, but no health in between these two players. They really just got to find that first shot into Law. If he catches them first, there's no way they're going to be able to survive. But Uzi is still watching these angles, expecting the play. The camera, the drone, does not spot them out, but Law moves away at the worst possible time. There it comes. The ping's coming in from their team, and they are able to net it. They just need one shot. They throw the C4. Does it land? No, it doesn't. A minute on the clock, and the diffuser is nowhere near. They need to go back and collect it, and Messi is fully aware of that. Law playing more towards his sights now.
Messi struggling with the map layout, trying to figure out how he can get to that diffuser. He's going to be running to try and pick that up and then start rotating his way back towards the bomb site. This is giving Lore precious time to start setting up a defense resistance to deny that attempted plant. Mother holes, bullet holes galore as Messi's pushing back.
Yeah, and well, does manage to avoid that position for now. The cams might have given them away, though. You can see Messi trying to sneak on in, is playing down below, shoots out some of those cams, even throwing up a Candela. Position given away, though, likely by that Candela, trying to bait it out. Just needs one shot. That's all he needs. He's going for the knife, and I think he's going to get it. No, okay, doesn't go for the knife. Gets the shot, but it's still Classified's win regardless. 7-2. I got numbers completely mixed up there for a second, and they will be closing out this map. Map 2, they're 2-0 in the series.
Well, what better way of finishing up? Bartlett done well, getting flashed to Kingdom Come and then shooting a guy in the head. That is superb. Hello there, welcome back.
Oh.
That was incredible. Oh,
Brief.
hello. No, we're back. We're back. Let's looking at that there, honestly, you could tell that both these teams were feeling so much more in control of things when they're on defense there. You saw how they were able to operate from the spawn picks that were giving them the early man count advantage to being able to flourish through with the rest of their team to really kind of take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, continually winning those duels at the very start. Really surprised to see so many spawn peaks failing and also succeeding at the same time, just depending on whether it was classified really you doing them. Some very aggressive stuff, and we did see some nice play from Messi there, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to really push them over the edge, and actually a pretty strong performance on the whole from classified on a map they've likely never played.
Yeah, let's be honest. I would hope that now that these teams have been scrimming beforehand, going, alright, we really need to drill down, make sure our roam play and our spawn peaks are superb. Although, to be blunt, the way that they were setting up there, specifically the way that socially were set up there with Messi, I'm questioning whether or not they had practiced some of those spawn peaks beforehand. I'm thinking maybe they have. Maybe they've checked out some Bikini Body on YouTube. Maybe they've tried to be looking for some excellent strats for how they can take out the opponents before they even get into the building. Regards to that, 2-0 right now, and 2 matches played. Now we're going to be moving on to our third in a few minutes. We are going to have a quick break, but before we go to that, Rook, do you have any final words about Bartlett?
I'm glad it's no longer in the map pool.
Yes. Thank you. It's a fun map, don't get me wrong. I think it looks great, especially with how old it is. I think it does stand up pretty well, but you can tell, in my honest opinion here, I think you could tell that it wasn't really made to last. When you consider how different it is compared to what a lot of siege maps are nowadays. You know, it's only got what, like 3, it's got 3 staircases, but 2 of them are so close together it can be very easy to try and isolate out players. The runouts and jump outs are incredible, and you can tell that struggles a lot a bit, especially with, you know, 2021 and the current playstyle of playing fast and loose. But regardless of that, we do have our third map coming up fairly shortly. We are going to go for a quick break just whilst we sort out some things. We will be back fairly soon.
To say what you wanna hear, I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want. the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. To say what you wanna hear, I will bite my tongue till I disappear.
I feel pressure and it festers. There's this yearning that I don't say. Sick of guessing, I have questions. Oh well, all I can do is pray. Oh, I've been roaming, taking chances all along. Where am I going when it's always going wrong? Wish someone could tell me how things will end before I let somebody in. A crystal ball so I can see. Why does everybody leave? Are you out there going through casualties? Just like me, all to prepare for the day that we both shall meet. I always wonder who's true love somewhere waiting for me. Are you out there, my one and only? Looking over my shoulder, 'cause I don't wanna pass you up. Am I getting any closer? Come on, show me the way to us. Oh, I've been roaming, taking chances.
I still remember how it used to be, holding hands, running wild and free. Crossed our hearts, said we never let go. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life, holding you so close to me, in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. Like I remember you. You can love something and let it go. It's hard to see it in the moment, but the best things always hurt the most. Yeah. If I could, I'd never let you go. But my heart's fighting my conscience, and you don't deserve the fallout, being pulled down in my undertow. You can want something so bad that it doesn't want you. Yeah, I wanted it so bad that somewhere I lost you. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end, but it's not over. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again. Oh, I will see you again. Someday I will see you again. Yeah, this is the end. I was 15 and I lost myself, but then I finally found you, and the things I felt that changed my life. Yeah. Now it's hard to go without you, but I know that if I doubt myself, I won't give up this feeling that I needed to change something inside.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the University All-Stars Badass Clash for, well, Socially versus Classified in this show match. So sorry about all the delay that we've had. We've had a couple of technical issues, which we hope we've resolved now. But I am Rook, and I'm joined by Fraser as we're getting ready for that third match. And what map do we have for this third one?
Oh, well, we do have House back in the rotation here. We're going to be playing that next as our third map of the day. As a reminder, we've had Skyscraper followed up by Bartlett University. We're now going to House, the OG. It's a map that almost every single Rainbow Six player or viewer will have seen at some point or another. It's a staple. And, well, let's hope that both these teams are going to be raring to go here. As you mentioned, we had a couple of issues that did take a little bit of time to resolve, but fortunately we have gotten that sorted out. So let's go over the rosters again, just as a casual reminder. For anyone that is maybe coming in, tuning in, wondering who we're watching, we got Socially Esports versus Classified, also known as X Fierce. If we look over at the Socially lineup, we can get that up. That would be absolutely superb. We can talk about some of these players.
Well, yeah, regardless, for Socially, we have Curly, Secret, Uxio, Messi Valoni, and Josh.
Yep. Now, from what we've seen of these players, some of them have been stepping up a little bit more than others. I mean, when we're looking over towards Messi, we saw him really dominating there with that Rook and the P90, and Bartlett in the last map, he was absolutely gunning on that. But also, secondly to that, there were also quite a number of other players on their side that were making a name for themselves, so to speak, which is quite interesting. Now, on the other hand, let's talk about Classified. We've got Almost, Skeptic, Schwai, Lore, and Strike all playing on their side. And a couple of veteran players, a couple of veteran names in there. Almost as an example here. Played for Kavana in Season 5 and Season 6 of the UK Premiership. And then later on down the line, was played for Audacity back in Season 1 of UK, the UK and Ireland Nationals. Skeptic previously played alongside Quadog with Lechendi. God love Lechendi's superb organisation. If they pay their players. Quadog, well known within the UK scene. Looking over towards, players like Quadog, it's just that they're players that we come to kind of love and represent, right, within the UK scene. They're people that you always recognize playing either in, in the tier 3 in the national scene, or in any of the smaller, like tier 4 in any of the tier 4 non-national leagues there. On top of that, you then got players like Shuai, Lore, Strike. Strike is a well-known name in Europe, but he's, from what I'm aware, he's a Hungarian streamer. Generally plays a lot. Used to play in FPL, and in addition, also played for Salamander, one of the Challenger League teams back in Season 10, I believe. So, a couple of recognizable names in there thrown into the mix there. And Classified, is there any player that has kind of been noticeable for you, do you think? Anyone you'd like to maybe pick out and talk about?
Well, at the start, obviously, I was talking about Law, and we did see some really fantastic shots coming out from them. But I think, obviously, from that last map, Strike picking up that ace in round 1. And, I mean, it looked rusty. It looked a little bit worrisome for those second and third rounds, but they absolutely came back with a vengeance and ended up 14-4-6 with a really impressive showing as well in the way they were getting them. Oftentimes just peeking on through, finding those opening frags, and leading their team on into those positions. It was that, or it was some of the spawn peaks that were coming out from a couple of these other players. I mean, especially Skeptic, I think in map 1 over on Skyscraper. A lot of jump outs from that guy. It was ever so fun to watch.
You know, I'm actually pretty sure, I'm thinking back now, I'm pretty sure I might have casted Strike way back in Challenger League qualifiers with Hap. I think I may have casted them, but regardless, we are now at the point that we're at right now. We've got House coming on up, we've got the map bans and vetoes down below. As a reminder, out of the 21 maps in the pool, we have selected 5 of them, or at least the players have selected 5 of them to be played out. That is Skyscraper, Bartlett, House, Lane, and Bank. Now, of those, 2 of them have already been played out. That was Skyscraper and Bartlett. Both maps going in the favour of, I believe it was Classified both times there. Looking over towards House, the next map down the line, do we have any thoughts about operator bans?
With House, I think seeing maybe a ban towards Statue would make a lot of sense, especially if you're playing in that basement, where obviously they got the garage and all that. That makes a lot of sense to be at least there. I mean, I think a lot of teams historically used to ban Glass. I don't think it's super great. There's a couple of different opportunities to kind of pick up those DMRs, so it's not really one I think you should be banning away. But definitely Thatcher. I think it's way too small to really need the Jackal or anything, so I don't think that's going to be something, even though we've seen it banned in the last 2 maps, that doesn't get taken away. But genuinely, I know it's a very niche pick, and if it doesn't get banned, I'd be surprised if we don't see it, but it's Fuse. And I actually think it's really strong here. There's a couple of big open areas and a lot of ways to play vertically. That alongside something like the Buck or the Sludge as well, obviously very strong. And I think Fuse in particular is something that was always underused on this map. Obviously, it has been a while since this map has been played, but I think it'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, judging from, historical gameplay of how you generally come to expect operators like Claz, Blackbeard can be very powerful, being able to play outside of the map. And secondly to that one, we've seen that both these teams have favoured going for the cheeky peeks on the defense. I think might make a little bit of sense to bring maybe a Blackbeard or conversely ban it. I would expect, as we've seen previously, Jackal, Mare both being banned out on both maps, Skyscraper and Bartlett respectively. Potentially one of them will be banned out. I'd imagine more likely it'd be the Mirror. Jackal might get let on through, or conversely, might just get banned out, exactly as you mentioned. Might not be as necessary for a map like House, as it's a lot smaller. But regardless of that, we are going to be diving on deep into this map with the operator bans to kick things off. We're going to be seeing Classified to go for some of the bans first. I'm interested to see whether or not Socially are going to attempt to go for another Twitch ban. We did see previously map number 1, they banned out Twitch in order to target Skeptic, I believe it was, who did prefer playing with that F2 and flashbangs. Classified going out for the bans first. I would expect that we're probably going to be seeing either a Jackal or a Blackbeard, maybe a hard reach ban in some way, shape, or form. It'll be the Knock to be banned out there, and that's going to be a fun one, actually. That's going to be unfortunate for Curly. We've seen, well, when he's not falling off of the roofs, he's actually pretty happy playing the Knock there. So nice little target ban coming down the line. As a reminder, third map in is a good time to be bringing in target bans.
I mean, I'm surprised to see the Knock taken away, obviously, because it's actually quite a small map. But, I mean, hey, if Classified want to take it away for that target ban, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. They can go for that. Other attacking bans, I don't really know what socially you want to go for, but again, if we're talking about meta bans, it would be something like the Thatcher, but it's going to be the Sash. There are a lot of kind of opportunities to open up soft positions on this map, so taking away that Ash at least makes some sense, and also it's going to be a target.
Yeah, I'm honestly curious to see if they're going to go for the Jaeger ban. Just purely for the fact that, well, if you're banning Ash, you don't usually do it in order to get rid of the soft breach, due to the fact that there's so many other operators that are capable of doing it. Zofia, as an example, Sledge. You might be seeing Ash being banned out specifically to target individual players in the way that they play mechanically. Jaeger is a perfect in-tandem operator for that as well. You take out the Ash Jaeger, and it's well known. It's kind of a stereotypical Ash Jaeger main player, so to speak. And I think that makes a fair bit of sense. In addition to that, you're going to be seeing a heavier reliance on bringing one Mai in order to counter potential projectiles. However, Classifieds, they still have one ban to go. Whether it's going to be a Mira, maybe a Valkyrie, potentially the one Mai. I think one Mai being banned out, that's going to make it very interesting for any projectiles. But for now, going to be the Mira.
Well, it is going to be. And again, taking away that operator that can sometimes be a little bit too strong on that defense can make things a little bit unfun. These guys, they want to go running and gunning, in spite of socially going, don't want the Jaeger, don't want the Ash. It's still going to be a lot of aggression and forward play. So makes a lot of sense to see them in this situation, and they're going to be starting on that offense. Now, we're going to be starting on Gym Garage. This is a pretty retro site at this point.
Yeah. You generally expect that, you know, it's the same with a lot of maps. You generally choose to go to the basement first, followed up by the top floor. Or conversely, you go to the top floor and then go down to the basement. Look at Clubhouse as an example, Cash CCTV, then Church Arsenal, or vice versa. You look at Console as an example, where you'd go console meeting and then garage, and so on and so forth. And the reason for that being is that a lot of teams prefer to play either on the top floor or the bottom floor to deny that roam pressure from both, you know, above and below. It makes it a lot easier to hold on to a bomb site if you're only needing to watch it from above and from the sides, rather than having to watch like all of it. On top of that, gym bedroom. It's or correction, not gym bedroom.
Gym Garage.
Thank you. Gym bed. Ooh, good god.
Just so used to it. But yeah, I mean, again, we know what you're talking about. It is a very strong site with a very obviously poignant back kind of entrance, which is very open, these wide areas. Surprised to not see any Thermite is generally very strong here, but instead opting for that Habana, who is just very strong right now.
Yeah, actually, speaking about Habana, the way that her gadget works right now, you can open up 4.5 hatches. In addition to that, you can open up an entire wall panel. You can even open up multiple half panels there, so it could be incredibly powerful. There's a reason why Habana is affectionately known as the Queen of the Hatches. As Law's going for a cheeky peek across, doesn't land the shots, giving away his position. He's just going to push himself back. Name a better duo rather than just Classified and cheeky peek outs. Oh no.
C4 doesn't land. Unfortunately, no one anywhere near, and well, Law continued to put that pressure on. They don't want to let anyone push this angle. Finds it at range, but does strike covers them, and that means usually won't find that frag either. That is 2 quick kills going over to Classified as they start off a quick pace early on in this map.
Yeah, I mean, taking down 2 players in rapid succession there, that's going to apply a lot of pressure now onto the side of Socially to decide how they're going to try and play here. They just don't care. Strike takes no secret. Not going to be secret for much longer. Potential run out or jump out going to occur here in a second here. Yeah, he's going to jump on out, revolver in hand, but Malusi will get the kill. And a 1v4 situation ensues as Shuai able to do it now. Messi giving it all to Josh. Unfortunately, just can't make it happen. Lore shuts him down. A dominant performance coming down so far by Classified.
Yeah, the only reason I think they lost the player at all is because of some spicy jump out stuff action going on. Impressive stuff from Classified here, and well, Socially very much find themselves on the back foot as we start on off. It is early days, but with a dominant performance like that, I mean, does it really matter what site you're on?
Not really. I'll be blunt. We didn't see any meaningful aggression towards the bomb side. I don't think we even saw anybody inside of the building on the side of the attackers. The main method of attack coming down by the, you know, the attacking side here, Socially, was trying to attempt to take Garage Wall, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out due to the numerous windows that, you know, we saw the side of Classified basically peeking across. Whether or not that can change, going up to the car room and the pink room, also affectionately known as, well, the bedrooms. I think, yeah, probably, yes. I imagine we're probably going to see a similar approach to this. I don't think that going upstairs or downstairs is going to really change anything there, because the windows are in the same place. Like, they're still going to peek the same windows because it's classified. Like, they've done it for the past 2 hours, 40 minutes, give or take. I think they're going to continue doing that.
I mean, if it works, it works, you know, and that's absolutely the kind of idea they're looking for. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Classified, they like to get up and aggressive, and, well, they'll take the fight to you, even if they're the defenders.
I just like, I've got this mental image of just Classified, just practicing. You know, before this, they just go into casual practice, right? You know that joke whenever you see like a 5 stack in ranked, you just like, you guys like to scrim practice, right? It's like that, except it's unironic. As Skeptic, he's going to be holding on to the angle, trying to see if he can bait out the Zofia there, spots out the shots, able to take him down. 45 and 2s.
That's some really spicy stuff. Just prone on the floor there, catches him off guard. You love to see it from Classified. They really are so kill hungry. They start to, well, let's socially actually try and attack the house. I think it's their first chance to actually get a frag of their own accord there, as socially do manage to take down Shuai, who was a little bit far forward there with that HE. Good HE, but again, the pressure continuing to mount. And, well, it is still socially stuck very much outside.
Defender has been discovered.
Well, Uzi is able to get one onto Almoz. Just gonna open up a little bit. Schwai's complaining about being grenaded. Well, that's unfortunate for him. But that's generally what happens with a frag grenade. It kills you from multiple directions. I don't know how a grenade works. As I do know how Skeptic works. He jumps out a window, shoots him down. Strike picks up another, leaving it in a 2v3 situation. Josh on the Blackbeard operator expected to get banned out. Instead, he played out here. Strike takes out one. Well, it takes a second. Classified win round number 2. Startling fashion yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to speedrun this. 5 maps quickly as possible. Even with the tech issues, this is on pretty solid pace. And I think if we look at the splits, if you look at the actual the maps were good, but we lost a lot of time on the tech pause. But I think we're going to be able to make it up.
Well, I mean, here's hoping, because right now they are doing their utmost to keep us to that schedule. Again, we spoke earlier on about the script that these teams are playing to, and right now they are not disappointing. Master bedroom, car room, next bomb site. I wish I had a car bed. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? You know, a bed that's shaped like a car.
That would be sick. I would feel so cool.
What kind of car would you have? I'd have like a Ford Focus.
Oh, okay. I would go to something probably a little bit more interesting. My favorite car as a kid was definitely the Lamborghini Diablo.
Yeah.
Because do you remember Midtown Madness? Do you remember that game? Do you ever have it?
Yeah.
I used to play that all the time, and the Lamborghini on it, like bright orange, was a Lamborghini Diablo, and I used to drive around on it all the time. So I would have a Lamborghini one.
What's wrong with a Ford Focus?
It's not quite as interesting as a Lamborghini or Ferrari. Normally you see like a sports car bed, right?
Yeah.
Well, if it's a Ford Mustang, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I can get it. I get it. I mean, if you're into economy cars, that's entirely valid, but...
It's logical. Alright.
But if you're having a car bed, you should be feeling about passion, you know?
Well, yeah, but it's fuel efficiency.
It's all about the long run,
10
right?
seconds to go.
Like, come on. Like, I'm not crazy. I'm you know.
5 seconds left before.
Not crazy, but you keep on mentioning McDonald's every 3 minutes.
Hey, let's go beat Hungary.
Moving out to
Alright.
locate a bomb and defuse
Speaking
it.
about Hungary, we're looking at Classified who are hungry for success. Lord, gonna be trying to peek across through that double window here.
Look at the berth that Curly is giving, just going as far away as possible.
no.
Not touching that with a 1,000-yard pole. Law, a little bit too big for their boots, does get taken down by Curly as he starts to close that distance. But, well, socially, even though they found frags early on in other rounds, it hasn't meant success for them.
Well, as you mentioned, they are taking their time, really working out them in their favour. C4 doesn't quite work out. Secret takes out Almost. They're starting to get a little bit too cheeky here as we see Josh up on that tree. Up on the... What's it called? Like a tree house. Is it a tree house? It's kind of a tree house. It's a tree apartment.
A bomb has been located.
I mean, I guess it's just a treehouse, because it's like... I had a treehouse that was like just wooden or on wooden poles. It wasn't actually attached to the tree. I think that kind of counts as a treehouse, or is it a playhouse?
I think it's a bit of both. Anyway, we're seeing shots coming back and forth there. Schwai able to do a little bit of damage there. Wondering whether that Ella was indeed drawn down out. So Ring will finally be shut on down. 4v2 situation ensues as the Ella still alive and kicking, got that RG-15 in hand.
They do. And they're out for blood.
I mean, I'm more out for a McDonald's.
Bomb located by
God
attacker.
damn it. But socially, yeah, says to find the bomb. They are still playing forward. They have that player advantage. Gotta be careful. There are some welcome mats, and well, as much as they are very happy to get up close and personal, they don't like that kind of hello. Uzi holding this cross angle, and they manage to take down Skeptic as they try and push on in aggressively there. Does take that name and strike. 1 versus 4. Can they find the 4K to be able to pick this up? They've got the pistol out, but no one's even remotely contesting those angles. Not a lot of time left for them in this round as the diffuser goes down, and well, I think socially going to be able to pick up their first round in this now.
Do you think it's interesting to know that Strike still had a deployable shield in pocket? Didn't even try to use it
He was
there.
going to use it for the strategy where they walk at them with the deployable shield again. You remember?
Nah. You think so?
Maybe. Actually, maybe.
Actually, maybe, because like I'm thinking about like if you have a shield, why do you not use it? Yeah, see, he called out Treehouse.
Okay,
He
we'll go
called
with
that
Treehouse
Treehouse.
then. We'll go with Treehouse.
Said
Josh
Treehouse.
is the be-all end-all of deciding what is a treehouse and what is not.
Yes, can confirm. It's his new role in life.
Treehouse declarer.
Yes, it's kind of like a tree surgeon, but like fancier. Let's go to college for it.
I think a tree surgeon probably can technically choose whether something is called a treehouse or not.
You know what?
We'll give them
I'm
that.
tired of your sass. I'm tired of your sass.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm saying that a tree surgeon probably has the ability to declare whether that's true or not. They know trees.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you right now.
I mean, we can link it back to Rainbow Six Siege if you want. Do you want me to do it?
Yes, go on.
So, well, funnily enough, tree's actually really related to Ash because that's what her original operator logo used to be.
Oh, terrible. Segue. The segue coming in right there. Actually, we were talking about that, weren't we?
We were talking.
Before the cast, we're going over some of the different logos, and yeah, we couldn't figure that out as to who was who was the operator that had the tree the tree insignia, and it turned out it was Ash. Did you know there's a tree called an Ash tree?
Yeah, I said that when we talked about it.
Shut up.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers objective.
I mean, you know what I'm surprised to see here, to be fair, though?
on.
Is,
Go on.
I mean, we were kind of talking about the shields in map 1 and map 2. The Blackbeard is back on the board. And, I mean, it's going to be Uzi who finds that first frag, but I'm surprised teams let Blackbeard get through. Like, don't ban away the Ash, ban away the Blackbeard, because that thing is a pain in the butt to play against.
Yeah, I mean, Blackbeard, it makes a lot of sense when you consider the kind of gameplay that they're playing against, especially when the defenders are trying to peek out of every single window in existence. Strike dying first, that's going to be unlucky for him. No more of that C1 SMG. Josh is going to be sitting on the window, he's just chilling, he's vibing, having a nice time. As he's going to open up the windows here. Skeptic trying to pre-fire across. He does have the FO12, which is going to be unfortunate for the sledge.
Yeah, he found himself in a very difficult position there. Does get caught off guard, but a couple of shots going back and forth. It is Schwai who picks up Uzi. And now it is the player advantage for Classified. Still a decent amount of time on the clock for Socially to play with. But for now, through the many, many angles which they're going to have to check, they're going to be worn through a lot of that time. Finally, Messi does find a frag onto Schwai with that
located by attacker.
with that rifle there, but it's going to be a trade right on back. Almoz is absolutely on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, looking up towards Almoz, he is confident. He's got that pistol in hand. Josh, on the other hand, inside of the building right now, the Mark 17. He's trying to figure out what he wants to try and do. He takes in Almoz, and then leaving it effectively 2v2. Lord taking a little bit of damage there. Josh is going to stick another shield on, but it's not going to make a difference as Lord is just going to shoot him from below the waist. Take him down. Leaving it all up to Secret on the roof, still likely rotated. Yep, on the window now. Bit of a precarious position to be in right now.
Really is, Socially. have to be careful because of these runouts as well. They know that it's very likely to happen. Just hearing that sound of a barrier getting broken down does kind of suck. Secret trying to make a move on in. Doesn't know that there's a player on the stairs. Is checking for it. Position very much given away. But tries to throw it out as they go down. Well, Secret's going to try and get back on up, but Classified just won't give them the time of day. And yet another round over to them.
I guess you could say it's no secret that he's down there as Skeptic just completely decimates him. FO12 in hand, downs him out. Pistol comes out just to, well, confirm the kill. Leaving us 3-1 scoreline. Favourite Classified yet again. As socially, 1 round on the board so far, bringing out the Thatcher. I believe this may be the very first round.
We might have a pause here.
We have been nerfed. No, you're not nerfed. That's London.
Law has had a disconnect, so we are going to have a pause. The magic that is a pause.
I love this.
Holy moly. Shout out to Ubi for actually implementing that feature finally. It's great to see. And, well, now we don't have to rehost. We don't have all that time. So we should be back in very quickly. We just need the player to relaunch. And, yeah, we're living in 2021 now. I was about to say 2020, and then I remembered that actually it was the new year 5 days ago. And, well, yeah.
Happy 2021.
Happy 2021 to you too.
Happy 2021. Wear a mask, okay?
It's true.
Yeah. It's
Sure.
forget about, like, you know, like celebrations, you know, all that jazz. Let's just wear a bloody mask. Alright? If not for yourself, for your community, for the people around you, for your family, for your neighbour's family, for your co-workers.
That's the real
Better.
badass thing to do.
That is
Of course.
the badass thing to do.
Of course, as
Don't
this
be a
tournament is brought
bloody
you.
idiot.
Of course, as this tournament is brought to you by Badass Esports. Shout out to them because they're the ones who are making this all possible. But also, yeah, wear a mask. It's a sensible
I
thing
think it's great having
it's a good
all
name.
of these different teams. It's a great name. I love it. Like, imagine that, putting that on your resume.
I'm
So,
from
yeah,
Badass.
I'm from Badass. Love it. As I love the name. It's great. I love the branding right now. And speaking of branding right now, Classified making a name for themselves right now. They are not going to be classified for much longer because the intel that people are going to gain from this map and from these games.
Attackers
It's going to be a fair bit. If you aren't aware or familiar with these teams or these players, I would thoroughly recommend that you skip your way on over to Twitter and you consider checking some of them out. As a reminder, you know, both of these teams are full of names and faces that we recognise within the UK scene. From currently a Messi all the way over to, well, Lore. No, I'm being entirely serious here. You look at the names in all of these teams and they're recognisable names and faces. Omos, for example, absolute veteran player. Everyone knows Omos. He's an absolutely superb guy. I don't think there's anyone that can say a bad word about him. Incredibly dedicated and passionate about esports, and not only that, he's passionate about the UK scene as a whole. I think that definitely comes across through any conversation that you've ever had with him or anything you've ever witnessed him being a part of. For example, the UK Nationals. As Strike trying yet again to go for a spawn peek. Let's find out who's going to die first. Is going to be Strike. Yes, it is.
You saw it. You saw it coming from a mile off. He was a little bit too over-aggressive. Curly will find them this time. Josh is going to open this one right on up. He's now going to be playing that angle for probably the next minute, most likely. Or gets run out, Skeptic takes him down, and, well, isn't playing it at all.
Well, what I love about this is just we say that there's someone playing something, then they immediately die.
Has been dropped.
The camera goes on them. Someone just dies. The same thing just happened there to Messi as tried to play an angle. I thought it was a relatively safe one, but it apparently wasn't. And they go down very, very easily there. Law, first one we don't catch. Shout out to our observer, who has been absolutely fantastic. Captain Chrono so far in catching at least most of the action. It's hard to know exactly where everything's going to go down when so much is happening all the time.
Yeah, and especially when this is a map that not a lot of people are familiar with. This has been a little bit chaotic, put that bluntly there. As Uzi is going to fire up a couple of shots downrange towards Omos. However, I'm not going to land quite onto Lucy entirely there. He's going to repel on in through the window. Omos is going to be aware of that. Tries to fire across with the pistol, but not quite there. As he's finally taken down. He's downed. Not dead, but downed. As Uzi, please do me a favour, flashbang. Never mind. Ask him flashbanging, but you know what? It's a little bit too toxic for me, so you know what? We're just going to carry on with the match, shall we?
Right, finds the frag and does manage to keep things very tight for their team. One player left, and it's just Secret. Will they find him out? I have no idea, but it's been very good from Classified in a lot of these 2v1 situations. They don't generally lose them, and in the clutches in general, their aim really does come out on top, and with shots ringing out as well from Secret, it's so easy to collapse on them. Skeptic gets exactly that, and Classified pick up this round 4-1, and looking like a very strong defensive half from that set.
Yeah, I mean, the ebb and the flow in this kind of these matches has been superb. I mean, you're seeing Classified really going round for round there. Nomad knife fight, close out the round. I would like yes. I vote yes, even though my opinion means absolutely jack nothing. As Gym Garage will be the bomb site that they go to. They are deciding to go for a knife fight, which for anyone that is curious, maybe you're asking, what the heck is a knife fight? Well, allow me to elaborate, my dear sir. It is when somebody has a knife, and you also have a knife, and you go and knife each other. And it's the winner is the winner. You're welcome. In addition to that, they're actually, in all seriousness, they're bringing out the Nomad. They're going to put the Nomad down in the middle of a circle of the players. That's going to detonate. That's going to fly them all out. And then they're going to stand up and they're going to knife each other. And whichever team wins the knife fight.
It's really interesting because obviously in other games they used to use knives to determine who was going to be on the higher, who had side selection. And I mean, in those games, for example, knives take a couple of hits to kill. Here in Rainbow Six, it's just that one touch. It really is deadly. And I'm excited to see, well, how these guys are going to work out. It's the first time I've actually seen one of these knife fights.
Which game is that? Is that Counter-Strike?
Seconds remaining.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So yeah, basically what we're going to see here is all of these defenders are going to run outside. They're all going to find the attackers, likely over by the garage door, right outside the garage door, or potentially over by the cars. They're then going to form like a kind of a circle around there, and then they're going to fire an air jab down. All of the players will get impacted by the air jab. As we see here, all of the players will, in theory, get impacted by the air jab if they go close enough, as we see here. And, well, they Classified kind of cheated there a little bit.
Oh, and Classified got that first frag as well. Omoz is on a bit of a spree right now with 3k for them. It will be 3 kills for them, only 1 kill going down. But what socially is Classified, they really had that. And Messi is a little bit, very rightfully, miffed about how that went happen.
Yeah, they're gonna redo that. Like, I mean, that wasn't a proper air jab. You could tell that, you know, the players are standing back a little bit. They're gonna do it again. Let's do it properly this time. Remember, alright, this is not about ego. This is about winning. Which technically could be ego. But it's for good causes. Alright? It's for good causes, Rick.
What is the good cause that we're supporting?
My paycheck. But no, being entirely serious here, we're looking at this and we're thinking, okay, at the end of the day, this is a match for all of these players and these teams to have a fun time together. And what better way of doing it than with things such as a Nomad air jab? It's a fundamental fact of Siege. Go on.
Hey, look at Law. They're playing Blitz.
Yeah.
It's not okay, you can't do that. It's cheating.
Like, alright, they cheated the last round, they're cheating again. Who cares? What they're likely going to do, he's likely going to put the shield in his back and do a turtle. The problem is, technically the shield, I don't actually believe the shield, I think the shield protects from melees, provided it doesn't hit the neck or the legs or the arms.
That is an unfair advantage.
Yeah, but let's be honest, Show is not getting hit by no mid-air jab and then immediately going to knifing.
I mean, Classified were the ones, I mean, true, but that doesn't mean you should do it. That's kinda...
yeah.
And also, that was Classified who won off of that anyway.
Yeah, that's my point.
So they're cheating again. Neither of these things are good. I'm very disappointed, Classified. That wasn't very badass of you, or Cash Money, as apparently that is the important cause that we're funding today.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed by this, but hopefully they are going to play fair. I think we're going to find out. I think socially deserve the respect of having a decent, honourable knife fight. That's something that I do believe in. You know, if you're going for a knife fight, we see there, Strike is firing in the ground to let them know where that air jab is going to go down. Everyone is there, everyone's closer. That is ready. And it goes on down, all the players get flung on the back, and they're going to be going up for the rush there as Low Shield's going to protect him just once. As Colin's able to get one back. Shui will get the refrag, leaving it now effectively a 2v1 engagement now. It's all up to Strike to try and pull this one back together. Seeker and Josh still alive here. They're going to go for the tag team right now, try and make this one happen. Going to go back and forth. Strike will unfortunately fall there to Josh. Socially going to win it. As round number 7. Knife fight number 2. Who's in the favour of Socially?
It is. Good round for Socially. Pick that one up. It is 2-5. Still a couple of rounds in it. One more to decide. Best of 3. We have had a DC. Oh, Shuai's already back. We're all sorted. Don't even need to pause. Perfect. We are absolutely balling on these tech issues right now. Okay, we've had another disconnect.
Yep.
Maybe we're not. Maybe everything isn't working out. But still, again, pause in there. I think, again, I'm going back to that speed run. We're actually perfecting these pauses because we don't have to have the rehost.
We are indeed going back to our faces yet again. We could talk about that, Rick. Your very first experience of a Nomad air jab fight. All right, how are we feeling about
cool.
that? The knife fight.
It was really cool. I like as well how it gives you all an even footing.
Yeah.
By like you will sit on it and go, and then you like let the Hunger Games begin.
Yeah, it's always quite fun because you never quite know where you're going to be flung off to. And especially when you're all kind of in a close circle like that, it's absolutely hectic. As soon as that goes off, you know, no holds barred there. You are absolutely going in for the kill. Sometimes you work together with your teammates and you're like, you're tag teaming some people. And other times, you're left in like a 1v3 situation where you're having to knife your way victory. Sometimes it can be quite entertaining, and especially when it works out well. With no shields, it's a massive thing I would say. Shields are kind of iffy, because remember, if you melee someone, sometimes it's going to hit and impact the shield, and it might protect them. As we saw with WYLDE there, he was going in and kind of flipping around, so they're trying to hit the shield in his back, and it didn't quite work out for them. Looking over towards this, do we feel like maybe Socially might be able to start pulling rounds back now? Looking at it, again, as a reminder, we're not doing a best of 5. This is just 5 regular maps. So ultimately, it doesn't quite matter kind of who wins this map, right?
Well, I mean, if it's a win here, it is a win for for one team. Like that's just going to decide it. But yeah, I know what I was saying. I was just saying for one team.
Right,
yeah. But yeah, Socially, if they win this, maybe they're in with a chance of taking it all over. There is a difference actually in terms of who wins what. It's a tenner each player, so that's 50 quid for the team if they lose, but 100 if they win. So that's a difference of 10 quid. That's a good McDonald's, I guess, if you're getting a lot from McDonald's.
Can't confirm
yeah.
So go on.
I was going to say that's 2 20 chicken McNuggets boxes and about 80p change, if I remember correctly.
Attackers
Yes.
need to locate and defuse as
I can
many
actually
bombs
tell you
as
right
they
now.
can.
It's
I will find
459, right? Or is it 469
I
for
think
20 chicken nuggets?
It's 480 for me, I think.
Okay, well, I guess
Maybe I'm
inflation,
just
because
like-
you're so high up in Scotland, the money, it's more money.
That is unfair. Okay, so what are we on about? Like a 9-pack? We're on about a 9-pack.
No, 20!
20, okay, 20-pack. That, what the hell? For me, that's 849.
That's 8.49 for that. You're getting scammed, mate.
20-pack of Chicken McNugget share box. That is £8.49.
10 seconds to
Okay.
go.
Well, we've got a round. This is another knife fight. I'm going to check it while this is happening. But I'm pretty sure that mine is
not
like...
another knife fight. Not another.
I swear they said it was going to be another knife fight.
They don't have a.
Oh, they
nomad.
disagreed. Okay, they didn't agree to do it. Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
wanted the decider to see who won overall.
Drop the bomb defuse.
Oh no, yeah, they're definitely not. Uzi's gonna shut down Omar's first kill of the round, going down to the ace. As they're not too happy about that. Uzi, it's a double for his efforts there. Messi will be downed. Shuai will get another frag there going out in their favour. Strike and Lore are going to be trying to figure out how they can try and retake this for now. Major advantage going in the favour of Socially for now. Diffuser's been dropped.
Attackers
Lore
recover
will
the
attempt to
diffuser.
pick this one up as Rick is attempting to figure out the inflation prices for McDonald's McNuggets. Potentially Happy Meals to be coming in the next map there. As I'm going to go over to our McDonald's affairs correspondent, Rick. How are we feeling?
Well, I'm kind of impressed that yours is 8 quid because mine's £4.89. I was wrong on the 69, as much as I wanted to be that number. But I mean, Classified is getting domed a little bit. Finally, Strike does manage to find a couple of frags. Does actually manage to bring it back a little bit. There's a player above there. Will Strike find them as well? They peek on through, and Strike has a 3k now. Lore is going to move on in with them. It's just nothing left. And I thought Classified, they were down for the count there, but even though they were 4-2, Strike pops off, and well, they win those.
Well, looking at it right here, you look over towards the side of Classified, you can tell that, well, they are hungry. They want to make it happen right now. Match point. If they win this match,
Okay, now, Lord.
they get away with £20 each. They get that first place. That is £100. That is quite substantial. £20. That is £19 more than £1 per player.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just check my figures there. Yeah.
I think you're right. I think you got it.
Yep. As looking over towards this right now, I'm sure they really want it. Not only for the price, but let's be honest. The vast majority of people, they like winning. When you look at almost any competitive player, you want to win.
It's
Right?
the drive, yeah.
It is for fun, yes, but there's a limit to that because at the end of the day, you always want to be better than your opponents. Now, when we're looking at this right now, 1 round away from determining that they are officially better than their opponents right now. And the bar-ass esports kind of scene here, they really need to make this happen. Now, I'm going to ask real quick, for anyone that is watching right now, if you are interested, let us know in chat. Let us know who you're thinking is going to be winning this one out. Is it going to be Classified or is it going to be Socially Esports right now? I mean, looking at it. Yeah.
What kind of question? Like, you could have asked earlier in the match.
Attackers have
Well,
discovered
like,
the location of a
I'll be
bomb.
honest. Like, I still
Can we run a
believe-
poll on the chat? Who do you think is going to be winning this? The team at 6
remaining.
or the team at 2? Who have won all the 2 maps so far? It's a
5
good
seconds
question.
insertion.
I believe. You know what? It's the underdog story. I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call that right now. I think Social Realm have a chance. I truly believe. All right. I truly, genuinely believe that Socially have a chance of pulling this back because I have seen them do it before. In Esports Scotland, I have seen Socially do it before. I've seen them pull this back from worse odds. Whether or not they will, I don't know. I can't comment on that. I could just say that I think they deserve a chance to try, and I'm hoping that they're going to do that in this round.
They're going to have a chance to try, but I don't believe it's a good chance. I think they're going to be very much struggling with that one. Just spraying on through, Skeptic just tapping away. It doesn't go down, obviously, that head shield. Not 800 health like it once was, but still very, very strong. Flash goes on through, and he crosses over. I think he would have even seen a player there. He's continuing to peek on through. Huzi does get a bit of damage on down, but falls! And it's going to be that C4 from Josh that manages to finish off that player as Classified continue to move on in and move themselves to, well, still 1 up because Omoz is happy to trade out all of their team members. Finally, Josh shuts him down. It is 2 versus 2, but as that happens, they fall as well. You can see the Frost moving over as quickly as they possibly can, but knowing the Hibana is likely covering that angle, Flash goes on in. They shut down Josh as well. And these remaining 2 players are starting to close in on Messi's position here. Will they be able to clutch it out? Will the coach reign supreme here? He did say he was looking for team, but, I mean, honestly, he doesn't clutch this out. Does he deserve it? Melee's out in front, and, well, Messi easily able to punish that one from Allure there. 1 versus 1. Actually has the health advantage now.
Well, trying to put a cam on top of a cam doesn't quite work on it. Is Strike going to be throwing up some SAM cams to provide some information as to the players that are upstairs, i.e. Messi Lavoni. Who's playing over here? Going to be looking over towards the hatch, hearing somebody potentially. He does have 1 SAM cam that he can throw in up there, which might be quite powerful. If he can get that up into a nice position, we hear it detonated and going on up there. That's going to provide information about where he is. You see it on the floor, right in the middle of the bedroom. And Messi's able to recognize the positioning of Sam. He's pushing across and Strike shuts him down. And that's going to be round number 9 going in the favor of Classified. That is the 3rd map in this 5-map show match going in the favor of Classified.
Is indeed. We've still got a couple more games on in it, but really impressive stuff so far from Classified. 3 maps to them already. Can they make it a clean sweep? Some pretty impressive performances as well. 7-3 on the first map, I think 7-2 on the second. Yep. Now here 7-2 again on the third. I think, well, moving to some of those more normal maps, at least like Bank later, could be a great chance for them to just completely dominate. But between now and then, we do have play.
Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. I think it's a good way. It's a slow burner of a map before we finally move over to our grand finale of Bank Plane. Hey, they're going on a trip in their favourite non-rocket ship. I thought that was quite good.
I guess. I mean, they're soaring. They won't be soaring through the sky because it will actually be solidly on the ground. And we have to keep our responses to that very grounded as well, because it's going to be these long angles that are going to really be the problem. Likely see a glass ban, but there's a lot of DMRs in the game, a lot more than when plane was first designed.
Well, the plane may not be soaring, but I'm sure that Classified most definitely are right now with the emotions of winning 3 maps in a row. It is superb. On the other hand, for Social Leader, it does feel bad a little bit. You can tell they're having fun. They're going for the knife fights. They're going for the gun fights. They're making it happen as best as they can. Unfortunately, yeah, they still have only 2 maps left that they could potentially win, but we are going to go for a quick break. And before we go there...
No, we're not.
We're just going straight on in.
We're going to have a break after this game. So that's what Fraser meant. But we're going to get straight on into bans. I expect to see Glaz, or they'll keep it open because they like playing it.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, Clash, Kali, very powerful operators that could be used effectively here. Apologies again. I misunderstood that. When he said there's no break, I thought that meant we have a break. As Glass being banned out, well, you're going to be a lot more reliant on operators like a Kali, potentially, to be played out on the rafters, out on the big catwalk thingamajiggies. Would you like to take a guess on the next operator ban?
Kali.
Okay, I would like to see Kali being played out, but I can understand if it does get banned out. Maybe a Jackal, maybe?
Could be a Jackal, yeah. I think that's pretty fair as well.
I can't see any hard breach being banned out. I think it's going to be either target ban. It's going to be a knock again, unfortunately, for Kali.
It's kind of sad about that one. It's a bit sad to see, but I mean, Classified don't want to let them anywhere near it. These bans, do you think... So, obviously, the operator that I think would be very strong on defense here, that we haven't ever seen, I believe, on Plane, unless you play a bunch of Plane, is Aruni, because obviously got released recently and Plane nowhere near competitive map pool at the current time. And I think that could be something strong which we either see picked or, well, banned away here.
I would imagine we're probably going to see it played out if it is unbanned. Smoke will be banned out. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Smoke's good here. Very good here.
We've seen that both teams are capable of playing Smoke. In addition, that's a plant denial operator off the board. You're still reliant on C4s, maybe a Maestro, to be brought out in order to deny any plants. However, I think it's important to recognize that I believe only in the last 3 maps, we've had 3 plants going down, give or take, over the last 3 maps now, going into the 4th. I don't think plant denial is the major factor here. I think it's simply the operator that has been banned out. The last one to go on down, likely target ban, it'll be the Eller. And, well, Skeptic, we've seen what he was capable of, I believe it was on the Eller in previous maps. Most definitively on that house map, we saw him playing the Eller. On top of that, you've also had the Eller played with FO12. Both teams, they like it. It makes a lot of sense. Ban that out. Get it off the board. I believe that's going to be the very first time I've ever seen Eller being banned out in competitive play. Ever. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. So we're going to the cargo hold for now. The first bomb site. We're seeing Clash being brought out. In addition to that, we've got Curly playing with the Alibi. Potentially got a 6-pick that. From now, it's going to be the Frost. Almost as well playing on the Montaigne, Blackbeard. There. Makes a lot of sense. We've got a nice balanced lineup being brought out so far by the attackers. So far, I'm liking this lineup. I like the Clash. I want it to stick on. Cully sticking with the Frost. Do you have any complaints or anything maybe you want to point out so far?
I mean, I think Clash and Monty are pretty much needed to be here. Very strong. If you can't attack them from the front, there's not. It's a very one-way map. There are not many ways to flank in the same way that other maps might be able to, or play from above. There's a couple of angles to do so, but not many, and that's why this Clash is so strong. That's why the Monty is so strong. I love seeing both of them being brought out. I love seeing this Tachanka as well. Obviously, not exactly the same as he once was, where you can just put that big gun and shoot down the hallway, but those mollies that they do have the access to, very strong as well. A lot of area denial. Can kind of, in air quotes, replace the smoke in the way you want to cut people off, and because there's very tight corridors, it's very good at doing so.
I would argue that Tachanka maybe more powerful in this situation here compared to the smoke. With the smoke, you only have 3 toxic babe canisters. Each toxic babe canister lasts around 11 to 12 seconds, give or take. You know, when people choose to push on in through them. But generally, you're looking at a maximum of around, 12 seconds worth of time wasted there. Now, with the Shimika launcher, they're not as powerful, but he's got more of them. As we see, 10 Shimika rounds that he can fire across it, quite literally fire across there. That can be very powerful. Look over on the side of Classified. So far, they have no way of breaching the windows here. Lord will get the first kill onto Josh. That's going to be the bandit off, correction, the Doc off the board there. Lowe's are looking in the right position. He will take a little bit of damage there. Someone team will be trying to push across first using the tortoise, the armadillo strategy here. See how that works out.
Yeah, Uzi does go down, and we see the Tachanka getting kind of low. The Secret still does remain in position. Curly falls, and I love to see kind of almost just backing it up on into them. Messi has actually been put in Clash baby jail, and actually can't make it out of here.
Oh, no. Well, the problem for him is that they only have one form of plant denial. Almost is going yeah, only one form of plant denial. Almost is getting the plant on down. Secret is able to get the count to Shree. Leaving it now all up to Secret and Mr. Lavoni. Secret recognizes he can't get his teammate out of here. He's going on a one-man army here. He can't get him out.
Yeah, he really can't. This is a big opportunity for them to just completely take this one. There's not much of a chance for, well, Socially to make this play back. Strike takes down Secret even, and it is all just over. Well, unfortunately, Messi is unable to have any impact. Their team trolling them a little bit there as they get caught on it.
You know what the best bet is? If we quickly expand the view on the spectate view, I wonder whether Strike doesn't have one, but I wonder whether Almost has the hard breach charge. Whoever has got smoke grenades.
I'd be very surprised if they do.
Attackers win.
I actually don't think they had a way to open them up out.
Yeah, no. So, Sultan operators now have a gadget known as a hard breach charge.
Yeah, I just didn't think they brought it.
I honestly think they may have.
I mean, it doesn't help you kill people.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would have expected if anyone would have them, it would have been the Zero. Instead, he had a Claymore for some reason, which was questionable.
Claymore helps you kill people. That's what I'm saying, man. You don't understand. It's high-level strategy. Frag out.
You need to have the hard breach ability in order to open up certain walls. For example, if there happens to be a clash stuck in the middle of a wall.
You're thinking too hard. You're thinking too hard. You are.
Like, come on. What if you're a firefighter? Like, think of it. Like Fireman Sam, right? Zero is Fireman Sam,
That's
except
a throwback.
It is. You know what? I have not watched that in.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have located a bomb.
You won't get past me!
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb. Attackers have located a bomb. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
It's dry!
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Deploying your guy!
10 seconds to go.
Setting up!
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Come on, I'm reloading. Laying cover smoke.
Wall secured.
Tossing frag.
Reloading.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Wants to find that shot. They're out in the open. They're out and everywhere. But, well, skill cannon. It seems like Skeptic is certainly lacking something in that equation.
Yeah, not quite able to make that one work out there. We're just going to wait and see what happens on that one as Messi is able to get the kill there in the end to finish up round number 3. Going over to the next round, we are seeing... well, again, as you mentioned, there's only 3 bomb sites. They've only got 3 options about where they can go. It's going to be cargo yet again. Cali being brought out, a Skeptic for the first time. As, yeah. Looking over towards this. I think Cali's the smart option. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Especially with the map available here. You generally expect, as we mentioned earlier on, a glass or a Cali to be brought out specifically to try and pierce through the bulletproof glass. I believe Maverick can also do that. Let me check that. Well, that's a nice little factoid right there. Maverick's
no
AR
idea.
1550. I believe it can. It may have been changed. In theory, it can. In theory, it can. The whole kind of idea about this map and the glass is that the bulletproof glass can be pierced by anything that is considered 50 cal. So, i.e., that's Cali, which is .300, .300 Winchester. You've got...
Wait,
glass.
Maverick has a above 50 cal weapon? Really?
It's .12. It's 12.7. Is AR-15
That doesn't mean
correct?
anything to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, and I'm gonna read the in-game description here. An AR-15 converted to a .50 caliber upper receiver. Its high caliber results in effective damage and incredible stopping power.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's his secondary weapon. He's got a rifle that is .50 Beowulf. So in theory, it should be able to, but I don't actually know if it can.
It'll be a flavor win if it does, because it doesn't really matter in effect whether it does or not, because no one plays plain, but it would be cool if it actually does.
Yeah. It's one of them where you would expect that it's more of just like a little flavorful thing, you know, something that doesn't really matter too much, but it's a nice little niche thing, you know. As Strike does get taken down early on by Secret, Prisma's doing a little bit of good there, try and bait out some players. As Josh playing inside of the pantry right now, just kind of making me hungry for something other than high explosive. A Secret taken down by Schwai.
Good HE as well. Comes on through, and yeah, pacified. Continuing up this pressure, and when socially don't throw away rounds by, well, locking up their players, they have had a lot of success, but this time they've decided to go back to that, and we'll see how it works out for them. They might actually catch this player off guard, and they do indeed. Uzi finds a frag with the Omos as they just do not respect that opportunity. Really well played by socially finding that frag there. It turns out that the bunker does work out somewhat for them. Skeptic gets a little bit up close and personal with, well, the not undeployed shield of Josh, and now, well, they're actually down to 2 players.
Attackers are active.
Yeah, looking at it right now, they've got the plant on down. It's going to be up to Lauren Schwein to try and deny any attempted push plant situation here as, well, Schwein and Lauren both get kills of their own. Colley's going to drop on down. He's going in for the kill, but it's not going to work out. Leaving it all up to Messi to try and pull this one back. Does have the class shield, but Makarov in hand. It's going to be for Schwein to try and deny it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance for Messi to be able to win this round. Even if they find the frags,
Yeah.
it isn't feasibly winnable because he is locked up in this position. So, I mean, socially, find themselves in a round where they can't win yet again, 3-1. And I think if they don't do that, they've actually had a 100% win rate when they don't look up Messi.
Yes. You know, I think it's a really good example as to why Messi is support staff and not a player. It's, poor guy, I feel bad for him, but at the same time, yeah, but get back to your spreadsheets, buddy. I think at this point, you're looking at it and you're wondering, well, if you can't play, gotta coach. And you know what? I think he's doing a pretty good job of coaching.
Yeah, I mean, he has. I mean, he's got a strong team under him, and I'm excited to see how they're going to play the rest of this season. Kind of obviously starting off the year with 2021. This is their first, I believe, thing they've played in, but obviously it's just a show match. And I mean, despite some of these difficult scorelines, they've actually shown some very strong fragging power.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the important thing that people need to recognize is that both these teams, neither of them are playing to their full capabilities or their full extent. They're just having fun.
Attackers
They are
and defuse bombs.
building synergy by doing this. Now, if we have a quick look over on the right-hand side of the screen, when we look over towards Classified and look at Omos, it does have that hard breach charge. It's the only form of hard breach available to the side of Classified. I'm curious to see if that will even be used or utilized here. As Rooney, another operator you mentioned earlier on, you highlighted the power of those Surya gates. I imagine it would be very pivotal on this map, so I'm excited to see how that plays on out. You've got the Valkyrie and
10 seconds to
the
insertion.
Warden also being played as well. I like this. I think there's a lot of versatility on the side of socially, but at the same time, they are also going to specialize a little bit. We're seeing here C4, or say correction, not a C4, a Valkyrie can be placed. Kind of threw that a little bit. Ollie got caught on the floor, or got caught on the wall, even got dropped back down. Secret should be able to throw up a cam. I'll provide a lot of information here. The problem is a red ping, which means that Classified are going to be aware of this.
Visual on the target.
I mean,
I'm
I don't
gonna
think
be
you can ping all those. So they are aware, but I don't think there's much that socially can really do to capitalize on these pings anyway. So I'm surprised to see them going on out. And, well, they lose out Josh early even, as Omos just pushes on in. These shields are slowly going to encroach on their position and make things very difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, Echo off the board, one of the main operators that can counter shield play here. Will get taken down very early on. That's going to allow Omos to push in close behind the shields. These will be taking point. Is getting rid of the Surya gate.
attackers' bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, Gully just finds these frags though. I mean, that Tachanka really is working out, but Melee comes on through, the Blitz just rushes him on down. Gully's just kind of confused what even went on there. 2 minutes on the clock, and Classified have a lot of time to work with. Secret kind of pick up some of those players, but does thing happen at least at this moment. You can see that he's waiting on the angle. Shield comes on up. They need to be careful. They're going to get pushed from 2 different angles. Has to be, on top of it. And that is 2 quick frags for Socially. They keep the dream alive, and it's just Shuai versus the world.
Trying to try and make some magic happen right now. Still has that Saiga. Still got a frag grenade going thrown on down. Do a little bit of damage onto Secret. But it's not enough to go for a kill. Boxman giving away his position. As Valkyrie gets taken down. That burst of energy come down by Shuai. Still has 1 frag grenade available here. As the Adrenal Surge will end there. Messi will fall again to that PMM. The Maverick. Or not even the Maverick. The Makarov. Get the kill. Is Uzi last player standing now? Could get pushed on back here, Rook.
And the Saiga just down the corridor finishes off Uzi there. A very spectacular frag. Not a lot of aim, but, you know, hey, we make it work. And yeah, I think I've seen more kills from the Makarov in this series than I have in any other one.
Yeah. Can't confirm. I mean, it's a good pistol, but at the same time, you just look at it like... in Siege, you generally expect people are going to be getting kills with guns. A Makarov isn't a gun. It's like a...
Pea shooter.
It's a pea shooter. It's like a BB gun. Right? When you look at, like, Tachanka, he's got, like, a big DP-27. It's a massive LMG. You know, massive. Right? And then you've got, like, a little dinky little pistol, and you're just like, nah.
Yeah. It's kind of... Well, you know, it's not always about the size of the weapon. And I think that's what they're really proving here. I'm impressed. Shout out to the... who was playing Finker? I can't remember.
Protect your bomb
It was Shuai.
Okay, it was Shuai. Yeah, shout out to Shuai for proving that, you know what, it's not about the size of the gun, it's how you use it. Well, right?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Okay, thanks.
You know, 7 out of 10 Siege players still have that issue.
I'm not surprised, to be fair.
Yeah. We are seeing Cali being brought out yet again. Full operator if used correctly, and in addition to having that CSRX, also has a SPSMG. It's like a pocket rocket of a gun, a little pocket F2, what people tend to refer to it as. It can be very powerful. In addition to that, you are also having the Cade being brought out with Gatelich close. Interested to see how that's going to play on out. I think it's going to be quite powerful. As Messi's currently reinforcing on that pantry wall. This time's finally ticked on over. It's going to be the attacking phase now started up. Strike taking no prisoners here as he's already taken down. He's looking the wrong way. Immediately demolished by Jack, Refrag, or Josh even. Apologies about that. Refrag comes on through. It's a back and forth, a trade here and there. Secret's taken down and it's all over the place.
Yep, they're just going to push on through. I'm surprised he doesn't just push through this Surrey gate. He's actually going to break it with one of those smokes, and, you know, this is their time. Doesn't know that there's no player behind, but has to be very respectful of it. So it's going to make their push happen.
Yeah, we do see...
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't know, take over.
Not checking the right angle, Messi just takes them down. An easy frag, but as we say, frags back and forth and back, and Shuai again in the 1v1 on this Finker.
Yeah, I mean, Shuai no longer has any frag grenades available, and he is going to have to push into the Molosi Banshee, and as soon as he pushes it away, Messi takes him down. It's going to be a tough position to put yourself in. Get rid of the Molosi Banshee or try and take the gunfight. And the problem is, Messi just needs to pre-fire across. He does that in a startling fashion. Takes him down, giving them another round in their favour, as the attacking phase will now start up for Socially.
Absolutely will, and now they have those longer range weapons in their hands. Will they be able to flex them properly? Well, only time will tell, and, well, they're going for a very rushy strategy, I assume, again, as Messi already hovering that Amaru.
I mean, Amaru is quite an interesting one. You don't really see them being played out all too often and competitive, but over the last couple of maps, we have seen a major usage of Amaru so far. It's been quite fun. Worked out a number of times here and there, back and forth. I'm a little bit questionable about playing and whether or not this is going to work out. I think the major reason that you're going to play Amaru will be for the G8. It can be very powerful. And especially by people that know what they're doing. Messi, I think he knows how to play Amaru. He knows how to play G8.
Defenders protect.
Really does, and we've seen some spectacular Amaru stuff already today. I think you mentioned it yourself at the time. Jumping in, getting the kill, getting right back out. And that's the kind of play I want to see. Unfortunately, this isn't exactly the kind of map for that. There's not so many places that you can use the Amaru, which is why I'm so surprised to see it.
Oh. Yeah, I'm wondering to see how that's going to play out. Like, I mean, there's a couple of opportunities available here. I know they're going from the eastern side, but the question is, are they going to go from the southeast and northeast? If they're going from the southeast, that would imply they're going to try and take the cockpit.
10 seconds
It's
left.
an area I'm very familiar with. Being able to, you know, hold from above.
5 seconds
Inside
left.
the cockpit, you're able to open up the hatch. Secondly to that, you can also hold from the northwest, and you can try and take that front end of the map.
You can. And they're trying right now to, well, pick off players at the start. We've been seeing both teams basically just playing for picks, and, well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't even matter. As well, at this point, the points are all made up. Law finds that frag at long range with the deagle, and has to be pretty happy with that. Messi so angry that they typed in squares, and Strike easily going to use that DMR that we were talking about before to great effect. It's just one player left in secret here, and the C4, they shoot it out of the sky, and they finish off these remaining players. No, they can't try. Takes that frag as well, and that Makarov continues to reign supreme.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about the PMM a number of times here, and they just consistently get so many of these kills back and forth. It is a bit of a rough and tumble game so far coming out the side of Classified. On the flip side of this one, we're looking over towards Socially. They're giving it a good go. They're trying out different strategies, different ideas of how they want to play. Different operators. I think it's always interesting to see the different styles of play that you can integrate into a map such as this. For example, the fact that we consistently see operators like Capita being brought out by both teams, Omos and Josh respectively here. Secondly to that, you've also got operators like Twitch being brought out in order to get rid of some utility destruction, like meta windows, any Lucy Banshees. And then on top of that, you've also got the F2 and the flashbangs. You've got Carly on the IQ to deny any Valkyrie cameras. We saw how powerful they can be when providing a lot of information as to the disposition and location of any of the attackers. I think IQ is very important to try and counter out Strike, but also secondly to that, any secondary gadgets that you may see. For example, Capcan EDDs. How do you counter Capcan on his EDD? Simple, you drone. Use your drones effectively. From the Twitch drone to your regular drones, you use them effectively. And right now, we're not really seeing that being played out to its full effectiveness just yet.
Yeah, no one's really droning super heavily. We've seen a little bit of it, but not too much. The other thing you can do is just, you know, use your eyes. Check the angles properly and deal with the problem as you move on in. Don't rush. Buy yourself the time you need to be able to check those angles and, well, deal with players. Almost struggling a little bit to hit this camera here, and really doesn't know where it's going to be. Doesn't even hit it there. Looks like Uzi's going to get out scot-free.
5 seconds left.
Yeah.
I imagine Omo's going to try and run on out just so we can try and get rid of that cam.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Oh, it's not high noon. There he is, he's going for it. He got it! What a shot going down by Omos. As Goldie shuts down Skeptic, takes down the first player. The side of Classified, no refrag comes in just yet. I'll give it a few minutes, I'm sure that'll just kind of occur, wait and see.
Is it really a refrag if it takes so long to happen?
I'd say after 10-15 seconds, it's an individual one. Refrags generally imply that you're refragging another person. If it's just a standalone kill, not really. Strike doing his best to try and get around the asphyxiating ball, but it's just really not working out in their favor. Sidearms in hand right now for Socially.
Oh.
The Blitz falls. What a shot, dude.
Yeah, Strike continually putting up some big frags, and well, did that there. Gonna put the air jab down, so if a run out tries to come on through, it just ain't gonna work. But I think honestly at this point, it's just aggression after aggression after aggression. We do actually see Lord take down their own teammate, but it's now still 3 versus 3 in spite of that. Finally, Curly finds another kill and will put one on the board for their squad, but Classified, I think, still with a lot of control on this map, but overextends into Curly and try giving themselves a little bit too much.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the opportunities available here for Lord, does have a decent gun, the Mark 14 EBR. Just needs to wait for the players to push into their lines of sight. The IQ pushing down below. It's a lovely shot onto the Capitão, leaving it all up to Curly, who pulls it back.
Great shots from Curly so far on this IQ. They had a lot of success on Bartlett as well with NAD Operator and seem to be very at home with those weapons. I think a lot of people underestimate IQ's weapons. It's very strong. I personally prefer the LMG, but I don't think her rifle's all too bad either.
So I used to play a lot of IQ. I believe she's also one of my top played operators in ranked. In ranked, to be fair. My most played operator was IQ, and that was with the 552 Commando. Big fan of it. I think both weapons are viable. I'm not even going to get started with the Orge 2. It's a terrible gun. For IQ, at least, it sits incredibly high up in the shoulder, which means your situational awareness is down to 0. I have a 0.95 KD with IQ. Oof. Yeah. That's why I'm a caster.
Yeah, no, that's a moon.
Yeah. But no, on an entirely serious note, I think the G8 I think has been a very much an interesting one. A lot of teams refuse to play IQ with the LMG up until they had recently changed within the last year. They had changed her her weapon to have the angle grip. That was with the addition of Amaru, who then one of their main weapons was the G8A1. So they gave her that. So she has G8A1 angle grip 2.5 times, I believe. It can be incredibly powerful. And I believe it was the American teams, the NA teams, were the ones that first came out for it. I'm curious to see what they're doing here. They go for another...
I don't think it's a fight, a knife fight. I think it's a pistol fight.
Okay, this is going to be interesting.
I didn't see who it was between, though.
I'm not sure. I think we'll find out.
Far West run out. It looks like Skeptic
Okay,
versus
we'll
Messi.
Defender is exposed.
Oh, okay. They're all doing 1v1s. Skeptic, looking for the shot. Playing aggro. They know exactly where he is, and this could be a real problem right now because they're fully aware of their position. I think they might still be setting things up, so they might go for 1v1s in open and 3, 2, 1, draw.
Yo, you need to be a voice actor.
I mean, if someone wants to hire me to do so, I'd love to do it.
All right, so what we're seeing right now is they're going back to back. Messi
going on
up
the wing.
roof.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
That's a cowboy standoff if I've ever seen it.
Flashbang goes flying on up.
Defender exposed.
That flash should be the sign to start. What are they doing? I have no idea what they're doing.
They're sorting out. They're sorting out. 1v1. They're again over there.
Defender
I'm figuring
has
out.
been discovered.
Slow but surely.
Yeah. Well, they're sitting here. They're getting ready. They've got time.
All right. They're figuring out. Okay.
Strike has given the countdown. 1.
Like, is that the signal?
No.
Wait, you must stand close to the plane 1 times only. Must 360 before shooting again. Okay, back to back. Okay.
Okay. Gonna meet him?
Alright. I'll be blunt. I favor the Ash in this situation. Somebody fell off the roof, almost died. This is incredibly poorly planned. Let's put it that way.
I have no idea what they're actually planning to do. They got a 360 before they can shoot. I think they might run out of bullets, honestly. These guys have not been doing well so far. Skeptic is trying to make it happen, but just cannot land that shot.
Oh, good God. What is the DPI?
These are not good looks for either of these players, and not for the, like... I appreciate the observers trying to do their best of this situation, but this is not a good actual position to, like, watch. Skeptic looking for team. They're kicking him off that one. Oh, yeah, a hit! But you need to hit a headshot, and maybe multiple. There it finally happens. Skeptic wins. There come the shots as Curly finishes things off. That's kind of... I'm disappointed in Socially. They should have given that one over. They lost out.
I'll be honest, that was disappointing on more ways than one there. We're looking at the way that Skeptic was finally able to land that shot there. I believe that's what some professional players in Counter-Strike would call a one dig, except multiple digs. And it wasn't even a deagle, it was multiple shots.
And they probably wouldn't have bragged about that kind of shot, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, nah. That's the kind of thing that's gonna ruin your career, or at least your KD.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll delete the VOD, so no one will get to see that one.
Nah, mate, that's going on the timeline.
You gotta do the men dirty like that.
You know what? This has been a fun way to spend the afternoon.
Yeah.
Looking at both these teams, having a bit of fun together, a bit of banter back and forth. And good news. We still have one map left after this.
And it's the real one.
It is the real one. As a famous man once said. You're the famous one.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say, as a real man, a famous man once said,
Protect your bombs
what
from
the famous, and then you were going to
flashbang.
say what they said.
No, no. I'm calling you, dude.
Oh, thank you. I'm not that famous. I only have 400 followers on Twitter.
Oh, and I'm one of them.
You are one of them, and I'm very proud of that.
I always
I've got
follow you.
great content. I post things about my beer. My beer is so close to being finished. Only a couple of days off.
What is it with you and beer?
I like beer. What do you want?
Well, not
Good.
beer.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lie.
if you want me to actually send you a bottle, I don't know how that is, whether that's legal, but I think I can. I can send you.
We'll
one.
figure it out. Okay, let's just focus one at a time. All right. So far, it looks like we are going for another run out
5 seconds remaining.
onto the wing. Let's do the group bonding session. Oh god.
Oh god, what does that mean? Are they gonna hug each other by knifing each other?
I don't think they're allowed to hug. Come on, that's kind of breaking the lockdown rules.
Breaking? Oh, I thought you were gonna say breaking TOS.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to wear a mask. It's very important.
And don't
So,
do what these players are about to do. Well, generally don't shoot at other people. It's quite bad. But
Yes, we're just waiting for everyone to come on up. It's like herding cats. This game is basically the equivalent of herding cats. Seen the air jabs, or not even the air jabs, the electricals being thrown on down. Just gotta wait for them to try and organize themselves, get up onto that wing, and it looks like the only person who's currently off of it right now is gonna be Jack. He's getting up there. Not quite sure what he's up to. Sorry, I keep calling him Jack. Apologies about that. It is Josh. Apologies.
I have no idea what they're doing. Are they jumping off?
No. Oh, strike. They're all going for the gunfights right now.
Okay.
Secret will get
They're all
one
doing the
kill.
spinning.
Yeah, they're all doing the spinning right now. All with the pistols. Hopefully that Swy will pull up the roof.
Oh! Classified are popping off right now.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
Yeah,
been dropped.
they won
1v4.
that.
It's a 1v4 situation now. All going to be leaving up to Josh, who's down below, trying to figure out what the hell he's going to try and do from this situation. Needs to get up onto the roof. It's Skeptic. Takes down Schwei. Law will take down Josh. And, well, that was a bloody massacre.
It was indeed. Really nice shots coming out from Classified this time. I mean, that first one wasn't something to really write home about, but, well, they popped off. And that duel, again, in air quotes, everyone in their favour.
Well, we are now setting match point in favour of Classified yet again. We're going to see if they are capable of going all the way to 5 maps. Winning 5 maps. As for now, Socially have 2 rounds to pull this one back to push us all the way to overtime. If they are not able to hit that, this could be Classified winning their 4th map in a row, leaving us on bank.
Apparently on the last map, we're doing proper strats. I'm glad.
Ooh.
But we could still overtime on this one. I've got my dinner waiting right in front of me, right? I'm waiting to eat. And it's been here since it was like 2-3. My parents brought it up because I live at home. I don't have a job. But and I've been sitting here with like a nice meal in front of me. And these guys have been playing all these different strats. And I'm just sitting here like, my food is so lukewarm right now. Very cold even. I'm touching it. Yeah, it's cold.
You know what? Your food might be lukewarm. This game is spicy. It is, let's be honest. Like, this has been an interesting 5 maps so far. We haven't even been to 5 maps. We've been to 4 maps. As, right now, match point is in favour of Classifieds, but I still believe Socially they're capable of pulling it back right now. They are capable of making it work. As, messages point out that they can indeed just run straight out onto that, but
10
instead,
seconds left.
you know, I think they've already figured that out for themselves.
It took them a while, but they did finally figure it out after 2
Look.
rounds.
Alright, they're UK lads, alright? Give them some time.
They're not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Seconds to locate
Yeah.
the bomb and defuse it.
Look, alright. I believe we've only got 1 Finn in here. Which is fun fact, by the way. Messi Levodi is Finnish. Yeah, I believe he's one of the few Finnish players that's in here right now. We got a German, we got Hungarian. Yeah.
I think that's basically it, right?
I could be wrong. Again, apologies. Like, I'm not fully aware of some of the teams. It's been a while since I have been able to cast out Team Switches socially, so, you know, obviously things will have changed since then, so apologies. Not quite up to scratch, but yeah.
We've got the
So
knife
we are.
fight.
Yep, come on.
Come on, Skeptic. Get in there. Skeptic, how could you do this? Okay, he's playing reasonably anyway. And Trade's 1-for-1. Oh, this time it's socially off to the good start, but Trade's back and forth. Almost does fall. It's an advantage right now, but Schwei continues to rack up those frags. It's just one player left right now. Can they take him down? Where even are they? Josh! What are you doing? Where is
Josh!
Josh, I'm very disappointed in you. Actually losing out right now in that fight. That is embarrassing, Josh. You didn't even win it there, but Classified, they win the round. They are currently 4-0, and as we mentioned before, in really good stead to pick up all of the maps of this series.
Oh, I should probably sit down at this point. I am currently standing up because I am literally on the edge of my seat, so to speak here. After that round, that was an incredible performance coming back. When you're looking at this and you're seeing the way that both these teams are able to perform, you really got to give it out there to Classified. And the way that they're able to function has been superb. Right, look at that shot coming down all the way from the back seat. Coming on down there by Schwei. Red Batman. Alright, someone get that guy a contract.
No spoilers, anyone. I mean, he's already contracted to Classified. So, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to have a good performance this year.
Yeah, I hope so. And speaking of good performances, I'll play 4 maps in a row now that they have won. Got a 5th map coming up fairly soon. It's going to be back. Do you have any final words that you'd like to maybe say about playing? Because there's been a fair amount that we can talk about right now.
Thank God that's not in the map pool.
Yes. Honestly, like, you're looking at it. It's fun. There's a reason why they kept doing the run-out knife fights and stuff, because they ran out of stuff to do inside of the plane. Because you can't even call it a building. Have you realized that? Like, you can't actually call it a building.
Yeah, generally I'm aware that planes aren't buildings.
No, like real talk for a second. Out of all of the maps, okay, out of all of the maps, there's 21 of them. Only 2 of them cannot be referred to as a building.
What's the other one? Oh, your yacht.
Yacht.
I'm so sad we didn't have yacht. I would have enjoyed yacht.
Oh god.
But yeah,
only two of them cannot be referred to as a building, which means that you've got 19 maps that are buildings. And of those 19, I'm fairly certain that at least 7 of which are not up to the current health and safety specs for building standards right now. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
It's true. Now, on that note, we are going to have a 10-minute break before we set up for that 5th and final map. It's Bank. It's the be-all, end-all. It's the strategy of the map that we're going to be playing tonight. So don't go anywhere except getting a drink or something, because that is coming right up.
Looking over my shoulder, 'cause I don't wanna pass you up. Am I getting any closer? Come on, show me the way to the world.
I still remember how it used to be, holding hands, running wild and free. Crossed our hearts, said we never let go. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life, holding you so close to me in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. We drew our names in the pavement, thinking about how we never change. I still remember how it used to be. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life, holding you so close to me in the backseat You can love something and let it go. It's hard to see it in the moment, but the best things always hurt the most. Yeah. If I could, I'd never let you go. But my heart's fighting my conscience, and you don't deserve the fallout, being pulled down in my undertow. You can want something so bad that it doesn't want you. Yeah, I wanted it so bad that somewhere I lost you. Yeah, this is the end. We've never been closer. Someday I will see you again.
Hello everyone and welcome to the University All-Stars badass clash between Socially and Classified. We are currently on our 5th and final map as we are taking it to bank. I am Rook and I am joined by Fraser as, well, it's been 4-0 for Classified so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a rough and tumble game when you're looking at it. 4 maps been played out so far today, and, well, 4 maps have been won by Classified. We've had Skyscraper, we've had, what was the second map?
It was...
Skyscraper,
no, it was,
House. House was the third one. We had another one. We're going to show it up on screen right now because our brains have been absolutely melted.
I know what it is. It's Bartlett. I was like,
Bartlett.
Bentucky? And I was like, that's not a word. Do not say that on stream.
Skyscraper, Bartlett, House, Plane, and Bank so far. We're on our Bank map now. I'm excited about today. Again, we've had 4 maps in a row, so it has been bash after bash after bash. We're finally here now on our 5th map, our finale here. My brain has been a little bit melted so far, but Rick, looking at this right now, I'm smelling some chicken dinner coming up here, and I don't think it's just yours. I think it's the Bank map. I think it's the best map out of this entire pool that we've seen today. I think this is going to be the one that both these teams are most excited for.
Yeah, I think Bank is one of the more competitive ones. I think Skyscraper, if they had a little bit more practice on it, could potentially be up there. But here, Bank, yeah, everybody knows how to play Bank. It's been here a long time. Only reason it was taken out was to kind of keep the map pool really fresh. I think it's a great map, and we'll continue to see a lot of interesting strategies, a lot of roaming available. And if we're going to quickly kind of move on from that roaming to those operator bans, I think obviously we're expecting to see a Jackal get taken away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with Bank, you generally see a lot of teams putting a heavy emphasis towards that roam clearance, making sure that that top floor and middle floor are clear, or vice versa, making sure that the basement's clear and the middle floor is clear, or, you know, either or. So generally what you're expecting will be a couple of operators that are focused towards that. Jackal's a perfect example of that, where his gadget is designed to track up certain players. We're going to dive on into the 5th map, our finale, our last map here. Casting together, Rook. We're going to be starting with the operator ban phase, and as always, looking over towards Classified, are we going to be seeing an operator ban switch as a knock? We've seen knock being banned out previously in order to counter Curly, target ban towards him. Secondly to that, you see other operators, such as a Twitch being banned out, or Skeptic. If Soshi chooses to go down that route, there's so many options, and so many opportunities available from the hard reach operators like a Thatcher, like a Habana, for hatches, or whether you want to go for target bans. Looks like both of these teams are going to play for real this time, at least for now, as we're seeing Thatcher being banned out. EMP grenades are so invaluable in being able to deny any wall denial. For example, any bandits, any Cades, any mute jammers, for example. Second ban to go on down, I would imagine probably a Habana if they're playing serious, if they're playing for real. If they're not, then potentially Blackbeard, Jackal, Knock, etc. Twitch, maybe. There's so many opportunities.
They really are. They're not taking away any of the Jackal, nor the Knock, or any of that. It's Habana being taken away. And again, this makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of hatches you talked about earlier, how she's named the Queen of the Hatches. She's fantastic as she is right now. And I think here on Bank, that could be especially true.
Habana can open 4.5 hatches. She has 18 pellets. You need 4 pellets in order to open up a reinforced hatch. Looking over towards the defense band, Mira Valkyrie could be the go-to for this one, as Mira will be the first one off the board. Second one to follow up in most historical cases would be an Echo. However, it's important to recognize that Echo has recently been changed. His gadget, his valuable yokai drones are no longer invisible, and that means they are nowhere near as deadly now, so potentially could be let through in order to ban out something else. Maybe a Valkyrie, maybe a Pulse. For all we know, it could be a Goyo or a Wamai. There's so many opportunities here. I'm looking over towards a Wamai. I think that would be my preferred option here for our last spawn. It will instead, it'll still be the Echo. That's fair. We've seen a couple players on both sides bringing out the Echo previously, so fair play to that. Get rid of it. It's going to mean that you're going to see both sides with Classified starting out first on defense, reliant on operators such as a Maestro or a Smoke for plant denial. Looking at this, I think this is going to be an exciting game. We're seeing Messalivoni bringing out the Ace, likely to be used in the walls. Maverick for hatches. This is set up in a very nice situation here so far from the attacking side, and also conversely, looking at lockers, solid lineup being brought out by both teams. Smoke being brought out for plant denial, Cade to deny the hatches being opened up. That'll be countered by the Maverick. Finally, you've got the Clash and Rooney to try and defend site just a little bit more. Jaeger being brought out. They need to have some form of ADS, but potentially that will be a 6 pick. I think we'll have to wait and see for this.
Yeah, I think having that Jaeger makes a lot of sense. The Aruni as well kind of provides that anti-utility ability, but they were... Okay, no, they are 6-picking back on into it, trying to maybe hide it a little bit, but absolutely sticking with it, and I think, again, very strong. You can take the Roni, you can take the rifle, a lot of flexibility there, and as you mentioned before, the ability to landscape, really, or wallscape with that fist, just bashing on through, and then also locking down some of those doors.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've spoken about quite often, is that she's incredibly versatile with the abilities that she has from the melee, being able to open up long lines of sight and open up walls very quickly and expediently. But also, secondly to that, you also have the weapons available from the Mark 14 EBRs, the P10 Roni, both valuable in their own right, and then the gadget. The Surya Gates. They're able to absolutely evaporate pieces of gadget and utility from flashbangs, frag grenades, drones. It can be invaluable for the side of the defenders. On the side of socially, however, let's talk about them real quick. I would expect that we're likely going to see an emphasis towards clearing out that top floor, making sure that there's no roamers upstairs. Once that's clear, they'll then focus on taking up armory, opening up the hatches in here inside of open area. Opening both of them up and then applying pressure in through blue. That is a likely method of attack. We're not seeing any pressure towards garage for now. Curly and Seeker are both clearing up on that top floor. It makes a lot of sense. Clear this out. They spend a minute upstairs on that top floor. That leaves them enough time to clear down below. Curly with the first kill onto lower. This kicks things off nicely.
Did it well. A good start. And well, socially, they definitely need it. The last 4 maps have been a bit of a struggle for them. And, well, being able to pick up a couple of rounds here would be an absolute fantastic start, especially on the offense here. Almost playing on this Clash, I love to see it in this position.
Oh,
and
no.
already a frag coming out from Strike here. You can see almost just... does get taken down. The shot just about get into that leg, and Curly does find that frag, clears out that stairwell that can always be such a problem for these attackers to properly deal with.
Fair play to Omos, recognizing the Claymore just got placed down, so he tried to push it to kill the Ash. For some reason, Curly was on full health afterwards. Rudy's able to take down the Jackal, equalizing up the scoreboard. Jack, or again, I call him Jack, apologies about that, it's because it's his name. I'm seeing the 2K at the end, and I'm thinking Jack rather than Josh. Apologies. Taking down the Maverick and the Jackal both respectively there. That's going to equal things up a little bit. They need to try and apply pressure now onto blue to clear out the Cade, who's technically trapped in here, but there's no pressure onto him just yet. Trey's able to get rid of a couple of the drones, which is going to deny some of the information game that socially might have had here. We're seeing the Zofia pushing across, finally takes down the player inside of blue that clears out server entirely now. We're going to see them stacking up here using the Ace to open up the wall.
Rooney in a very good spot there, able to pick up some of that utility as it goes on in. Very difficult for Socially to deal with it, and well, they have to play for the push now. They don't have a lot of time because otherwise it's going to come back on up and they could be stuck on the other side. You can see Shuai still holding that angle. The smoke, however, completely cuts them off from any of these sightlines. Flashes start to go on through. They take down Shuai. It's just one player remaining. You can see Skeptic. They cannot make that peek happen. Curly gets down that diffuser, and I think Skeptic is actually DC. That's what I would assume.
I think he's still AFK. He was there since the start of the round. He is unfortunately AFK. To be fair, a solid post plant that has been set up so far by Social. Let's break this down real quick. Let's actually highlight this for a second. They had Ash with the diffuser. She pushed on into the side. Secret was on top of the hatch there. Messi as well, able to deny any potential push coming in. Thank you. Being able to deny any potential push in through the hatch here. Yeah, he's AFK in the whole way. I think they recognize that at this point. Socially, round number 1, going in their favor.
Yeah, and I think regardless of whether there was a player AFK there, they would have found that. That was a really nicely played round for them. I actually think we'll see a return to this site from Classified, but Socially picking up that round early on, I think, honestly, the initial frag and also clearing out Omos so quickly were the really important parts of that. We're going to have a quick pause come on in, I assume, while we wait for that player to return to their station. Yep. They might have had technical issues or had something important happen. So we'll try and wait for them before we get that on sorted. I'm
going to take a last stab in the dark, and I'm going to say he's got off to go get some food. That's my assumption right there. He's got off for dinner time. But regardless, we're going to carry on. We're going to talk about this real quick. The way that attack formulated, I was a big fan of. And again, this is something that I mentioned throughout all of our previous discussions about Bank. It's a map that is incredibly powerful when used effectively for own clones. And clearing out that top floor, then that middle floor, applying that pressure across the entire width of the bomb site from opening the hatches with the Maverick and the Ace, to then applying pressure in through blue, pushing in, getting a plant down using other forms of utility such as the Sophia lifelines to clear out arena gates, Ash reaching grounds to clear out arena gates, but also then Ace's smoke grenades to cover any potential rotates. There wasn't a rotate set on that red wall, so smoke grenade was a little bit whiffed. It didn't need to go there. But overall, it worked in their favor, and it shows the knowledge that they have. They know what they need to do to set up to go for a plant. Despite the fact that the player was AFK, they got their basics down. And I think that's the important thing there. They didn't open up blue wall, which is interesting. I'd highlight that. They didn't open up blue wall. Instead, they just rushed in to the wall to try and plant. Players back, so we are now back, and Rick can stop listening to me giving a lecture on the efficiencies of taking blue on Bank in a roam clearance and extended breach hold.
I think you could be a lecturer on that. I think that would be fun. I mean, honestly, it is always really interesting to listen to. I do like listening.
I like listening to you too.
Thank you, but what I have to say isn't quite as interesting.
Shut up. Anyway, we're back on into the game. Round number 2, so about kick it off. We're looking over towards Classified to see where they have chosen to defend. And I believe that you may have indeed been correct if we have a look back downstairs onto that bottom on side. Well, surprise, surprise, color to be surprised. We are back downstairs. We've got 2 operators being brought out for ADSs. Technically 3 if we include Laura and the Rooney. We've got Jaeger and Wamai. We spoke about that previously. Wamai can be very powerful when used to disrupt a lot of the grenades and projectiles that are brought out by Socially. And we look at their side, we see how important projectiles have been thus far in their gameplay. From the Zofia lifelines, Ash reaching rounds, smoke grenades. On top of that, you've then also got Josh playing with 2 frag grenades apiece, and also Uzi with another set of smokes. So overall, it's going to be very important for these Wamai magnets to be placed in critical positions such as blue, such as main staircase, garage, etc. in order to protect the rest of their team from the amount of projectiles available to the attack. On top of that, we've got Strike playing on the top floor here, so we're likely going to be seeing players like Curly, Secret, and Uzi focusing on clearing that player out as soon as possible.
Yeah. I love to see Omos continue to play this clash, even with the player going down very early on in the previous round. I think it's a great place to kind of continue to play there. Used to see, for example, the Ela playing that angle with the
FO12.
with the shotgun. I can't remember its full number designation. But behind that shield, and it was often very effective. Now that we have Clash, we don't need that. We have a moving shield. But socially, they find Strike, who's trying to play a little bit off site there, and are already, again, in a great advantage spot.
Yeah, clearing out that top floor, that's now going to allow Socially to start exerting additional pressure downstairs on that middle floor, using the Maverick on the hands of Josh to open up any crucial or critical hatches. We do see 3 hatches that are reinforced, one inside of the server hatch, the office hatch, and the open area hatch. Now, on top of that, you'll also have, you know, the elevator hatch and the archive hatch, or correction, the tellers hatch, or reinforced. The main ones that are going to be opened up here will be the open area and the office hatch, and the reason for that being is it's going to allow them direct access towards the bomb site or onto red. That's going to allow them to start applying pressure now onto that bomb site. The Electric Core is going to protect the Maverick from any C4s, because you can't C4 it if there is a Electric Core on it. So they're going to wait to see what happens here. Potential C4 to be thrown on up as soon as this gets opened up, but no Skeptical push on back. No C4 attempted there, which means that they do have a C4 in the pocket for later on down the line.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, honestly, not overextending. Almost actually finds a frag onto Messi as they try and push up aggressive. That is to defuse it down as well, and, well, wastes even more time away from what Socially want to be doing. 40 seconds position given away, holds it down, brings out the shield. He's now sitting in the angle. The pressure comes on towards. They're trying to pull him into the line of fire. That Ash being very careful then, knowing the pressure's coming, tries to get the re-peek around, but Curly does manage to finish off Omars, but at what cost? They traded a player for that. Well played by the Clash there to buy time, allow them to make that play. Look now that it's 3 versus 3. There's only 15 seconds on the clock. Socially do not have a lot of time to work with. They're going to have to spend time to try and break on through there, and they can't even make it happen. They get a frag back, but Law and Skeptic close down the job, and Classified pick up round 2 now that they have a full complement of players.
It was looking so good for the side Socially, but one slip up after another, starting to lose their players during that initial push into the bomb side. That server door just turned into an absolute bloodbath. It was a massacre. Right, when you're looking at how many players died inside the server, no bueno, senor, no bueno. As round number 3, we're going up to the top floor now. Executive Lounge and CEO office. Castle will be placed inside of an area affectionately known as Trump, also known as Small Desk. Right at the front, you're going to place these castle barricades on the window to deny any players from the far off windows, from car park all the way to the ATM's windows. Almost with the incredible shots back and forth there, wasn't quite able to land onto Scratch onto the head, as Mute will be 6-picked out towards the Jaeger. I think Jaeger is very powerful in this situation. It makes a lot of sense. I'm excited for the defensive lineup here, specifically the Valkyrie. We're likely to see cameras being placed out in the main lobby and also inside of near Square.
Yeah, a lot of ways to get information as well with that Valkyrie, with that Clash. You're going to have a lot of ways to call out some of these players. Hopefully this time, Strike doesn't get caught out early, like we've seen from them before. That would be unfortunate, to say the very least, and it is a reason why Socially took that very first round as well, because they got those frags very early and were able to just leverage the advantage that they had forward from there. Now, this time,
10 seconds to go.
bringing up a very similar squad from Socially. I like that they're bringing the IQ low, and that's a really good call to deal with this Valk, because Bank has always been a place where Valk has reigned supreme.
Yeah, I mean, you look at certain maps, Consulate, Bank, and the amount of versatility that you get with Valkyrie is amazing. And that's partly, I guess, in part, due to the map layout and the fact that you've got large open spaces here. Secret takes out Schwei. They had a drone out by ATM, so they were able to recognize that the player was close there. Secret on top here. This is the reason why you generally place these castle barricades here. It's to deny the window play. As unfortunately, only 2 out of 3 of the castle barricades were placed on Trump on that kind of main window area. Secret takes out the second one. That's going to teach you a lesson. This is why you put all the castle barricades on that kind of on those windows.
Yeah, big mistakes here from Classified, not knowing how to play this. Maybe they are a little bit out of touch and, well, out of practice. As well, they're losing players left, right, and center as well. It does seem like they're just not used to playing this map, and they said they were going to bring some strats. Maybe they weren't quite as prepared as they thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, taking one player down at a time, we've still got 5 up alive for socially. So now we're going to be seeing the drone work coming on through to try and clear out some of these players. First positions given away. Carly's able to refrag, leaving effectively a 4v1. Made that a 4v0 as, well, Josh able to take down Strike with the gunshots and then a knife to the face just to make sure. Look about bayonet.
It was good stuff. And, well, very solid there from socially on the whole. They knew what they needed to do. They got those early frags because of the mistakes from the defenders. And hopefully this time they'll be able to change that up a little bit, be actually ready for those kind of pushes. We bring the Malusi now. I think the Malusi's very strong. The Clash has been kind of hit or miss from them. I like the idea of it, but Classified don't quite seem to be able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this right now and I'm questioning whether or not they might want to try something new. I think the Clash is smart, but I don't think it's quite working out as intended. The Clash just simply isn't able to get as much of the attention as you might have expected. Again, we're seeing a replay from the previous round there. Jaeger being brought out, 6-pick from the Mute. Again, fair enough. I don't think that the Mute...
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I don't
bombs.
think that they're struggling as much with grenades as they were previously.
No, I don't think the grades have been a particularly big factor at all.
Oh, apologies. I got absolutely confused for a second. I forgot I was watching the replay from a previous round, so I was casting it over again. I was like, wait a minute.
I was kind of confused, but I was just going to let you vibe with it, you know?
Apologies. It's been 4 hours.
It happens, don't worry. It's been a long, long day. And, well, we're finally on this last map. 3 rounds on in, and there's no Mute, but there is both the Wamai and the Jaeger. And I agree, they haven't been struggling with these nades as much as they previously have in maybe other maps or in general. So I'm surprised to see both the Jaeger and the Wamai, and nothing like the castle. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shock. If they can make it work, they can make it work, sure, but I'd be very surprised to see them have that kind of success. And I think the Goyo, which they were hovering, seemed a lot better than potentially one of these two.
The major issue they've got here right now is that they are going for an open style of hold on B. Look at the amount of 1.5 times they have available to them. And that is 1. Technically, they've got 2. They have 2. They've got one with Legion, one with Skeptic. The issue with this is that they're going to be playing against the attackers, who overwhelmingly have either 1.5 or 2 times. You cannot play the angles game and the long angles game against the team on bank that are going to be able to utilize areas such as car park or the windows. That's simply not going to work in their favor. As we're about to see here, as Curly, they're able to isolate out one of the players, they're able to recognize that there's some player inside the archive. If he tries to push on out, he's going to get shut down very quickly here. As referenced by Curly.
Yeah. A couple of frags coming through from Uzi as well. This is not looking good for Classified. They're just hemorrhaging players left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good for them. If they're able to try and pull it back a little bit, maybe get a frag or 2, that might give them the momentum shift that they might need. But for now, it's not looking too likely here. Secret takes him Strike yet again. Players going in the favor of Socially here. As you see, still inside the stock. This is massive, the fact that they've got a player down below with the ash charges.
Almost does find 1 frag back, so they have at least something on the board, but when they push out like that, it's so easy to clean on up, and Socially seem to have an absolute read on how to play against this here, and it just seems to be mistake after mistake from Classified as they push on up aggressively, and I think they maybe should be happy that Bank isn't currently in the map rotation.
Yeah. Looking at it right now, we see Uzi being able to play inside a stock, able to waste a fair amount of time in utility. But the major crucial factor here is Curly playing down below, dispersing the players that are underneath. It's going to mean that you can't really hold in a single position inside of the bomb site. Having the ash underneath, that's going to constantly be pressuring these players, forcing them around the map and around the bomb site. On the flip side to that, we're seeing Classified struggling to really make a meaningful difference on that roam play. Skeptic now playing on the Caveira. I'm actually intrigued about this. This will work, provided that Socially aren't working together. Caveira will work if socially screw up. That is the caveat to a good Caveira player right now. Caveira is only good provided that the other team is bad. Provided that socially don't drone, or that they're not close enough to go for refrag, that is when Caveira will thrive.
Yeah, it's about kind of capitalizing on the fact that your enemy team is split up, and I think so far, Classified haven't really been doing that. They've been playing pretty buddy-buddy with the rest of their team, so again, I'm surprised to see to see that Classified are bringing this out at all, because it doesn't feel like what they need. I think actually, considering we're back in this first position, it's a surprise to see them not just going with what worked last time.
Yeah. No, I generally agree with that. I think the Caveira is going to be more of a scare tactic than anything. It's going to waste some time. I would hope that it could get an interrogation, but at the same time, I doubt it that Skeptic will. I think we're just going to have to wait and see. As we'll have to see how they play, if they've been drawn out, if they are able to hold upstairs for an extended period of time.
Yeah. Oh. You see, I'm heading down towards... Okay, I thought that you're going to see them approach from a different angle now. Yeah, it looks like socially are trying out something radically different in terms of the way they're pushing on into some of these angles and pushing on into this kind of execute. It looks like they might be trying to play more from the stairs and from the angle. Oh, they spot them out. That's a little bit sad to see. So the hard lurk doesn't at least work out early on here.
Secret moved a little bit too slow there. Wasn't able to deny the rotate out. Unfortunately, they're able to push entirely out. Push back down, be forced towards the bomb site, or at least towards the main staircase here. Strike takes in Josh. Takes him down. That's a nomad off the board. No more air jabs to go on down. Strike on 45 HP. It's a good sign so far for the side of Classified here.
That was a mistake from Curly as well. Peeking with that breaching charge right on out. Easily going to go on down. Uzi does fine too as they just drop on down into this position. But try and push on into and realizes that alone, that's going to be nigh upon impossible. 3 versus 3 now. As Classified do rely on that 2K to keep them still in this game, but Messi still held in this. I'm just going to go out. I don't know what that's really going to do for you here.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I think it's just going to bait some time and bait some approach here. As almost now comes to a lot for the hard play. C4 goes out, takes down Messi, will be refragged. Cost as Shui is able to get another onto Secret, leaving it up to Uzi. If you get one, leaving it effectively a 1v1 engagement. Shui versus Uzi. With that CC75. But correction, not that CC75, that C7E in hand there. Got virtually no recoil whatsoever, and Uzi is going to be trying to make the best of a rough situation here. Shui trying his best, can't make it happen. Uzi finally shuts him down.
And that really should have been in the hands of Classified. They found those early frags, they managed to get ahead. That C4 from Omos was absolutely fantastic, even a masterstroke. And, well, and then they kind of threw it all away, got caught off guard. And Uzi was the one who just absolutely took control of that round and won multiple duels and just got on the back of that flank.
Yeah. I entirely agree with that. When you're looking at the impact that Uzi had there, being able to capitalize on the weaknesses that Classified were extending themselves there, recognizing that the majority of the defense was centered around holding on to blue and server, Uzi was able to capitalize, taking out that garage control and then pushing it straight across, completely splitting the bomb site in half there. We do see Doc being brought out. 6 the Ella over to the Doc. I think if we can have a quick look at the bomb site, we will see that generally speaking, if you are on the board, you'd expect them to be holding on to blue. Instead, if you've got the Doc, you'd be implying that you're going to hold either blue, sorry, not blue, inside a server or inside a garage. You might see the Doc being played there, especially with the bulletproof camera to provide a lot of information. I think one of the biggest things that you'd say about Classified right now is how they're trying out different things and it just doesn't quite seem... We've also got the visual being played out. I don't think the play has worked out significantly for the side of Classified. And I'm a little bit concerned that too heavily on this.
work. It's been explicitly negative for them, I feel. I'm there trying to get some spawn picks out there. Does actually find secret. At least that is successful, but for the most part, other than frags like these, any aggressive play proposed by Classified has been leading to their own players being. He does find a frag back and does take down Strike, but it's still a massive advantage for Classified. Half with not too terrible a deficit, but again, this is defense on bank. You should be having success.
Yeah. I'm looking at this, I'm just waiting for one of the players to fall off the roof. Not gonna lie. Kind of scaring me a little bit. As a 2v3 situation, they're gonna have to try and retrieve the diffuser. That'll be Jackal. Going all the way over. As, yeah, early kills go in the favor of Classifieds, but slowly but surely, Socially are able to start pulling it back. If they're able to get a couple more, it's gonna look more and more in their favor. I think I'd highlight 2 players are off-site. Potentially, they might be able to try and isolate out one of these players. Maybe, for example, Lore, who's playing inside the kitchen right now. Is he upstairs as well as Josh? But open up the hatch, they're going to track him out. They might be able to shut him down before he can get pushed towards any of his teammates here.
It is Lore. Tracked out, taken down. And Uzi is on a triple kill right now. They've been the be-all end-all of this round for their team. But finally, they're taken down. It's just Josh. And Josh has been struggling a little bit in some of these rounds. Can they make the impact they need for their team to be able to pick up this win? Can they prove themselves in this series? It'd be so good for Socially to go into the second half with a 5-1 scoreline. That's all you could really ask for. Shuai gives away their position, however. And that, well, might mean that he has an opportunity to win it. He's going to have to hard rotate on over. And you can see that Josh is just rushing over to that position.
Yeah, recognizing the advantage they've got there, but Shui gets there first. Josh in an awkward position here, come to a rock and a hard place. Good 20 HP, C4 misses. And Shui's going to try and cover this. It's not going to work out. Shui shuts him down, but why? That went all the way.
That was oh so close. I think, honestly, if you're Shui here, you have to be glad that you made that peek on out because you gave away the game when you were trying to get that flank on earlier. But a 2-4 scoreline, while better than a 1-5, is not a happy place to be. We need to see Classified really step up. Otherwise, in one of the maps which we touted as one of the most strategic, it's going to be the one where they drop it. And even though they'll have a 4-1 victory, it will be marred by that win.
Yeah. When we're looking at it now, we're seeing currently on the Vigil. Sorry, correction, currently on the Cade. Again, apologies. I think the Cade's going to be absolutely crucial here. Again, we see it time and time again being able to deny a lot of the hatches being opened up. Skeptic will likely swap over to the Maverick. That would be the logical thing for him to do in this situation. But no, they're going for the illogical thing to do here. The fact that they're not bringing a Maverick would imply that they are not going to bother opening hatches. Habana's banned out. You need a way to open hatches that will counter the Cade. They don't have the Thatcher because he's banned out. So they're going to bring the Ace, which would maybe imply they're just going to go for the wall take. With the Montaigne and the Ying, I would imagine it will likely be pushing through the A-bomb site, opening up through the server walls there. As our wonderful observer is showing us here. They're going to have Secret playing off of site, which means that they should have an initial advantage pushing onto that bomb site if they want to try and rush it, which would be what I would imagine. Coupled with the fact that a couple of other players are still off site, I'm excited to see how this plays out.
I think this is very much a de facto default strategy from back in the day. Maybe updated with the Ace instead of a Thermite, but this is pretty much exactly what we've seen before. I think Socially, however, very much are ready for it, but losing out that Kaid, that is not a great place to be. You needed that to be able to deal with some of these hatches and also potentially claw up one of those walls so that this removal doesn't just go on through. If you look, the all-important wall that often the Monty is going to plant through is taken down. And Curly's just like, of course. Of course it's Blackbeard. And, well, there you see it. There's hard breach even just from Amos.
Yep. Bringing out that hard breach charge is going to allow them to open up a small angle. Not going to be a massive one. It's going to be one that they can crouch through. Potentially the Montaigne will go in to the plant in a second here as Uzi will get taken down. There's going to be garage pressure being applied by Strike. Utilizing that AK-12, they're able to get a lot of damage down. Zard just trying to do some meaningful damage there. Laura's going to have to try and cover. As almost going for the plant. Is able to avoid any C4 so far, but the Toxic Babe Canister will push him on back. 1v5 situation ensues here. Leaving it all up to Messi to try and make this happen, but it's just not going to. A strike. Flawless round going down for them.
Yeah, really well played round by Classified. This is basically exactly what I was looking for. This is the kind of execute that I've seen so many times I can't really count, but they execute it perfectly. Mistakes being made as well by Curly early mean that is basically impossible to stop.
Carly Wally. I don't know.
It's a good bar. It's a good chocolate bar.
It is a good candy bar. It is. It's great. Hashtag not sponsored. As
Not sponsored.
Locker CCTV again. Same bomb site that we're going to. We're trying out. Similar thing. Mozzie being brought out by Secret. Recognizing video didn't really help too much. I'm hoping that Curly will try to avoid spawn peeking this time, or at least avoid dying while spawn peeking. Much more conventional style of attack going to be coming out by the side of Classified. Thermite and Maverick. You're likely to expect the Thermite for the wall, Maverick for the hatches. The reason for that being is that you need to open the hatches some way. And with the Cade on the board, you need to have an operator that can do it in one go, rather than having to bring two operators, like a Cali and a Maverick. Or sorry, a Cali and a Thermite. Why not just bring the Maverick? It's one of those situations where some operators are more efficient for doing certain things. For example, Habana can open up 4 hatches. Thermite can open up 2. Maverick can open up 3. Ace can open up 1.5. So for, you know, in an example like that, you would bring the operator that best suits what you need. If you need to open up multiple walls and they're bandit tricking or Cade tricking, you bring a Thermite. You know, open up big walls, that is. If you want to open up many walls, you open up with an Ace. If they are bandit tricking or Cade tricking, you bring a Maverick.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's a simple fact of Siege. You bring a certain operator for what you need. And it's good to recognize that Classified, they're able to recognize this. It's a fundamental thing about Siege, but yeah, it's good to see.
It means they're very aware and paying a lot of attention and ready to adapt their strategy as well, knowing that, well, you have to respect your opponents, especially when Socially had such a strong attacking half. Now, it's going to be Secret playing the off angle, trying to catch him on off guard, but they've all, well, scarpered out of that position for now. You can still see them, though, continuing to try and push on in aggressively, meaning that, well, Socially going to have to start to rotate some of those players on back and actually have them holding on site. Otherwise, they're going to get overwhelmed very quickly.
Yeah, they're just having a nice time. They're having a nice little explore of the bank. You know, they're going in, they've got all of their change in a pocket, so they can try and cash that in. A Secret cash is in Lord's demise, so to speak. There, get it? It's a pun on names. Is almost going to be trying to clear him out. Drone, the default camera giving away his position here. They know that he's up there. So the Mozzie's job is essentially to die here. That's quite literally his job. Skeptic will go in the window to apply some pressure, as the Thermite will try and pressure him from the doorway. Just painting out the shots as well. The Ash pushing across. Thermite's trying to cover suppressive fire. And the Ash finally able to get the down and the kill. Skeptic still alive. Took 0 damage there from that C4. Yes.
It was a good dodge, and, well, Socially, now, even in terms of players. But a lot of time wasted, 1:15 on the clock. Socially very happy with this situation starting to happen. The clears are starting to come on through, and they even find Skeptic, who tries to push on through. That's the ace off the board. There's also still some exothermic charges, but I was about to say, Curly's still around and kicking, but almost very happy to dispatch that one. Only 1 exothermic charge, however, and I'm interested to see where he's going to be using them.
Yeah, so we do see that open area hatches being opened up there by the Maverick. That's then going to allow him to start funneling his way across. You need 1 player on the hatch and then 2 people down inside a garage. Actually, not inside the garage, inside of server. Blue in order to start pushing for that plant. 40 seconds remaining as Toxic Babe Canisters start flying across. Thermite will go for the wall to open that on up. Second Toxic Babe Canister will be thrown on out. We'll just have to wait and see whether Messi has 1 left available. I believe they may. Army will attempt to try and go in for a plant. Toxic being cancelled, pushing back, but they have enough time to do this. They have 2 seconds. Push in and start going for that plant. Messi will die. Almost could start going in for the plant now.
5 seconds remaining.
Strike will be covering from above.
Yeah, Josh trying to play towards it, wants to get that spray, doesn't manage to stop it. Almost still holding it down. You can see that Shuai holds the angle and does finish off Uzi there, just about picking it up for them. Classified, they had a struggle against the offense of Socially, but they're starting to find their footing and put up their own level of play. They have a good couple of rounds on the attack here, and you have to wonder, if you're Socially, do you move away from this basement position, even though it's generally considered the strongest?
Yeah, I mean, in a situation like that, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking you might want to try something else. Twice in a row, it's not worth risking it again. Let's go that top floor, try something else, and that's exactly what they do. We see them changing from the basement all the way to the top floor. Try something new, try something different. They're going to bring it, the smoke, but I would suspect here that that's going to be 6 picked away. The reason why you're going to do that is you're going to bring out the lineup that you generally expect to see in the basement. You're then going to 6-pick out the smoke over to another operator that's arguably more versatile. That second floor. We're going to wait and see whether I'm correct. For now, I'm not. And that's okay, because it's okay to be wrong.
I'm glad you've come to terms with that.
Yeah.
I like that they're bringing back the Monty strategy, though. I like that Classified were happy to go with this and feel like even if it's not the basement like it is, they can make this work. And I think actually on the top floor, there's still a lot of ways to make it work. I think it's still very strong. There's a lot of corridors here that are really hard to flush that Monty out from.
Yeah, agreed with that. I think the Montaigne is incredibly powerful. If our wonderful observer can correct Josh on the difference between desert and dessert, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that. There's a difference between a biome and a style of meal. As, you know what? I'm gonna help him out. I'm gonna check Wikipedia.
5 seconds to go.
Okay, well, while that's happening, we can just catch an eye on how they're setting on up here. Pretty standard stuff for the most part. Not wanting to play around all too much with some of those rotation holes, though, into the janitor's closet, as I like to call it. But they're going to be, well, not going for all too many runouts or anything along those lines.
A desert is a barren area of landscape where little precipitation occurs and consequently living conditions are hostile for plant and animal life. The lack of vegetation exposes the unprotected surface of the ground to the processes of denudation. Secondly to that, we are also seeing Classified stacking up on that square area. Skeptic will be pushing in towards Janitor. Applying pressure in through there. They recognize there's a player inside on the back right, or in the front right even. They do have a C4 down below as well, so that could be used later on down the line if there's attempted plant. Wait to see whether that will be cleared out.
Utility starts to come on through. Going to open up that northeast wall. It's going to be a big opportunity for them to really shut things down here, but Josh taking some damage socially. Still not lost a player yet. And Classified, they're starting to make their moves, even using that, well, Maverick to open on up on those angles, even though Kaid is trying to trick them. Strike finishes off Uzi, who tries to get that flank off, and, well, it looks like right now, Socially just cannot find a word in. Edgeways, there's still 3 up. They have a chance to strike some of these players on down. They need to use the fact that they're sitting further back in these positions. Strike just pushes on in. No one's able to contest the shot. 2 land a little bit onto one of these players, but they're still alive for now, and almost is looking to push on in behind them. Shuai continues to find those frags, and, well, Socially completely forced off. Spite Esser with the diffuser going down. It's 5 versus 2, and, well, you're about to get spotted by the Monty there, but the Monty decides, you know what? I'm done with being a mountain. I'm going to be a mortal pile of meat. Gives themselves up. Shuai finishes things off anyway, and Classified pick up round 9. I believe they take the advantage.
God, I'd go mountain climbing on Montaigne. Regardless of that, we're going to talk about that round. And the way that they were able to sufficiently execute onto that bomb site to get the plant down with almost a superb performance coming down by Classified, and a clear nod to their experience in the last 4 maps. There's a reason why they've won the last 4 maps. And you know, in no small part down to the mechanical skill, but secondly to that, the ability to work together cohesively as a unit to get an objective completed. Getting that plant down, utilizing various different factors such as the Montaigne, the Thermite, the Maverick, the Kali, the window play, it's been superb. Looking over towards the lockers, CCTV, again, trying something else. This is the third time in a row now that they're going somewhere else. It didn't quite work out the last couple of times. Let's try it again. Caveira being brought out. Questionable. Very questionable. But we'll have to wait and see how that will play out. Classified, we're able to play with the Caveira. And it worked out to an extent. Whether or not socially are capable of doing that, I think we're going to have to wait and see.
I think socially have proven to us that in certain times they can find their frags, they can play defensively, catch players off guard, and make some of those aggressive plays. But here on a map which maybe they're used to, they don't feel happy going for some of those more dynamic plays. And when they do, they overextend, not respecting the fact that Classified can do the exact same back. I like some of their picks here, but I think putting Josh on the Caveira is just the wrong idea. I hope that this time, the Kaid, this time played by Messi, won't get caught out early on when they need to be so important the rest of this round.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think the important thing for socially would be just try and hold on, try and maintain that man count supremacy here. On the other side, the flip side to this, Classified, I want to see them applying that own clearance, the thing that we were highlighting socially for so sufficiently earlier on. We do see the Ash, the Montaigne trying to apply pressure on that top floor. Kali falls first to the hands of Omos. So I'm too happy about that. That's a sad face. I can recognize that. That's a sad face. I can tell it because it's facing the wrong way.
It's true. I'm clearly getting picked off a couple of times now and just ceding control over to Classified. Pretty much in the exact same time frame as well. Was trying to hold one of these angles, got caught out, and, well, lost from there. Do you see them, well, using that Maverick to cut on through Uzi, trying to contest it, trying to shoot them off, but notice they can't stick around for all too long as the shots ring out onto that barricade. Not quite taking them down, but with Classified already with a player advantage and likely going to take that off soon, things could be very problematic for socially.
We're seeing garage pressure now being applied slightly by Lord. Might be able to try and push his way across, open up a long line towards that split and deny any pressure coming in through that main hallway. Almost on the server doors as well. He's going to be trying to open that up once the bandit, or correction, once the Cade Claw has been detonated. Secret gets a kill onto Strike. The Caveira in a perfect position to try and flank around on the blue. Secret will be taking a lot of damage from that Kali.
Yeah, Law makes it happen. So much pressure there. Sure, it's Skeptic and Schwei who find the frags, but if Law wasn't there constantly putting that pressure on, what do you even do? Messi already has all that pressure on him. Classified win round 10, and they are now on match point yet again.
Well, looking good for the side of, well, unfortunately not social at this point, as that round didn't quite go to plan. As you can see, we're at the match point. Looking at it right now, and you're wondering, what can you do a little bit differently? Yeah, you need to win 2 rounds in order to push to overtime, and then you need to win another 2 rounds to get it all the way over there. Locker CCTV will be the next bomb site to go to yet again. They've lost it 3 times in a row that they have gone there. Hopefully this will be the 4th that they win, or at least the 4th time that they go there that they win, I should say. As Nox being brought out.
That might be a sick pick. I would be very surprised if it wasn't. I think actually the Kali was so good for Law there. And actually a big mistake. Normally you reinforce that wall to try and stop things like that from happening. And really great play from Classified to capitalize on it. I know they were bringing out the Kali to, well, probably also deal with the Kaid claws or bandit box, whatever was really going to be on there. But I like that they also played it on that angle so that they could really cut off a lot of those players. And the fact that there was, again, that reinforcement there, it wasn't that reinforcement there, meant he was able to just go to town.
So I guess if you work as a security guard in a Samsung store, that makes you the Guardians of the Galaxy.
How long have you been preparing that joke?
Attackers have located a bomb.
5 minutes. I didn't make it myself. I just found it on Reddit the other day. I'm not gonna lie. As anyway, we're currently setting a match point, and I'm hoping that these players and these teams have been prepared for this moment more so than I have than my joke. Yeah.
Hopefully. I mean, hopefully they get a better result as well.
You know, I used to work in a shoe factory.
You're really towing the line
sold-
here.
It was soul destroying.
Well, what's also destroying is these players back and forth. 4-4 right now, and, well, it's only the A and the Ash that's going down. Losing that Jaeger also isn't too much of a problem. So not too many issues right now for the attackers or the defenders, but losing Amaru, again, no utility that's all too important lost until Strike falls, and that is the Maverick. Needs to break through a lot of those hatches. He's no longer in position. That C4 misses and doesn't win the duel. Curly just making it happen right now with that frag, and it's just 1 versus 3. Can Law sneak into the backlines of Socially and win the round?
Well, its position's already given away, so we can imagine it's Socially already prepared to try and deal with this. As there's only 1 player upstairs as of right now. I'm not quite sure if Lord is aware of this just yet. Looking across. Oh, yeah, he is. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Having a nice time? Yeah, he is. Josh gets taken down, leaving it effectively a 2v1 engagement here. Carly's on fairly low HP, so 1 or 2 hits will take him down. Frag grenade is being cooked off. Wait to see if that gets thrown on out there.
This is going to be a good HE. I think he can land that.
And he misses a lot of it.
Well, I was tabbed. Please, don't kill me. No, Josh goes down, but that HE doesn't land again. Law very aware that he's likely getting dropped on here. Oh, brilliant stuff by Messi to be waiting in that position. Socially pick up round 11, bringing it to 5-6. There's only 1 round in it still, but it could be going to overtime.
Dude, I feel like I'm watching, like, you know, All-Star Family Fortunes right now. I'm just so invested in this game. Yeah.
You get invested in All-Star Family Fortunes.
Yeah. Don't you?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh. We had so much in common.
Apart from the fact that we don't have share a mutual love in All-Star Family Fortunes. I'm sorry for letting you down like that.
I'm so tempted to leave this Discord channel right now.
Please don't. Don't leave me alone
What?
here.
The
Not
sake
with
of
them. The behind-the-scenes production stuff.
For the sake of professionalism, I'm still with you. God, I feel like Kim Kardashian. As we're going upstairs, top floor now, bomb site. Let's go. Let's go, EG. Except it's actually Socially, so let's go Socially.
Still rhymes. It works.
Fun fact, I can leave, according to our producer, and my co-caster can still hear me.
Yeah, we can.
That is mortifying. As, anyway, I'll get back on topic here just a little bit, just a wee bit. So, we are currently seeing, the ball team being brought out yet again. We saw how effective Omos can be on that, when used together in a roam clearance. And especially when pushing together. My major concern here for Classified is that they only have 1 form of hard breach available, which is almost with the hard breach charge. No Maverick, no Thermite.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see that they keep on bringing that on Omos. I actually really like it. I mean, normally you bring up, bring a secondary kind of, well, main hard breacher, but I like that they've been consistently bringing it here because sometimes it's difficult to know who to put it on. And you obviously want things like the frags and the flashes as well, so kind of got that different collection of what you can use. And he isn't dying all too early, but, well, this Glaz will be, as he loses a firefight to Uzi there. Not exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, losing a player like that early on, leaving it in a bit of a sticky predicament here. As the Glaz is going to be, well, your main form of, well, long-range denial. Trying to get that early advantage in your favor, but no, instead you're going to be reliant on likely the Blackbeard on Car Park. As Uzi will take a little bit of damage, but don't worry about it too much. You do have access to, you know, 8 seasons of Grey's Anatomy. You're going to be absolutely fine. as one of House MD. You'll be absolutely fine. And looking over towards the ER episodes here. Is Shui down below. Uzi will get one kill to almost. Plays in the close in the Montaigne. Shui is now start pushing it up. Takes in a second one. 3v3 scoreline ensues here. This is absolutely chaotic.
Shy wants to find this frag here, looking to play towards where some of those extra guys are, but it's Law who's holding behind here. Will take down Curly. In Classified, they may have lost that early play. They may have lost that Glaz at range. They're still alive for now. Uzi is still up, however. They have been one hell of a fragger so far on this map. You can see that Classified are getting ready, preparing. They have a lot of time to work with to make this push happen.
You see the pings coming across. Josh able to get the first kill onto Shui, leaving it now. 2v2 situation. You see 2 players stacked up over by that B bomb site and also inside of stock. As they're going to be able to hold on to a crossfire, deny the players pushing across into B. Lore will be the one taking point inside the small office right now, putting on that rifle shield there. It's going to be taken down, however, though, by the Rook, leaving it all effectively up to Strike to try and clear this one out.
They're so far away right now. They're not in a great position to help anyone. Tries to get that spray and deny something, but it just ain't happening. Swap over to that pistol. Oh, they're going to get caught. Oh, Josh just barely misses out on them. They're spotted, and Strike finishes off their own teammate for good measure. 1 versus 2 now. And he finds the frag. He takes down the first. It's an easy one there onto Uzi.
Oh, no.
15 seconds, doesn't have the diffuser. Looking for that last player. Josh knows where this will be. I don't know if they have the C4. I didn't actually spot that one, but they don't have the time to make it happen. Strike knows that they've got to get it, and I think they're realizing now, hey, I don't have that diffuser, and it's just not going to happen. Socially, they've taken it to overtime as they pick up round 12 here, and, well, Classified just making a bunch of mistakes in some of those duels.
Talk about stubbornness, as Socially are able to make it happen. They had the C4 down below in case it was an attempted plant, but even then it would have been next to impossible for the Zofia to make that one happen. Moving us all the way across now. Both teams need to win 2 rounds to push us to overtime match point and to win it there. Tells Archives will be the bomb site that we go to for Socially. It's going to be the middle floor. We're seeing the Warden being brought out. In addition to that, you've also got the Rook being applied as well. I think Uzi on Rook, it makes a lot of sense. He's very powerful with that, and not only that, he also provides his teammates with those Rook plates, which can be incredibly powerful there.
Just making you win out on some of those duels that otherwise you would lose. Or we've been seeing duels basically decide most of these rounds, so it's not been down to the strategy most of the time. It's been down to raw gunplay, apart from a couple of those rounds in the basement. But obviously, on that Rook, you've got a lot to work with. I'm surprised to see the Warden coming out here, but I do appreciate that it might be useful for cutting through some of those smokes that could go down if we see the kind of push that we have often seen from Classified. But, well, they're not even playing that site, so this is interesting to see that, well, they're prepping for something along those lines.
Got a little fun fact for you here. With the Rook plates, that is. They provide a 20% damage reduction for the entire body minus the head. And on top of that, they also double the amount of time that you can spend downed. From 60 seconds to 120 seconds.
I did not know that second part.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
The major issue, though, is obviously when you get downed, most of the time you're getting downed in a position where there's a reason you got downed. Which is why most people die when they get downed.
Probably why I didn't notice, honestly.
Yeah. The only time you will really notice it would be in like a 1vx situation there. Skeptic able to take point here. Will get downed first off by the Jaeger. It's going to be Secret picking up the first kill of the round. 5v4 situation ensues here, as they are able to maintain control of the main staircase for now. Decided the attackers opening up onto that B wall now.
It was Classified. They haven't lost too much utility, but they do take down Secret. Good fraggers, otherwise he would be a thorn in their side, but they still have a lot of players to try and move on through, and a lot of them are waiting on this site. You see the flank from Josh here, trying to catch them off guard as they push on through with that open wall, but it's going to be Omos who finds that frag. The logic bomb locks down a couple of these players. They're starting to get ready for this push. Strike even finds Josh here, who was trying to make something happen there, but you see it. They're all going down. It's down to Messi here, but they can't spot where that diffuser is gone. They get a shot into Strike, and they can continue to push on through. But with this angle being here, it's going to be oh so hard. Likely not expecting the player who is just round the corner down and is expecting just this one player to be holding that angle, but there was the backup. Law was there. Classified well. They pick up that first round. They just need one more to close it out. Socially need one to equalize.
Losing the initial player, but ultimately they're able to make that impact into the bomb site, get that wall open with the thermite, and then apply that pressure, get the plant down, cover it from that main elevator hallway. Superb performance coming out by the side of Classified. On the flip side to that, let's highlight the fact that Socially got the entry kill of the round. They got the Jaeger of Secret getting the kill onto Skeptic, I believe it was, playing on the knock. Unfortunately there, it was an impactless kill. Even though they had that advantage, you weren't able to convert that into map territory gained or an advantage in terms of the overall round, because the push wasn't coming in through there. The push was entirely coming from that main staircase. It was a feint coming in across by Skeptic to apply pressure, to make a lot of noise, and it worked out, allowing the plant to ultimately go down inside of Tellers.
Yeah, it was really sensibly played, and I love the fact that they actually used this hard breach to great effect as well. We've been seeing it a little bit lacking in some of these games today, and we're finally here on Bank, where teams are taking it that little bit more seriously. It has had a massive effect, and I mean, kind of be expected. Now, obviously, we've had these sides swapped. I'm surprised to see the Oryx come out here from Skeptic. I feel like that's good here on this map.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think... Oh, poor Skeptic. I think there's a lot of opportunities available for Oryx, especially with the amount of soft walls that are available on this map. I think it provides them a lot of versatility of what they can open up, what they can provide lines of sight to. The main thing for a Classified will be maintaining that kind of solid man count advantage, and what better way of doing it than with an early kill. Drops Diffuser down. Strike, solid first kill of the round, but Skeptic was up with second. 3v5 going down to a 2v5 situation here. And it's all going to be up to Curly and up to Josh to try and deny this round, finishing up their side here.
Oh
no.
God, that was a disaster for Classified. Never to be outdone, Strike finds 3 frags in that round, even with the jump out. Spots the player, goes for the frag, takes it out, and socially, well, they took it to overtime, but they didn't remain there for very long. 8-6 to Classified, a 5-0 over the course to date. A very impressive performance, and you could see it, the big fat old winner is Classified here.
Winner, McDonald's dinner. At that point, hashtag not sponsored, as Classified are going to be coming through with that fat dub right there, spelled with a PH, just because we're down with the kids. In this kind of day and age, we're looking at it. We are hip. We are ready to go here. No, okay, let's not do that. Anyway, let's talk about it seriously for a minute. 5 maps gone down. 5 maps, 1 in the favor of Classified. I think that speaks a hell of a lot about their stability as a team, but also their ability to absolutely frag out and perform mechanically when needed. On the flip side to that, when we look at socially, they had some neat ideas, some neat strategies, but ultimately just weren't really able to compete with the levels of spawn peaks and aggression that we're seeing coming out from the side of Classified.
Indeed, they showed up some good stuff from time to time, but I would like to remind people as well, this isn't even their final form. Socially, this is only part of the squad, they're running their coach, and I'm excited to see what 2021 holds for them.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned there, we only saw a single socially player main roster playing in that lineup there. We're seeing coaches playing, we're seeing substitute players hopping in, giving it a bash, giving it a go. Remember, at the end of the day, this was a fun show match for both of these teams. We saw them trying out different ideas for how they wanted to play on maps they might not necessarily have played before. But look, as an example, House. You know, we're looking at Skyscraper being played out in competitive, but, you know, one of the first times for these teams. It was an opportunity for them to try out different things in a fun environment. it worked out for some of them. And at the end of the day, they both walk away with some prizes. Classified walking away with £100 total there. That's £20 per player. Secondly to that, you then get second place, coming down with £10 per player. It's £50 for each. Or not £50 per each. £50 for the team with £10 each. That's a lot. Let's be honest. That's like half a McDonald's that you can buy.
I mean, for me, it's a full McDonald's, but that's because my
Look,
McDonald's is
alright.
much cheaper. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it is a good thing. You can pick up a nice meal tonight, and well, that's always worth it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
at the end of the day, what better way of having fun than playing some competitive matches in a show match that shows and showcases the abilities of your team in front of a potential audience? I think it's great. I've had a lot of fun. Rick, as always, I have thoroughly enjoyed casting with you, buddy. Thank you for sitting in here, listening to some of my terrible jokes. I've had a blast today. Again, massive shout out to our observer, Captain Kronos, and secondly to that, you've also got our producer, Trix, also known as Matt R6S. Top of that, thank you very much to Badass and also Peak for organising all of this. It has been superb. Rick, do you have any final words that you'd like to say?
Thank you very much, and thank you, the teams, obviously, for joining us today.
Aw, such a camp boy. Thank you very much. I've had a fantastic time. As always, please do consider checking out any of the Badass social media. I'm sure there'll be more information coming up shortly with other casts, other tournaments, other leagues, other stuff that you may be interested in. So please don't go anywhere. Check out our social media. We'll catch you another time.